2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Anthony Vella. We've got Drew Marin and also on floor. And ladies and gentlemen,
optimal waves for these surfers that have traveled all over the world.
Yeah, if you look on a map of Denmark, England's to the west, so we're blocked from anything from the west, nothing from any surf. And right now, Mother Nature is just not cooperating. So unfortunately, we are on standby. And as any surfer knows, standby, we're at 10 o'clock. We were hopefully to get underway at 8, but then organizers knew we were on standby for 9, so now we're on standby for 10. Now we're on standby for every hour on the hour. So basically 11 o'clock for 11:30 start, 12 o'clock for a 12:30 start. But more realistically, there's a good chance we could get 4 hours of surfing up on the screen that you're seeing. Denmark, very much 90-degree
and go for a play, but the surfers are dying to.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The exchange rate is really high here.
Yeah, I think this boat costs about.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA organizers at this point. But basically, if we ran single elimination, we need 14 of those rocks or even on to the right side.
Yeah, so trying to take advantage of every opportunity.
So there's a beautiful shot, live shot of our drone right now. Current conditions, we are on standby. Stay tuned to isaworlds.com every hour on the hour.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to one more day of competition, second day of competition here in cold Hawaii, here in cold Hawaii. This is the 10 o'clock call. This is the 10 o'clock call. Next call in a couple of hours. Next call at 12. Next call at 12. That's noon. Thank you so much. Once again, everybody, welcome to this second day of competition here in cold Hawaii. At the moment, we are on hold for next call, 10 o'clock call. We're on hold for next call in a couple of hours at 12 o'clock. We'll be back 2 minutes before that to let you know. Right now, we are assessing conditions. Taking a close look at the forecast. The wind is blowing, and we're keeping our fingers crossed. There will be some swell arriving in the next couple of hours. So thank you so much. Taking the opportunity to say thank you to cold Hawaii and all of their people. Thank you so much for your hospitality, for having us. We've been having a blast. Thank you so much. And now we're just waiting for the swell to arrive. We're keeping our fingers crossed. Things will change dramatically in the next couple of hours. Thank you so much. We'll be back in less than 2 hours, around 11:45. Just to let you know what's happening and keeping an eye out there and assessing conditions. Thank you. good morning, everybody. We did a 10 o'clock call, we're still assessing conditions, so we're going to go with another call in under 2 hours, around 12 o'clock, noon. We mentioned this drop that this week will bring some new swelling. We don't see huge waves for this stand-up paddle wave surfing. That route. So keeping on this cross, and then next call around 12 o'clock, we expect significantly closer to 12, around 11:45. You have an idea what's going on and what's going to happen. again, everybody, good morning. We are assessing conditions here. There will be another call, next call at 12 o'clock. Right now we are assessing conditions and we are going for a second option as well of getting the tower and the competition area on the north side, on the north bank, that's after the pier. So we'll be coming back here closer to 12 o'clock, closer to noon, to assess conditions pretty much in front of us, in front of the main podium. But there is a strong possibility we might change the competition area for further up north. It's not a for sure thing right now, we're still assessing conditions, but please make sure everybody, competitors, team managers, you're here close to 12 o'clock for that next call. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome everyone once again to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in beautiful Denmark, here in cold Hawaii. We have an announcement to all the competitors. We have placed a new podium at the north side of where we are right now, at the north side of the jetty. We have a few more waves over there, so we set up a new podium for the SUP surfing contest, okay? So please, be ready. We're going to start at 1 p.m. on the north side of the jetty with a SUP surfing contest, okay? So we're going to have a few shuttles from the parking lot back here to go to the other parking lot right behind the podium, right behind the north, the beach break at north. So if you want to walk from the beach, you can do it pretty close. But if not, if you need a shuttle to carry your equipment, we're going to have shuttles from this parking lot here in Cold Hawaii, going to the other parking lot behind the new podium at the north side. There's one more speed way, okay? So once again, a 1 p.m. start at the north side podium. The new podium was set up for the SUP surfing contest. 1 p.m. start. You can take some shuttles that are going to leave from this parking lot to the other parking lot behind the north side podium, okay? Bien, sean bienvenidos todos nuevamente a estos 2017 IFA World Tour y Paddleboard Championship aquí en Dinamarca. Estamos en este extraordinario lugar más conocido como Cold Hawaii. Tenemos un anuncio para todos los competidores. Atención, hemos armado un nuevo podio hacia el norte del muelle, hacia el norte del estrado que está aquí en la orilla de la playa. Hemos armado un nuevo podio frente a un beach break que por el momento parece tener más olas. Así que la competencia de SUP surfing será hacia el norte del muelle. Si desean, pueden ir caminando, bordeando la bahía, bordeando la orilla, pueden llegar al siguiente podio, está bastante cerca. Si no, si desean y necesitan ayuda para llevar sus equipos, van a ver unos buses, unas vans, acá en el estacionamiento, que los va a llevar al siguiente estacionamiento que se encuentra detrás del podio que está al norte. O sea que nuevamente a las 1 p.m. se hará llamado para comenzar con el campeonato y con el evento de SUP surfing en el nuevo podio que hemos armado hacia el norte del mundo. ¿Okay? Muchas gracias. Well, good. Okay, once again, we have another announcement. A lot of climate change and weather change and conditions changing here in cold Hawaii. So please be aware, attention to all teams and competitors. We're going to have a 12:30 call. 12:30 call. So in about 30 more minutes, we're going to have a call. We start at 1 with the SUP surfing men's division at the new north side podium. Okay? So I'll repeat, 12:30 call. In 30 minutes, we're going to have a new call for a 1 p.m. start at the new north side podium. Okay? That's for the SUP surfing men's division. Brevemente, otro anuncio muy importante. Las condiciones varían bastante aquí en Top Hawaii. Por eso atención a los equipos y competidores. En 30 minutos más, a las 12:30, haremos un nuevo llamado para comenzar a las 1 p.m. en el nuevo podio hacia el norte para empezar con la categoría de SUP surfing varones. ¿Ok? Repito nuevamente, 12:30, llamado para empezar a la 1 p.m. en el nuevo podio hacia el norte, que es donde tenemos más olas. Comenzaremos con la categoría SUP surfing varones. Así que atención y quedarse cerca de la playa. Gracias. Thank you very much. And also, competitors, remember, if you need help with your equipment, we're going to have shuttles here on the back side behind the info center where the parking lot is. We're going to have shuttles for you. You can take your equipment up to the north side, or down to the north side behind the north side pole. Okay? Shuttles will start at 12:30. Shuttles will start at 12:30 when we make the 12:30 call. Okay? Bien, atención a todos los competidores del equipo. Si necesitan ayuda a llevar a sus equipos, sus tablas, vamos a tener aquí atrás de las oficinas donde está el estacionamiento unos buses y unas vans para que puedan llevar sus tablas, sus equipos hacia el norte, hacia el nuevo podio que hemos armado. Si no, pueden ir caminando por la bahía, bordeando, como antes. 5 minutos caminando, no es muy lejos, pero si desean, recuerden que a las 12:30, cuando hagamos un nuevo llamado, llevarán unos buses para que puedan llevar sus equipos al nuevo podio. Muchas gracias. 2, 1, 2. Okay, once again, attention to all team managers and competitors. I remember you, there will be a 12:30 shuttle at the parking lot here to take you to the north side podium. And we're going to have a manager meeting for the SUP surfing event at 1 p.m. at the north side podium, okay? Once again, manager meeting will be at 1 p.m. at the north side podium for the SUP surfing event. So please, all managers, be ready at 1 p.m. at the north side podium for a 1:30 p.m. start for the SUP surfing men event. Thank you very much. Bien. Ahora vamos a chicos castellanos. Atención a las competiciones de equipo. Vamos a tener unos buses saliendo de acá, del estacionamiento acá de aquí atrás, a las 12:30. Y a las 1 en punto tendremos una reunión de managers para discutir los puntos sobre el evento de SUP surfing. El podio está al norte, en el nuevo podio que hemos armado. Va a haber una reunión de managers a las 1 p.m. para hablar los temas del evento de SUP surfing. Y comenzaremos alrededor de las 1:30 con la categoría de SUP surfing varones. ¿Ok? Muchas gracias. managers, competitors. The shuttle will be ready in 10 minutes at the parking lot. So please be ready with all your equipment. Buses are coming in 10 minutes, so please be ready at the parking lot with all your equipment. Thank you very much. Remember, 1 p.m. managers meeting for the SUP surfing event will be at the new podium at the north side, okay? Thank you very much. Mi atención a todos los equipos y competidores y managers. En 10 minutos saldrán los buses de aquí del estacionamiento, o sea que por favor esperen con todas sus cosas listas. Recuerden que a la 1 en punto tendremos la reunión de managers para el evento de SUP surfing en el nuevo podio hacia el norte, ¿ok? Muchas gracias. reason once again, attention, remember, team managers and competitors. The buses are arriving shortly at the parking lot, so you can put on your equipment. The bus will take you down to the north side, where we set up the new podium for the surfing event. Okay. Remember, shuttles are arriving in a few minutes, about 5 more minutes. Please be ready with all your equipment. Thank you very much. Managers meeting at 1 p.m. at the north side podium. Ya recuerden, equipos, están preparados con sus cosas, con sus equipos, con sus tablas, con todo lo necesario para subirse al bus y para llegar con unos 5 minutos acá al escurrimiento de atrás de la playa para llevarnos al nuevo podio que está aquí al norte para el evento de SUP Surfing. También recuerden que a la 1 en punto PM habrá una reunión de managers. Okay, thank you, team. Competitors, the shuttles are here. Shuttles are at the parking lot, so please go to the shuttles with your equipment. Once you start with the manual team, once you manager meeting. Le decimos atención que están los buses atrás en el estacionamiento. Por favor, atenderse con sus cosas, el estado con sus cosas, para dirigirse al nuevo podio que está hacia el norte. Y recuerden que a la 1:30 tenemos la reunión de los managers para estar todos.
About 10 o'clock start for a 1 o'clock start, and now the event change. See right there, people are warming up. This is a live shot, and we're getting ready for a 1:30 start for the men.
Now, where we're located here, where you saw the SUP technical racing yesterday,
Zane Schweitzer is always up before the sun comes up and trying to be the first one in the water, but there waves, you saw a lot of people warming up. There was wind.
They're looking for the start time at 1:30 p.m. That's 13:30 right here in Denmark. Current conditions, fairly cloudy. The wind's really picked up over the course of the last 3 hours. They're looking at 16 degrees C air temperature, wind coming out of the northwest about 24 km. And like you see there, the water temperature a lot of folks were talking about yesterday, and you saw them shaking their hands, 16 degrees C. So little chillier conditions than most of these athletes are looking for here today for day 4 of competition. But dead man's, a lot of people talked about it.
About 100 meters offshore. They're not, right on the sand like they have been for the past few days. So there's waves. And with these stand-up boards, they're compatible to get in more maneuvers than perhaps if you're on a short board in the same conditions.
And we're going to talk about equipment coming up, because I know a lot of the athletes, including Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, was talking about that. He goes, I don't know if I brought a big enough board.
Yeah, everyone's, this is judged like a wave and do, turns in the critical section, which is all more the shortboarding style, because that's what's exciting. But for today, with the smaller waves, you might see some people riding a bigger board than usual, maybe even, a longer board than usual. It is directly to the north of where we are. Like you said, about a half a mile. So it seems like anywhere you go in the world, they have a spot called Dead Man's. And you've got Ponga 1, and then we've been talking about the little pier.
At a couple different times, and he says Dead Man's is one of the best breaks here in Vorapor. So he was super excited for the move, and I guarantee Team Denmark is as well. But you see how they got the trailer down there? They just moved some stuff.
Hold up that trailer and carry it a half mile across the sand.
Rolling it on logs and everything.
Second round. And we'll have our 16 heats for today, like we talked about in the men. For the women, there will be 12 heats of the women, so we'll get to that most likely later on this afternoon. And throughout the contest, we'll be giving, had the athletes been right in front of us, they would be able to hear the scores, but they're going old school. They won't know if they're in front or what sort of score they need until the end. And we'll see some legitimate groundswell swells as the day moves on.
Yeah, it brings the wind, and the wind brings the swell. So he says it's coming as you're getting a live shot of our contest grounds right here in Vorapor. So AV coming up, like you said, 16 heats. We got some pretty impressive paddlers coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And as we look through, you can see. And talking earlier with Bo, there's a couple people, I think the Tahitians, a couple of them maybe didn't make it. So Poinaiki Rioja, former champion, he's our bronze medalist last year, as well as Mo Freitas, who was the silver medalist, and of course the defending champion Zane Schweitzer from Team Hawaii.
And we had a lot of these athletes compete yesterday. So they competed yesterday till 8 p.m. at night, and they're going to be back out in the SUP surf. So we have a little treat for you guys back home.
Come to cheat.
And then Casper Steinfeld kind of brought us here, and then we moved again to another location.
Get there. I don't see any cars, any machines right there. What do you think?
I think it's, very, very well in the waves. There's the red rash guard of Sean Hovel, the gentleman we were just talking.
Well,
18 years. This kid pretty much grew up in the water, so we'll see how he fares. Contest grounds were yesterday as we had to move over to Dead Man's as we are.
What I like the most about the ISA event is how colorful.
We're here.
They come from the love of the sport.
Yeah, well, you have the top professionals in the world.
Even sitting in second place, current heat leader Kyle Vaz. Kyle with a high.
Different as planned as of 8 o'clock this morning here.
And is he going to complete his maneuver? I'm not sure about that one. It looks. This is the replay from the wave that he just rode, and before this, we missed to catch up to first, but maneuvers. But with a longer board that we see that Sean Hovel has, that's going to enable him. So he's looking for an update right there, throwing his paddle up. So currently it's working out well to surf. There he is with a little easy 360. He can do those in his sleep. And continuing on, 23 seconds left. Anything can happen. So we're not going to call it just yet. With these surf contests, anything can happen. And Sean Hovel is paddling around. You can see him in the red jersey.
Off the backside, heat number 1 is in the books. So we're off and SUP surfing here in Vorapor, Denmark. We want to thank everybody for tuning in to isaworlds.com. And in case you're just joining us, we had to make a little bit of a move. We're moved about a half mile from Vorapor, the contest grounds where we were yesterday. And so I'm going to stay in with Bo, the legendary Bo Hodge. And AV's coming up. Stay with us.
Cold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in cold Hawaii. So become a member.
This will be a single elimination competition. That's right, a single elimination. And a new swell will be peaking late tonight and going into tomorrow.
And there's Latimer from Wales making the best of what he could. You talk about the weather there, Bo. That's a good point because the weather here has been just totally unpredictable. You're in a T-shirt.
Well, welcome to cold Hawaii, Denmark,
Yes. It's just crazy.
When we got picked up over in Copenhagen, how was your summer? She goes, it was 12 days. That's not a subject we're talking about. And poor Jill was explaining that they've had a pretty cool and cold summer all summer long and only 12 days of sunshine.
Crazy. But it's been fun. Feels like home to me. I'll tell you, the Pacific Northwest, this is what it's.
In third and a non-advancing position, and he needs a 2.95, and looks like he's wearing a spring suit there, Drew, because he just
kid got to be impressed so far with him. Bone, look at, he's going to keep going in the bonus section here.
Yeah, he's got guys. Don't carry leashes, and this is the problem when you don't have a leash in a 15-minute heat. When the board gets away from you, it's gone.
Now, what's the rule? Your board washes up on shore.
So let's watch Spencer here, carving, cuts back, throws the fins, throws the tail. You saw the spray there. That's a power maneuver. That's a controlled radical maneuver, and the judges are going to reward him well for that. Score's not just in. He has a 5 as a keeper. A 4.4 is his low. He's already thrown away a couple of he has 3 3-point rides, so he'll be adding to his total here. Each surfer is allowed to catch as many waves as they can in the 15-minute format. In most surf contests, they used to limit it to 12, and then they went to 15. And they said, what the heck? Just let the guys catch as many waves as they want.
You saw Kyle Vaz making use of the unlimited wave. I mean, that guy caught every wave that came by.
Kyle was catching a wave every 30 seconds in the last heat. He's been amped up. He's been ready to go. He's a former 2-time professional APP World Surf Champion, and he has advanced on into round number 2.
And there's Latimer trying to make anything out of that wave right there. Our fireman coming out of Wales. As running down to the final 60 seconds here, Bo. This heat's shaping up very, very well for Team Canada.
Well, there you go. You see Andre Leggett in the spring suit in the yellow jersey. He's paddling out with 1 minute to go, only needing a 2.95. That's a below average score. Very capable. You see the trailer The white trailer in the center, that's the judges' trailer. The judges have relocated down to Deadman's. This is the area they call Deadman's. And let's see if Andre can catch this wave. 40 seconds remaining. Make or break. Here he goes on his backhand. Now redirects on his forehand. Whitewater surrounding him. He's not scoring any maneuvers there, so he's not going to get that 2.95 with 30 seconds remaining. He had the opportunity, but what the judges want to see is him maximizing that scoring opportunity. Very hard in these small wave conditions, but the potential is there, but Andre was just not able to execute with 14 seconds remaining.
Andre needed that wave bad, Bo, as here's Blue up and riding. That's Ollie Latimer from Wales. And now Spencer, he's like, you know what? Look at that. Hit off the top there by Spencer. Nice. Nice work there by the Canadian.
ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from cold Hawaii and Denmark. We'll be right back after this.
Jeg forlod Thy for at opleve verden. Dengang drømte jeg om et liv med sus. Arbejde. Og hvad med vores børn? Min kone og jeg lavede sådan en liste med plusser og minuser. For og imod.
Der er kun én til at forme mit liv. Og det er mig selv. Det er op til os selv at få formet livet, så det passer ind i vores program.
Bare fordi man flytter tilbage, stopper man jo ikke med at leve og udvikle sig.
Vi flyttede tilbage for at komme tættere på vores netværk og på familien. Jeg ville gerne undervise og arbejde med børn og unge mennesker. Og det er fantastisk at have et arbejde, hvor man bruger sig selv fuldt ud. Hvor man giver noget og samtidig får så meget tilbage. Og jeg er jo med til at påvirke deres hverdag, deres liv.
Hinanden op. Det er det, der kendetegner folk her.
Så mens minussiden på...
Og her kan jeg både have 3 børn, et fuldtidsarbejde og samtidig dyrke min sport på eliteplan.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're live from cold Hawaii from Valpore. I'm north of the beach in a beautiful drone shot from CHP Live Crew. And you can see not only have the judges and the surfers have moved up, but so has the audience and the athletes and the teams. They have gone over there to watch the live surfing action. And thank God for our CPH crew here, CHP crew. They have also conducted 3 camera moves and our drone up into the northern area at a spot called Deadman's.
Yeah, CPH Live making it happen, and to bring the...
Now see surfer in white, our Argentine surfer, the 16-year-old is the... I liked what you said, the 2 combination maneuver there, but then again, that second one, when he threw the tail, he actually slid off the backside of that wave. Probably reward him quite well because those were really good, controlled, radical maneuvers. We see
and fell off on his heel side. So we are going to be seeing a lot of waves ridden, which means a lot of work for the judges. Our head judge will keep an eye, making sure that the judges see all of the waves ridden. And the judges have a hard day to up surfing skills here.
Yeah, we just saw our surfer in red, the 59-year-old from Cape Town, South Africa, the winner of the South Africa Surf Wave Championships 5 years ago. So in his 50s, still riding a lot of waves. And let's go down beach with On Floor. She's got a winner from the last heat.
I am choosing the waves, right?
Yeah, today choosing the right wave is probably...
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, An, for that interview with Jeffrey Spencer. And I think
For Canada, but also spends time in Maui and in Hood River, Oregon, so he's used to the wind.
And that's going to be a keeper wave. He has 3 waves in the 1-point range on one Nika, who was currently in second. He's been leading in this heat, but Geronimo Rogers scored a 4.43 on his last wave, and he is
the sand.
Well, that seems to be Leo's maneuver. He's going to that repertoire, that count there. Let's see. He's got a couple of 3-point rides, a 3.83 and a 8.4. And here we go. This is Gomez. Nice carving turn, whips it around, and side section, these small little bumps, really hard to do maneuvers, but good combination maneuvers, especially for Gomez from Ecuador in the blue jersey.
Yeah, Gomez looking good on that last wave, and here's a replay. Looking
a small window.
Saw him qualify for the final of the men's SUP technical race yesterday, and also we have in yellow Gaul Villamin from Switzerland. So that's setting up this 3-person heat.
Yeah, another 15-minute heat. Top 2 surfers will advance on into round number 2. And this will be a 3-man heat. In this 3-man heat, 1 man eliminated. And why do we have a 3-man heat? Well, we have 70 surfers in this round. And we have Christian Anderson. And Christian had a great day yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, and you saw how proud Casper was. Casper talked about pushing Christian into his first wave when he was 8 years old, and Mark in the stand-up paddling world. And he's letting the world know, hey, Casper's not the only guy from Denmark that can surf and race.
So you see combinations there. This is the camera down by the original the contest site. And you can see our competition surfers in the colored jerseys and all the free surfers in their wetsuits. And you see the water patrol, the local Danish water patrol on the jet ski rescue equipment. They are doing a fine job out there, making sure all of our surfers are safe. And taking a look there, Christian not committing.
Yes, and the competitors must remain standing throughout the heat as they're paddling out and while they're waiting for waves. We've seen some contests surfers just sit on their boards out the back. In this contest, they must remain standing unless there is some sort of safety thing when they're paddling out through large surf, which we don't have today. And there's our surfer in, and you try and hope that it links up with another wave and another wave so you can get more than one turn. It's a combination of turns that are going to score high today, like we saw.
Schweitzer getting ready for his defense of his gold medal coming up in the next heat, and Zane's got a good game plan coming.
He doesn't give off the persona of somebody who he kind of just gives that free spirit. But Zane is a very, very seasoned competitor. He's from 6:30 until 9 o'clock at night. So Zane does his homework and prepares for these contests, and that's why he was the champion last year.
Wait a minute, 9 o'clock at night and the sun sets at 8?
Yep.
He was out here in the dark?
He was out here in the dark, yes. And typically, he is out in the dark in the morning. And had there been waves this morning, Zane would have been out there before dark. And that's his MO. He in red, in white, Christian Andersen from Denmark, the youngster. And in yellow, Gael Villamin. So I don't believe that's Benoit Carpentier. But we're going to try and figure that out as we competitor in red. Benoit from France, one of the top SUP surfers in the world, competes on the APP World Tour and absolutely rips longboard, shortboard, anything. A lot of these guys ride so many different types of boards and crafts, and that's what makes them a complete surfer.
Yeah, and you see a lot of crossover from other sports, especially like windsurfing, kite surfing, into SUP surfing too.
Yeah, you definitely see a lot of crossover. And when you come from kite surfing and windsurfing, you're used to having that sail, that mast, or something in your hands. So adding the paddle in is a very easy transition for some of those guys, as well as the longboarders that are start off with bigger boards and going from a 9.4 to an 8.4, then 7.4. It's an easy transition as well. So we see a number of
with the position of staying in the lineup. You see Team Hawaii up there. They've got the 50th state flag, and they've got the traditional Hawaiian native flag flying high on the sand dunes. The Channel Islands and Aliladiman from Wales also eliminated. In our last heat, heat number 3, we saw the advancement of Leonica from Italy winning that heat. Results of our previous heats, and we are still on standby for scores and even time remaining in this heat as our scoring system is doing a little bit of taking a look here. He's got a big thick board, and once that bigger board commits on the rail, it's going to go that direction whether he wants to turn it or not.
Yeah, very hard to turn those around. And we see Chris. Yeah, that was a well-executed wave for Christian Andersen. There hasn't been much on offer this heat, and he did a really nice job showing variety in those 2 turns. They were 2 completely different turns, one engaging the rail, the second going a little bit more aggressive with that back foot. So Christian Andersen showing that he's not just a racer, he's a surfer as well, and doing really good in this heat so far.
Okay. 4 minutes, 67 seconds remaining. Excuse me, 4.67 is Christian Andersen's score. Our time on our computer is wrong, so sorry about that. But scores slowly being interjected in this 3 minutes.
There's our update right there, and we see, boom. So that, but he's done 3 completely different turns, and I like the variety he was attempting there.
Well, the
scoring table on the top of the screen, and we're going to have, run through a little bit of technical things today, and the time you see on the clock right there is incorrect. So this heat's been underway for about 10 minutes. There's Benoit Carpentier in the back. Hoover is executed in that wave, so that most likely won't go into his top tier. Leading the heat so far. So France, who is our current second place team in the overall standings, they're going to be cheering on Benoit, and they're going to be stoked. It took him a while to get started, and that's why I wasn't sure with the camera angle. It looked like a little bit darker, and Benoit Carpentier showing that he is here to put his claim on this world title.
Yeah, and we can tell you Benoit's going to get an average. On your screen is not accurate right now, as we want to let you know there's not 9 minutes remaining, but for our surfer in yellow, Gail, now needing a 5.95 to get out of third into second place.
So Gael doing a great job out there, the 49-year-old competing against the youngsters. And if you combine the age of the other 2 competitors, they're still younger than him. And that's one of the things that I think is really awesome about this event is competitors from all ages competing against each other from all over the world. And when all's said and done, age doesn't matter. Where you're from doesn't matter. It's just how well you surf. Here, we'll definitely see multiple airs today, and I wouldn't necessarily call that an air. We call that a credit card air because it's barely the size of a credit card. And
yeah,
Benoit.
Anytime the judges can see the fins visually, it's a controlled radical maneuver. He gets a 3.77, and that would have been a keeper score for any of the other 2 surfers, but right now that's a throwaway for Benoit.
And that's a good score for what competitors are used to this, and they're ready, and they've been amping to get in the water all week.
South Africa and Canada and Spain and France and Hawaii. It's really great to see a water sport where it's such an individual type sport become a team sport here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
And what that does is that elevates everyone's performance. When you have people behind you and you have to surf for something more, you have to race for your family. You see Giorgio Gomez, he'll be coming up later on in heat number 6. Giorgio looks like he's going for a free surfer just coming in, our bronze medalist from the event last year, and Giorgio Gomez also qualifying for the final.
For Denmark, you usually see Kasper Steinfath, and he's one of the top SUP surfing. Yeah, it's about 2.5 minutes remaining. Talk about the construction of a SUP.
Gonna lean back on his heels for a cutback, and then does the airwalk off of his board there. So they're trying to make these SUP surfboards as light as possible. You'll see some of them with hand.
And Danny on that board, but continue your discussion. I'm very curious about how these boards are made.
Yeah, and so a number of them have the production boards, which allow them to be a little bit stronger, but now different companies are doing things with board flex and different type of glassing configurations. Most of them are our foam, and then using an epoxy resin. And various layers of fiberglass as well. Some are carbon fiber on top of them, or a combination of fiberglass and carbon fiber as well. So the construction of these boards, they've got to be strong enough for you to continue to stand on them and take the impact of adjusting your feet all the time. And a lot of them, they don't even have deck pads like they do on the racing boards, because it adds another half a pound or a pound, and every pound matters. So
last wave, AV, I believe, can eclipse his low wave. So he's going for that 2-wave total, trying to post something out there saying, hey, I'm a contender for the world title this year in Denmark. Do better than the second wave of a 4.43, and our final seconds being counted down, and there's the horn and the sound of the heat. SUP Championships live from Cold.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the...
Become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in Cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer.
Velkommen til Kantrum. Vi er i Løkken i Nordjylland i Vendsyssel. Det gode ved Løkken er de lave bundforhold, sandbunden og molen, der giver læ på nordsiden. Det gode ved stand-up-paddling er, at det ikke er lige så krævende som almindelig surfing. Så vi kan give de unge mennesker i byen og nærmiljøet de oplevelser, som jeg selv elsker og holder rigtig meget af. Jeg hedder Kasper, og jeg er SUP-surfer.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live in Cold Hawaii, Denmark. I'm Bo Hodge along with Drew Moran, and welcome. We are in heat number 5, round number 1, and defending gold medal champion from last year from Lahaina, Maui. The 23-year-old is in red jersey, and he's already opened up in his opening wave of a 4.5. In the white jersey from Sweden, Fredrik Roxel. In the yellow jersey from Chile, Felipe Perazzo. And in the blue jersey from Israel, Danny Hazen. So we can tell you scores, early scores here. Schweitzer opened up with a 4.5 and a 1.3. Drew, welcome back. And tell us about Schweitzer's gold medal performance last year in Fiji.
Last year in Fiji, he was absolutely phenomenal. You know, Zane, a very active, very high-energy individual, and he got after it right away. There was no doubt that he was a top contender. Zane was able to pull it out there at the end and take the gold medal.
Yeah, this is the 3rd year Zane Schweitzer has competed in the ISA World SUP Surfing Championships. He competed, in fact, he's won the Ultimate Waterman the past 2 years down in New Zealand, gather of ocean activities, including outrigger canoe paddling, prone paddle boarding, swimming, SUP surfing, longboard, shortboard. You know, the list goes on. They even have a big wave surfing category if the surf gets over 10 feet. And here we go. Zany. And this is going to be a keeper score. He's already opened up with a 4.5, and the judges now give him a 7.33. So 11.83, 2-wave total for Zane Schweitzer, the defending gold medal champion.
You saw buckets of water getting thrown there by Zane, the young 23-year-old. So there's more to come, and this heat just in its infancy.
Well, the event organizers not only have changed quite a few things here, it was dead flat. So we've been on standby. And in fact, the window of opportunity for our surfers, for the men, for the women, have been that thus they have eliminated the repecharge round. So this event is now a single elimination event from the start to the finish. So full 16 heat format for the men, and we'll work our way into the second round with 8 heats coming up in that round. And he's currently in second place.
Yeah, the young man from Israel, like you say, Ron Gosh, you got to give Ron a lot of credit. He's the one that's kind of put this Israel team together. not surfing too shabby here.
Yeah, Danny Hazen will be keeping that wave score. Scores coming in. He'll be dropping his 103. Here we go. Zane Schweitzer on his third wave.
He brought his foil with him. He's been very active in the foil community. And I said, you going to get out there on the foil? He goes, no, bro, I'm not. I said, why not? I go, it could be a lot of fun out here. He goes, because it's so fast and so quick. Then I go to surfing. He goes, and it feels like I'm riding a log. So he wanted to prepare and be very well prepared for this heat.
Well, I tell you what, riding the foil is a talent of its own. Not anybody can do it. If you check out trying the foil for the first time, and he was falling off left and right, and here is a very well accomplished world champion surfer who was having difficulty on the foil. Kai Linney, Dave Kalama, Austin Kalama, I mean, the list goes on. Connor Baxter, Zane Schweitzer, they make this foil riding look easy, but it is quite difficult, quite hard. I think Zane's quite smart and keeping to the SUP surfing and keeping to what's at point here. I mean, he took his foil to the Maui Molokai race, and Brian Kealana, I mean, you know, a good 20 years ago, who were experimenting with the foils, and there's even documents of even earlier than that, the other guys experimenting with the foil, but it's really now in 2017 has just really blown up. Not only foil surfing, foil windsurfing, foil kite surfing, they even have a motorized foil that you can have a remote control and you can control it from your hand and pretty much generate. So, yeah. Foil surfing has really exploded this past year.
Fun to watch, super fast. Those guys go shooting across those waves.
Have you tried it?
You know, I have not really played a lot with the foils, but it's always fun to watch someone that's good at it, how fast it is. And, I mean, if you've never seen it, wow, incredible.
So just about 5 minutes, 40 seconds. These 15-minute heats go by real fast. And, yes, Zane Schweitzer has done another high scoring, near excellent range, a 7.33 backup score. But let's watch Perazo from Chile up and riding.
Yeah, Perazo taking it to the right here. Not really doing a lot with it, the young Chilean, just trying to feel his way out there. We saw the first year competing in an ISA in Fiji, and he was stoked to be surfing Cloudbreak. And he's back.
Needing a 3.08. There we go. There's our leaders, Zane Schweitzer. Big carving turn off his forehand. And I'm sure his dad, Matt, and
they're not going to miss it. His brother, Matty Schweitzer, is the coach for Team Hawaii. I think he's been the coach for the last 3 years.
Yeah, he's been the only member of Team Hawaii in the medic tent.
Yeah, good point.
And he was more important about saving his camera gear than saving his body, so he sacrificed. It's gnarly.
It's not a few beers won't knock out there.
Oh, yeah.
As Downey Hassan from Israel making the best of that wave, so that might even improve his wave score to keep him secured in second place.
Can they make this any smaller?
I know. Our screen. We're talking about our screen here, ladies and
gentlemen. Yeah, we're talking about our computer screen. I mean, we need a magnifying glass, or are we just getting older?
It could be that.
I think we're getting older.
3:36 left in this heat.
They have been, you know, at least 4 or 5 boards. Look at him. He's trying to kick his way back out.
Yeah, he was a little concerned yesterday. He said, you know, I don't know if I brought a wide enough board for these conditions, but you know, like we said, Zane can surf anything, and the thing that judges really liked about Zane is how athletic he is and how he keeps that board moving constantly and how powerful he is. And I mean, that's what they saw last year. They're like, man, this kid just has energy, and judges love energy.
Well, he has the talent of that, and living on the island of Maui, the wind capital of the world, he's used to these onshore windy, choppy conditions, whether he SUP sails at Hokipa or any of his secret spots around the island. This is Fredrik Rosshall from Sweden. He has a much bigger board. He's got a Nash board there, but still small in caliber to some of the, 9-foot or 8-foot SUP surf boards. You know, a lot of these guys, credit to them standing in place out in the lineup waiting for their surf.
And you talked about the versatility of surfboards on the water right now. It seems like the judges are really liking the shorter, quicker turns.
Yeah, well, we've got short waves, we've got small waves, so what these guys can do, we can see a high score done on one maneuver of these waves. If it's controlled, if it's done with precision, and it's done radically enough, and these guys are in full control with their paddle. So combination of maneuvers, yes, that's the goal to do, is to connect maneuvers from 1 to 2 to 3. If you can get 3 maneuvers on small waves like this, that's going to be a good score.
Short, quick, like you said, they're catching a lot. As our top participant here is going to be Roxfall. He's got about 8 waves under his belt right now. As takes another look at that one. I don't know if that one's going to count. takes another look at that one. I don't know if that one's going to count. 122 left here, Bo Hodge.
Yeah, Denny Hassan from Israel in the blue jersey, currently holding down second place as we watch Felipe from Chile right there on his last wave in yellow, now needing a 3.24. That is just a below average score. 1 minute remaining. And check out the beauty from our drone shot from CHP, our live shot. Love the dunes here, love the green, love the sand. It is just a magical place here on the western coast of Denmark.
And coming up in future heats, we do have Giorgio Gomez from Team USA. He was one of the top contenders last year in Fiji. We also got Harry Maskell from Team Australia. He's coming up in heat number 8. I know he's one of the top contenders in the SUP surf here in Denmark as well. So some other big names, Kai Bates, look through here, Mo Freitas. This is his type of contest as well. Also for Team Hawaii, plus the gold medalist from just 2 years ago, Team USA Sean Pointer, coming up in heat number 11, Bo.
Not just 2 years ago, a two-time gold medalist. He also won at Miraflores in 2013. So Sean Pointer, the only SUP surfer to win twice in this category. And Zane Schweitzer trying to do that and meet that feat that Sean's trying to win a third ISA World Gold Championship also. But we got Dylan Frick. He's another good one. You mentioned Kai Bates, Mo Freitas, Trevi Tunnington. We'll see him cross over from the racing into the SUP surfing in heat number 16. And here we go. Zaniak up and riding on the sound of the horn. He slides, holds it, going for a full 360 spin, and he just can't ride out of that one.
Zane Schweitzer combos the field and just keeps it going. You see the smile from him as all the surfers come. He's got to be happy with that performance.
Well, he looks like a Dane. Look at that full beard on Zane. You know, he's acclimating to the elements.
He forgot his razor at home.
Oh, no. He's got that big wooden tooth that he got down from New Zealand. You know, he's all in pride. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, the bronze medalist from last year for the United States, Giorgio Gomez, up against a big field in heat number 6. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Stay tuned.
Der er meget vand i København, og det er let tilgængeligt. Det er super fedt det der med både at kunne være i det urbane miljø og samtidig få en naturoplevelse. Når man er på SUP i København, så får man en helt nyt billede af sin by. Københavns Havn er jo en erhvervshavn, men vi oplever, at de også er ved at åbne op for forskellige rekreative aktiviteter, som for eksempel SUP. SUP i København er stadigvæk en relativt ny sport, men vi er efterhånden ved at være rigtig mange, som dyrker det. For mig er SUP det sociale sammen med andre udøvere, nogle smukke naturoplevelser, og så har det været rigtig godt i forhold til min egen genoptræning. Jeg hedder Anne, og jeg er SUP'er.
And we are back live. We are in heat number 6 of round number 1. We have our surfer in red, Giorgio Gomez from the United States. In white, from England, Blue Ure. In yellow, Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands. And in black, Steve Laudeman from Wales. That's going to set up heat number 6, round number 1. Top 2 surfers and Giorgio Gomez up and riding, our first goofy foot surfer that we're seeing in the top red jersey, which is the highest ranked surfer in the heat, and Giorgio Gomez going up and over with that one. So good opening ride for Gio.
Yeah, we saw Gio in the warm up in the prior heat, so he's been out in the water for quite a while. And these guys have been frothing all week. I know you've been talking to them, AV, and especially Sean Pointer and Team USA. They are very anxious, you know. How similar is Denmark and Copenhagen? Well, before I ask you that question, let's go down to the beach and check in with Ann Flor.
Okay, so yeah, we are here
I am standing on the beach. I am standing on the beach with Danny Hazan. I am standing on the beach. I am standing on the beach with Danny Hazan from Team Israel. He just made it to the round 2. What does that mean for you and for your team?
It's been a lot for us because it's the first time when we come to World Champion. So every next road, it's okay for us. So we're very happy about that.
Tell us a bit about the journey of coming all the way to represent Israel in the ISA SUP World Championship.
It was hard to come. We need a lot of money, a lot of sponsors to come it. But it was okay, everything okay. I'm come here before 1 week to train a little bit because I know they have a lot of wind. And we come here and we see what's happening now.
And being in the water in the same heat with Zane Schweitzer?
No, it was a little bit scared in the beginning. It's take your percent to win. But it's give me to give more fight for that. So I'm very happy from that.
So I guess very happy Team Israel right now.
Yeah! I don't have a power to bring.
Congratulations.
Oh, you got to love that. You know, Avi, you weren't here for that heat, but Danny had to come from behind, and in the last seconds, we were waiting for his wave score. So I can't remember if he was third or fourth, but either third or fourth, he went into second position by 0.16 to qualify into round number 2.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of close heats today with the small conditions. I think the surfers that get into that good to excellent range. Look at Gio's last wave on his backhand. Nice off the top right there. He's going to keep the paddle on his toe side, use that to pivot back towards the power source, and then use his paddle to accelerate into the open face. 2 similar turns for Giorgio Gomez, and he's just going to continue to catch lots of waves. Giorgio from Florida, where the surf is very similar to this. And surfer in white going down on that one, so that will not go into his scoring lineup.
Well, surf in Florida, kind of similar to this, kind of onshore, kind of small at times, and I know he spends time between Jupiter, Florida and San Clemente, and I was just going to ask you prior to the interview, AV, about how conditions are to California and here in Denmark. What are you seeing similarities and differences?
This very well could be Linda Lane and San Clemente, where Giorgio and Izzy surf quite often. This looks like a good day at Linda Lane. Just kidding. It's, especially when you've come back from a trip or you've gone on, somewhere. Sometimes when you go home, it's just nice to jump in the water and catch a few waves, no matter what the conditions are. And, most of these surfers have surfed in small waves like this, especially the ones that are the seasoned competitors. And our surfer in white, that's blue. He's going to be looking at this left. Nice opening turn right there. And he's going to work his paddle to try and make it to the inside section, up and over once again. But I'm going to say nope, he was able to push past the whitewater with the use of the paddle, and he's stoked on that ride.
Now, you weren't wrong by calling him blue, even though he's wearing a white jersey. His first name is truly B-L-U-E. It is Blue.
Yeah, and there's a replay of Blue's ride that we just saw. And
no, that's white. That's white.
There is a replay of the surfer in white who is named Blue.
There you go.
And
they should have just given them the blue jersey. It would have been a lot easier for us. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands. He's representing Great Britain, and now he's representing his home country of the Channel Islands. Nice carving maneuver. Releases the tail on the top with speed, power, and flow.
Yeah, Aaron Rowe rips. I enjoy watching him surf. He's got a great style, and we saw him in the technical race. Giorgio Gomez just getting unstuck right there. But Aaron Rowe, he qualified for the final, and we're going to look at this one. And the goofy footer, 2 goofy footers in first and second. So I like his patience right here. He waits for this wave to double up. Now he sees the section he wants to hit, comes off the bottom, and then boom. Just extending right there with his back foot. Beautiful turn.
Now, describe to everybody how he laid his paddle back on his forehand that actually kept his balance up.
Yeah, so when you use the paddle to brace or to pivot, or they call it the force multiplier, where you can use your paddle, really stick it in there, that allows you to accentuate that back foot, to accentuate that maneuver called the layback or the drop wallet in shortboarding. With the paddle, it enables you to do that same drop wallet or layback turn, and the paddle digs a little bit deeper than your hand could.
Well, AV, I came well prepared. I got my ISA Rulebook and Contest Administration Manual for 2017, and I turned to Section D, Paragraph 3 on page 32, and it tells me here the judging criteria for SUP surfing. A surfer must demonstrate board handling skills in the transition and of using surfing phase of the performance. It'll be considered complete. A surfer must perform radical controlled maneuvers using the paddle as a key tool in the critical sections of a wave with speed, power, and flow to maximize scoring potential. Innovative, progressive surfing, as well as the variety and the repertoire of the maneuvers, negotiated, and the use of the paddle to increase the intensity of the maneuvers will be taken into account when awarding points for SUP surfing.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying. These are the rules, and I'm asking you to clarify the rules.
Yeah, we just saw Giorgio Gomez there, and Giorgio's an emotional surfer. You saw him throw his paddle after the wave and kind of put his head down. This is one of those days where you have to stay emotionless. You have to be very even keel, and the bad waves that you catch, you have to just continue to keep catching waves because there's plenty on offer. So currently in second place, Giorgio needs to keep his head in the game. He's a very good surfer. You can see him right there again with that same body language. And the judges can see that. It doesn't go into the score, but they do see that.
Well, he's frustrated with himself. He's in the lead. Oh, now he's in second place. Check this out. Aaron Rowe on this last wave, a 5.67 combo with a 4.67, has put our surfer from the Channel Islands in yellow in first. Giorgio now needs a wave score of a 5.42. He's counting a 4.93 and a 3.67. So in third place, our surfer named Blue Ure in the white jersey. I said that. Now needs a 6.01 to go into the top two. And for Latiman, now needing a 6.44. And here we go, Gio.
Yeah, this is down the line with Giorgio. He's going to try and milk this one. And if I'm someone from Team USA, I'm down there on the beach cheering him on. Izzy's down there, and she's got to help him keep his head in the game. And this is a goofy foot battle. And so far, Aaron Rowe is winning the battle, laying into that turn right there, and then up and over on that one. And then a third maneuver, so a 2-for-1 combo at the end right there. A beautiful wave by Aaron Rowe.
Well, Aaron's put together the right combination of maneuvers with 4 minutes. 15 seconds remaining. Gio's in the advancing spot. He's got to remember, this is not a final. You do not need to win this heat. You got to make sure you're in the top two, though.
Yep, definitely. And, Giorgio Gomez paddling back out as Aaron Rowe was surfing that wave right into Giorgio, basically. So he's looking at Aaron Rowe going, man, I wish I could get a wave that could allow me to execute 3 turns. And there's our surfer in blue. That's Steve Latiman from Wales. And he's got one of those boards with the nose cut off. So those boards coming into play a couple of years ago to give a little bit more surface area, which helps with the balance for SUP surfing.
Now, 2 years ago, the last time I was at the ISA World SUP in Sayulita, Mexico, a combination of boards that we were seeing were still the fiberglass boards. And when these guys would be out in the water, it looked like they were sitting on their boards, but they were actually standing on their boards, and you could only see them from the waist up.
Yeah, and here's Aaron Rowe's replay, and bam, right there off the top. And these were the last 2 turns, and he was able to just, hit the lip on that first turn and then get nice and low, reposition his feet to come off the top again. So Aaron Rowe is showing some great surfing, currently in the lead.
And the judges reward him well with a 6.27 with 3 minutes remaining. Combination of his third wave of a 5.67. And there goes Aaron again on the kick out. So Giorgio now needs a 7.02, to regain first, but he just needs to find his groove and his place out in the lineup because he's so frustrated with himself. He's kind of surfing against himself.
Yeah, he is, and you see him right there. And known as an emotional surfer in Fiji during that final, you saw him, and there the body language says it all. But Gio, you're surfing great, buddy, and you're going to do fine. It's going to be a long day, but I know you can do it. We got faith in you. And right there, that's our surfer in white having a go. That is Blue. That's his name. His name is Blue. Bo.
Blue Ure. Yeah, I know. It's going to get a while to get used to that. 2 minutes remaining, and let's watch this last replay. Let's watch Blue on this wave. Surfer in white, Blue Ure. Nice carving turn on the backhand, but he loses his balance there, so he loses that flow into the wave, and thus he has to kick out.
Yeah, that was on its way to being a nice wave, but like you said, just maybe mistimed that turn a little bit as well. And it looks like somebody is. I'm not sure if they have sound down there, but it looks like he's looking for a time count, perhaps.
Yeah, I do believe the beach announcers are down at the remote location. They actually got one of the tractors to pull one of the modules down there for the judges at about 9-10 o'clock this morning, because they were flirting with, okay, there's no surf out in front of the original contest site. We have to go to the alternate site, and that's going to take a while to get this module down to the beach, so they did so. So last wave for Giorgio Gomez, a 4.4, so that betters his situation. It solidifies his second place for our surfer in white, Mr. Ure. How's that? Mr. Ure now needs a 6.74, and for Steve Latterman, surfer in blue, he needs a 7.17, but time is running out, 50 seconds remaining.
Yep, 50 seconds remaining in heat number 6, round 1, so we're making our way almost through half of round number 1. Aaron Rowe on a small one. He's just going to try and look for one maneuver, knowing that the time is winding down. But really, it's Blue and Steve that are trying to get past Giorgio Gomez in this last 30 seconds. They're going to need the highest single wave score of the heat in order to pass Giorgio. So in the last 20 seconds, I think Giorgio's sitting pretty and made it. Time to regroup and get ready for the next round for Giorgio.
All right, 10 seconds remaining on the outside. This will be Blue Ure's last chance. Surfer in white, good carving turn on the forehand, but he needs an above-average score of a 6.74, and the sound of the horn rounds out heat number 6, round number 1, dominated by Aaron Rowe, and it was enough for Giorgio Gomez to get through with this heat, even though he was very frustrated. So we'll take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll introduce our surfers for heat number 7, round number 1. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships live from cold Hawaii, Denmark.
And we are back live. There you see our new location, about a half a kilometer from where we were yesterday racing in the technical semifinals. No waves out in front of the fishing boats there to the left side of the screen. And we are currently in heat number 7. And that is our surfer in white. That's Claudio Nica. We saw his brother Leonard Nica earlier today winning his heat. So Claudio Nica in white. In yellow, that is our surfer from Italy. In red, we've got from Japan, Toshihiro Harada. In white, Javier Lazoya from Peru. And our surfer in blue, Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela. Welcoming back Drew Murin. What's up, Drew?
Hey, good to be back out there. I just took a walk down to the beach, and a little bumpier as we take a look at our surfers on the water. They're saying the conditions are a little bumpy out there, but they're making the best of it. And the good news is things are supposed to build throughout the afternoon, AV.
Yeah, and we've already seen some high scores thrown today. We've had one score so far going into the excellent range. That's a score of 8 or higher. That was Benoit Carpentier from France. He was the winner of heat number 4. And we've seen a number of total heat scores with Kyle Vaz of 14.4 and also Zane Schweitzer of 14.7. So those heat scores, that means that there's enough waves to have a contest, and it's just up to you to catch them. We're looking at a replay for yellow.
Yeah, that's the yellow jersey right there of Claudio Nica from Italy just taking it hard. Nice maneuver there, throwing the fins out, and he'll bop out of that one. And we're going to go down to the beach right now with Ann Flora, who's got an update from the beach. Ann.
Aaron Rowe from Channel Islands. You gotta be stoked to be taking the lead on that heat.
Yeah, really happy. It was really hard conditions. Just luck, waiting for the right wave.
What does it mean for you guys to be celebrating going to round 2 straight away?
Yeah, it's great.
Awesome.
I mean, I could see the flag flying from the beach. It really helped. I could hear them cheering. Yeah, it's good.
Well, let's hear that cheering, guys.
Okay.
Congratulations!
Man, Ann Flora loves the cheering, doesn't it? I wonder if she's a former cheerleader back in France. She's always leading the cheers and the chants and everything like that. As here comes the blue rash guard of Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela. Not be able to do much there. Now he's chasing his board down through the water there, AV. You talked about those leashes.
Yeah,
playing a vital role.
Yeah, several guys choosing to not wear a leash. That's going to allow them to have a little more footwork. Leashes don't get in the way. And you see coming off the bottom and looking for a turn off the top there, but decided to just do a little check turn to set up for that one. So maybe gave up one turn to go for one big one, and unfortunately he came unstuck. But current heat update, our surfer from Japan in red is in the lead with a 7.17. And that is a great score. Here's a replay of Claudio Nica. We saw him just catching a smaller wave right there. He's going left, then heading back right. And in the background, you saw our surfer from Japan in about knee-deep depth, meaning that he's standing on his board, but he's all the way down to his knees because he's riding such a small board. He's on a 610, which is very tiny for a SUP board. Toshihiro currently with a 7.17 to go along with a 1.0 on a second wave, so a total of 8.7. And on his backside right there, 2 quick turns, and he's going to exit out of this wave, but he's stoked. When you open up with the 717, you're going to be excited for the rest of the heat.
Oh, the 38-year-old from Zushi, Japan, and there's blue up and riding right now. This is Hernandez. Hernandez trying to make anything here as the wave starts to fizzle out on him. He loses his balance a little, and he's going to keep it going. Now he's going to pull back into it, and no, not going to make it. But a Hirata, a 7.73, like I said, 38 years of age, is talking to his coaches yesterday. They are so stoked to be here. Team Japan, I mean, they support each and every paddler no matter what event it is. And honestly, Hirata, back home, is almost a legend in Japan. I mean, has a lot of support from his fellow countrymen. So no shocker, I guess I should say, to see him with a wave score such as that.
Yes, and a current heat update with under 10 minutes to go. In 4th place from Italy, Claudio Nica, currently with a one-wave score of 3.0, and just adding into that right now, he's got a 2.43, so moves into 2nd place from 4th to 2nd. That's taking the surfer from Peru down to 4th place with a 2.10 and a 2.07, needing a 3.34 to move into advancement place. Hernandez from Venezuela currently in 3rd. He's looking for a 2.61. And there's Claudio Nica.
Oh.
When you spray your competitor has to buy you a case of beer.
That's what it is, yeah.
But it was incomplete. So.
And then he throws his paddle there. But Nica, on that layback, I mean, I think he was 2 feet underwater. His feet are still glued to the board. That was almost exciting. Take a look at Nica here. Nice layback. You see it all the way under the wave. The feet still stuck to the board, but unfortunately couldn't pull himself out of it. So I don't think that's going to help Nica too much here as we come up to the 8:49 mark as we sit in Heat 7. Top 2 advancing.
That was Francisco Hernandez that got sprayed right there. Currently in 3rd place with a 2.83 and a 2.60. So he's trying to better a 2.60. It seems like the 2s and 3s are getting thrown around a lot, those guys with those one maneuver waves, and we're seeing a lot of similar maneuvers. When you get into that good to excellent range, that's when you're showing some variety and perhaps picking a wave that's a little bit bigger. It'd be great if we can get a replay of that 7.17, but our camera guy is doing a great job down there. We've got the drone down there as well, and what a move going from here a half a K down and bringing 3 different camera angles as well.
Oh, these guys are doing phenomenal work. There's a couple on top of where we're at right now shooting camera shots all the way down the beach, a half a mile away, so they're bringing all the action to you live. Major shout-outs to the CPH crew, as here is yellow. This is Nika. Nice little maneuver there, and tries to lay it back once again. Will not complete. So I don't know if that's going to help him much. And here's Javier up and riding on his front side. Javier looking a little unstable there. He'll kick out of that one, grab his board, paddle back out for another one, AV.
So you see second, third, and fourth right now. It's anyone's game. So these competitors will try to break into that, average at least, which is a 4 to a 5.9. So with the scoring, 0.0 to 1.9, that's poor, considered a poor wave. 2.0 to 3.9, that is considered fair. 4 to 5.9, that is average. And this surfer has been surfing above average as he fades left, goes right, and off the top right there, you can see how quick he is right into that section. And I'm not sure if that will better his 3.57, but possibly with a one-turn wave right there. But way to set it up. You can tell he can read the ocean, and right here, setting it up with that fade.
Look at how quick he is on this wave. Nice little snap turn there, trying to cave a little bit of extra speed. Now takes it right off the top, brings the board around. Another big, quick turn right there. I know the judges are going to love that one for the 38-year-old from Japan. And look at his paddle. I mean, it looks like a wooden paddle. It's not even made out of carbon.
I was just going to say that, and I'm pretty sure he made that paddle himself. So really cool to see. A lot of these competitors have lots of different things going on, like they're artists or they're family men. But Toshihiro, I believe surfing with the paddle that he made himself, which is pretty cool.
Definitely, and there's some strong female Japanese SUP surfers coming up in the women's heats. And then we'll be talking about those a lot as we approach the 5:46 mark here in Heat 7. Harry Maskell from Team Australia coming up in the next heat. And I know the defending gold medalists are stoked to have him back on the water. As here's Javier taking a peek. And Javier not really got his feet under him yet, AV.
Yeah, he's looking to execute turns like that right there. You can see just kind of sliding his board, not going on rail like some of the other competitors, and that's what the judges want to see. Changing direction on rail, not just kind of kicking your board out. And there you see Francisco taking it all the way to the sand right there.
He's going to grab his board, throw it back out there. Now, a lot of competitors, as we take a look at a replay here, this is the blue of Francisco Hernandez. Everybody trying to get a little extra speed there off the top. One little hit. Not going to do much for him in the way of scoring, but you look at this break, we're not really looking for sets. It's just you're looking for a decent way. What are these surfers? They all seem to be moving back and forth, left to right, looking for something.
Yeah, and it looks like Francisco is going to move into that advancement position. He was looking for a 2.61, and I believe he's going to get the score that he needs. So you got to take off on a lot of waves. To go back to your question, Drew, you got to take off on a lot of waves because you really don't know what's going to happen when you take off on a wave. Anything that looks like you can ride it, you basically have to go. Here's Claudio Nica, again, doing that same turn where he's not really engaging the rail, that just kind of sliding the face of the board, the bottom of the board around, and board said, hey, I'm slapping you back right here. And we're still waiting for one more judge to lock in a score for Francisco, but it looks like he is going to move into the second and advancing position. And Italy, and here's Francisco up and riding again. Still one score to get locked in, and he's on another wave. This is live, and an aggressive turn right there by Francisco Hernandez, and he's going to continue on and finish off with a great turn. So this is huge. Italy currently in 5th place overall. So if Francisco Hernandez should knock out Claudio Nica, the teams behind Italy are going to be stoked, and let's watch this wave.
Yeah, Venezuela coming down. Look at him reach way out with the paddle, bring a little bit of water, throws a big old bunch of spray there, trying to kick the back end out as far as he could. Now he takes a few extra strokes, trying to carry a little extra speed, floats over the top there, and his team stoked as they had their hands in the air, shooting for the young Venezuelan, Francisco Hernandez. I've just been told that Heat 8 will not be run, so the next heat, in case you're following along back home on ISA Worlds, we're not going to run Heat 8 due to the fact that the Tahitian Puanaki Raioa did not attend this event. So we're going to move straight on to Heat 9 coming up.
So that means that both surfers will advance, but kind of a bummer for Harry Maskell, doesn't get a chance to check the conditions. And Claudio Nica, who's looking for a score, he needs a 2.94. So far, not able to execute. There's one turn and rides out of it, but I don't think that's going to help him. And we saw Francisco Hernandez getting the score he needed with a 3.10. You can see Claudio hoping, waiting for something, and right there with a little bit of a turn, but again, not on rail like the judges really want to see.
Yeah, the wave really not picking up his speed. You see him really just get sort of cringing for any kind of energy, any kind of speed to help him push him through there. So it looks like Nico will remain in that place. But Harada with that first wave, so crucial, like you said, catch as many waves as possible, because Harada, that 717, definitely faring well so far with only 2 minutes remaining. And here is Javier up and riding. A couple quick maneuvers there. Oh, Javier goes over the handlebars.
And Toshihiro actually bettered his low score of a 3.57, bettered it to a 5.5, so he moves even further into the lead with a total heat score of 12.67. So he's got a 717 to go along with a 5.5. Currently in second place, Francisco Hernandez. He's got a little bit of a lead on Claudio Nica. Claudio's still looking for that 2.94, and he just had a wave lock in at a 2.83. It's going to help him, but not going to be enough. So Claudio Nica and all of Italy needs him to advance, but Francisco Hernandez betters his score, so it makes it even more difficult for Claudio Nica, who now needs a 4.04. He needs the best wave of the heat, and this is what makes surfing so exciting, is anything can happen in 1 minute.
And there's no repecharge heats.
No
so Nica,
repecharge.
this is unknown ground for Nica. This is unfamiliar territory for Nica, as you don't even see him in this camera shot right here. Nica searching for something big with 45 seconds left, as Hernandez turning on one. Harada takes a look at one. No, he's going to pass on that one. So it all comes down to the man in yellow right in the center of your screen.
And how's this paddle battle right now? Francisco Hernandez further out than Claudio Nica, so he's going to try and take away any opportunity that he can to prevent Claudio Nica from getting the score. And you see Francisco sees something. He's paddling. He's whipping his board around. Two surfers looking at this wave. And they're both going to have a look, but Claudio Nica on the outside. Take it away, Drew.
Yeah, Hernandez grabbing this one, carrying a little bit. Nice snap there for Hernandez, trying to carry any kind of speed. Another big maneuver by Hernandez, as he's going to ride this one all into the beach. But the question is, Nica in the yellow, what did he see there, AV? We saw him turn on something. Was it enough, as we see him sitting on his board out in the water right now? Here's Hernandez's ride.
Yeah, that was that right that we just saw, and Hernandez is trying to better his low score of a 3.10, and it looks like he is going to do that. So with a pair of 3.93s, Francisco Hernandez could have upset Claudio Nica. We're waiting for the last score to drop for Claudio Nica. And unofficially, yes, it is Francisco Hernandez in second place to go along with Toshihiro Harada from Japan. Toshihiro with a total heat score of 12.67.
Our first upset of the day. No repecharge heat, so unfortunately, Claudio Nica going to be cheering on his brother here coming up in future heats.
Yep, so there you have the conclusion of heat number 7, and we're going to be skipping heat number 8 because Poinaiki Rioja from Tahiti, former champion, could not make the trip. That was a 3-person heat. Now that's a 2-person heat, so because we're pressed for time, I know the officials went and talked to the surfers and the managers and said, hey guys, we're in crunch time. Can we just not run your heat? And you can free surf all you want.
Yeah, they'll be out there free surfing for sure. So congratulations to the Japanese paddler Harada, the 38-year-old, taking that heat pretty confidently, not catching as many waves as the rest of the paddlers, but that surfer surfing very, very smart. The heat number 9 coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We got a good one for you. We got Team Australia and 2 Irish SUP surfers going to be in this heat. So a heat of 3 coming up. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with more live from the 2017 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in Denmark.
Also
Velkommen til Kantrum. Vi er i Blåvand, nærmere betegnet Hvidebjerg Strand. Byen, hvor de få indbyggere har formået at skabe et hyggeligt sted med atmosfære. Der er ideelle muligheder for familier, der er ideelle muligheder for windsurfing, og der er ideelle muligheder for at se og opleve en masse ting, mens man er her. Vi er en del windsurfere, som er kommet her igennem 25 år, og som kunne se et kæmpe potentiale for stand-up-paddling i Blåvand. Vandet er forholdsvis roligt, selvom vi er ved den jyske vestkyst. Dette giver folk en fed oplevelse, på trods af, at det er første gang, de prøver det. Jeg hedder Lars Bjerregaard, jeg er windsurfer og stand-up-paddler.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're in cold Hawaii, and in fact, we have moved up the beach, up north, to a place called Dead Man's.
I love it.
Dead Man's.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. But that's where the surf is, so we got to take total control of it. I believe we have an interview down on the beach, and Flora, if you can hear us, take it away.
Congratulations on taking the lead on that heat. Tell us what's the secret on being so quick on those maneuvers.
僕は体が小さいので、特にこういうコナミは有利だと思います。
He's got a small body, so he doesn't mind these little waves at all.
A quick word on that paddle.
そのパドルについて一言。
僕のボスが作ってるハンドシェイプのパドルなんですけども、すごく調子よくて、見た目はクラシックなんですけど、最先端のパドルですごく調子いいです。
So the guy that got him into stand-up paddling shapes his wooden paddles, and although it looks heavy, it's super light and it's super good for surfing.
Congratulations, Toshihiro Harara.
Ichiban, congratulations. Toshihiro advancing on into round number 2, and that was probably the most exciting heat of the morning.
You know,
or the afternoon. It feels like morning, but it's really the afternoon.
Hey, Bo, I don't know what...
I'm still on Hawaiian time.
You haven't been to bed.
It's 3:38 a.m. in Hawaii, and my body clock hasn't adjusted yet.
Bo's just been partying nonstop, so he doesn't know what time it is. He's just been having a good time here. But I'll tell you what, yeah, give it to the Japanese rider. We didn't get to see many of his waves there. Hopefully we can pull those back out of deep storage. But the kid just came out on fire with that 7 and then never looked back. Like I said, he only caught 4 or 5 waves, but the ones he did catch counted.
Well, welcome. We have now skipped heat number 8 because of former gold medal champion Poanaki Raioa from Tahiti is not here. And it was a 3-man heat, so thus not sensible to run a 2-man heat when top 2 will advance on in, so the event organizers saving another 15 minutes and valuable time there. So we're going to move into heat number 9. Kai Bates, the top seed coming into this event. Why is he the top seed? He hadn't surfed in an ISA event. Well, because of his team. Team Australia is the defending gold medal champion, and thus Kai Bates is already locked in a 6.33 and a 1.53. The surfer, the 22-year-old out of Mollymook, Australia.
Mollymook, Australia.
Where is that, Drew?
It's somewhere in Australia. It's a very nice place.
I bet you it's by the coast.
Well, you know what? Honestly, I think I spoke with this guy on the bus, and he's big into skiing. So, I mean, it's got to be somewhere. I don't know where. We'll have to look that one up, Bo.
Well, we got 2 Irish surfers. I heard you promoting the Irish surfers. Are you part Irish?
You know, I can drink like an Irishman. That's all. Like
you kind of look like an Irishman.
That's as close to Irish as I get.
You're really red in the face too.
It might be the sun.
It's got to be the sun.
But yeah, these 2 young Irish surfers. I say young because one of them is one of the oldest competitors we have. I mean, 47 years old, a school teacher in Ireland, Paul Byron. I mean, this guy. He has 2 daughters that are avid surfers. You see him right there coming across the front there. You just in the white rash guard. very talented, very country-oriented, and just a strong advocate for surfing in his home country.
Well, we can see Jason Smith there from Ireland in yellow, trying to stay on balance onto his board. He's a 42-year-old from Strandhill, Ireland. And talking with Jamie Mitchell, he raves about the surf in Ireland. He says there's some great big wave surfing, and he says he would love to see this event, the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships in Ireland. He says they have river waves, they have lakes, they have multiple bodies of water that this place could really explode. And on the coast, there's definitely surf.
Well, it would be exciting to go to Ireland, especially for you, a man that loves microbrews and brews, as we take a look at the red jersey there of Kai Bates from Australia. Nice little hit there for Kai. I know his team very, very strong, and honestly, Team Australia wouldn't put Kai in that position if they didn't know he could bring home the gold.
Well, I tell you what, he's just backed up his opening wave of a 6.33 with that last ride you saw on the replay of a 6.0. So Kai Bates dominating. So it's going to be the battle of our two Irishmen to see which Irishman's going to advance. And here we go. Jason Smith up and riding, currently in third place, needing only a 1.82. Now, how is this? You come together as a team, and all of a sudden you find yourself surfing against one of your fellow teammates, and one's going to be in and one's going to be out. It's kind of a cutthroat situation. You didn't think it was going to happen.
No, you really didn't. But, you know, these two have probably surfed against each other numerous different times.
And they probably have a grudge, a personal grudge against each other.
Exactly. So they're probably, you know, I'm one up on you. You know how these surfers are. I'm one up on you. I'm two up on you. As we'll see how. Is it going to be the 47-year-old or is it going to be the 42-year-old? All I know is Jason Smith, he's a surf champion back there in Ireland, so watch out for that young 42-year-old.
Okay, so it's the battle of the 40-year-olds in second place. They are comboed out of the lead. Why? Because Kai Bates got a pair of sixes, a 6.33 and a 6.0 with 6.35 remaining.
Kai Bates already with 6 waves, Bo.
Yeah.
I mean, wasted no time whatsoever.
I tell you what, these guys are catching waves either every minute or every other minute. And let's watch Kai in his 6-point ride.
Kai on the
this
front
could
side.
be his last wave.
See the helicopter around that paddle. He's just, the kid is so talented. As he pulls a couple of strokes there, trying to get a little bit of speed, pops off the top there, rides it out to his knee, and that'll might not be his best score there, but Kai staying very, very active out there, and I know the judges are loving that.
Okay, here we go. This is Byrne up and riding. Let's see if he can use his paddle. He's got a bit of a wider board. He's getting in on the inside. He needs to start carving his maneuvers here.
Are you saying he's got a wider board because of his size there, Bo?
No, I'm just saying his board is wide. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Mr. Byrne. And you see our drone flying around out there. That's what's bringing you these amazing shots that you're seeing here.
Look at all those flags, Drew, right on the shoreline. All the teams cheering on. You know, it's like a ghost town over here at the main point. You know, we've got some old timers up there, the regulars, the locals. You know, talking story over there, and we've got some of the event organizers, the volunteers, still working hard. But everybody's moved north up the beach, a full K up there to Deadman's, and enjoying the new venue of this location.
Yeah, if you want to steal a brownie right now from the kitchen, it is the time. I'm just telling you right now. How'd you think I got you those brownies, right? Everybody's up there. We're here.
You gave me one. I put it on, and then we were live on the air, and I couldn't speak.
Yeah, and the best thing about Danish brownies is they're fat and calorie free. So you actually
get out of here.
You lost weight by eating that brownie.
Get out of here. Now I know you're pulling my leg.
Kai Bates just dominating this heat with 5 minutes left.
Okay, here comes the tractor, Drew. You see it off to the right? See the tractor?
Right in the center of your screen there.
Yeah.
That's the tractor that pushes and pulls all the boats into the water. They back that.
And they pulled that container down for the judges. The judges didn't have to haul their own container down the beach.
The judges were in the container when they hauled it down there.
That I did not know. I wouldn't be surprised. They bust everybody else down. So, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. This is the Kai Bates heat, and this is the Battle of Ireland.
Battle of Ireland. It would be tough to be. Who do you cheer for if you're Team Ireland right now?
I don't know. I think Bernie's going to pull it off here. Paul Byrne, he only needs a 2.07. Smith on his last wave got a 2.2, but I like that wide board for Byrne. I think he's going to pull it off. He can get a 2.07.
Yeah, like you said, both these gentlemen in their mid-40s, early 40s, late 40s. They're both in their 40s. I think Smith's going to edge him out by just a bit, just because I don't. And here's Burns. He just rolls
really
over the top.
You really think he's going to edge him out on that wave?
I'm going to go. That was Paul.
Oh, that's my man.
Yeah, come on, pay attention, Paul. Pay attention.
I'm sorry.
3:35.
There we go. Kai Bates out in the lineup with 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 6.33 is 6.0. Good balance from our leader now. He sees a wave approaching. He's going to reposition, and he opts not to go for this next wave. Gets down, crunched low, kind of looking at the horizon. Well, there's Bernie. He's off on the side. He sees something. All right, here goes my guy.
All right.
Here goes Paul Byrne. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Go,
get this
Paul.
wave.
And he decides not to. And my man over there, Jason Smith, married to a beautiful young lady, Mags, as Kai Bates just not wasted any time. Kai's like, you guys don't want this? I'll take it.
How do you know this stuff? How do you know who he's married to?
I have a relative in
Ireland.
In Ireland, yeah.
See, I knew you were Irish.
I know
stuff. Look at that snap maneuver from Kai. Beautiful surfing all the way to ankle-deep water. This could be a keeper wave. Let's watch this from the get-go.
Yeah, look at Kai Bates throwing all kinds of water as he throws the back end of that board out, getting the speed back. Another big maneuver, big snap turn there, more water spraying around. He pulls hard with that paddle on the right-hand side. One more, there you have it. Not quite as big as those first two, but 3 giant maneuvers there by Kai. He's looking one more and just adds on to just keeps throwing down the right there, Bo.
Okay, here goes my guy, Paul Byrne. Nice carving turn, cuts back in. He's blowing this wave up. Come on, Paulie.
Paul,
you can do it.
And he
he dismounts. And look at that dismount. That was a man in confidence coming off his board.
The American judge gives him a 10 for that dismount.
No, he only needs a 207.
I was talking about the dismount.
Well, he only needs a 207.
Oh, I don't know. Jason Smith, come on, my friend.
Okay.
Mags is cheering you on. Go. I know
it's
she's at home right now.
Battle of Ireland. Smith versus Byrne. I bet they have their own Crescent family logo.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, Mags might not be there if Jason doesn't win this heat. She might just say, you know what, I'm just going to move out.
No.
No, she won't.
She'll move over to the Byrne side?
Nah.
Well, let's see. Judges are coming in here for both Kai Bates. Judges are coming in here for Jason Smith. Judges are coming here for Paul Byrne. And Bernie gets a 177, so it was 0.4 away from what he needed. 0.4.
Close. I'm sorry, Jason. You know, he's
I'm still not giving up.
Look at Kai Bates.
Yeah, he's dominating. But I'm worried about Paulie out there. He's got a minute left. He now needs a 2.77. Because why? Because your guy gets a 2.33.
That's right.
Now,
it's not how much you win by, Bo. It's just if you win or not.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. Your guy's winning, and my guy's going to be eliminated, and they're both on the same team.
Oh, look at Jason Smith. Big bottom turn there by Jason. Oh. That's going to add to his score right there.
So you've got the young guy, and I've got the older guy, and that's what you're saying?
They're 5 years apart.
They're 5 years
When you get into your 40s, 5 years is like 6
All right, here goes Bernie.
Yeah, Bernie, let's go, buddy.
Nice fluid transition, combination maneuvers, stay on the wave. Yes! He makes the connection on his forehand. He's not done. He's going down the line.
Look at his speed.
He's going to tap off the top of 360 aerial reverse dismount.
Bernie. And the crowd goes wild.
That's the wave that's going to make this heat. Let's watch the recap. Here he goes down the line. Look at the carving maneuvers. That is so hard to do on this board. And he's off the board, and he finds a way to get back on this wave.
Doesn't lose his balance.
Yes.
Just pulls really hard with that paddle right there.
And this last maneuver, that's the 0.4 that I was missing on my last score.
So much speed there, Bo. I mean, he was blistering down that wave. That could have done it.
Well, time's over. And you know what? The judges have put the event on pause because they have to analyze the last wave from Paul Byrne.
That's right.
There's so much drama right now. We're going to take a break, regroup, recap.
I'm sweating.
When we come back,
I'm sweating.
we'll have heat number 10 and the exciting results of heat number 9. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from cold Hawaii. Don't go anywhere. The Battle of Ireland results will come up next.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the medical team here.
I'm doing the lights.
For just €10, you can become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media team.
Hi, my name is Nikolai, and I'm part of the crew at Copencold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in Cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer program of this amazing event.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and we are entering in another exciting heat. Heat number 10, round number 1 of the men. And I just have the official word from our event organizers. We are going to conclude men's round number 1, and women's round number 1 is on standby. They're going to make a call coming up at 4 o'clock, and that's just 9 minutes from right now. So the event organizers are anxious to get the wahinis, as we call them from where I'm from, the wahinis into the water. Those are the ladies in the women's SUP surfing division of our international surfing competition. And we're going to bring back AV Anthony Villa. And let's introduce our surfers out in the water here in heat number 10, round number 1. Japanese surfer in the red jersey. This is Hirokoshi in red. Sebastian Gomez from Peru in white. And we got Joost from the Netherlands in the yellow jersey. And in the blue jersey, Nikos from Greece. AV, welcome back to the broadcast booth. You missed the heat of the day.
Yeah, I could hear you guys from the house, which was about 15 minutes away.
No way.
And
the speakers are that loud?
Yeah, the speakers are that loud. And boom, that's Hirokoshi from Japan. Just 2 beautiful turns right off the start, and he's going to jump over that section and connect all the way to the inside. He's looking for one more maneuver, moves his feet to the tail of his board, and finishes off that wave. So 2 nice opening turns, linked it to the inside, and 1 closing maneuver for Hirokoshi.
All right, let's watch Hirokoshi here again. He lets the whitewater pick him up. Here he goes, the goofy footer. Nice tap off the top. Extends it, throws the tail, throws the spray. The accent of that spray was a lot better than his previous wave. Here he goes down the line one more time, and whap, one more final maneuver there for Hirokoshi. So stand by for scores. In fact, he'll have a couple of opening wave scores still yet to be added into his repertoire. So I'm very disappointed. Paul Byrne, in my mind, had earned the 2.77, but the judges awarded him after the horn had blown. They had conferred, and they actually had put the event on standby to award him that 1.77.
Yep, I think that's why you're here in the announcing booth and the judges are judging. Your judging scale, according to your heart, wasn't really in coordination with what the judges actually saw. So I'm sorry about that, Bo. Sorry about that.
Well, I was cheering for the guy.
Yeah, he was doing wonderfully until you started cheering for him. That was Sebastian Gomez from Peru.
Well, actually, his best 2 waves were his last 2 waves, so I think I helped him.
So he was doing better when you started cheering for him.
I think so.
Okay. So if Bo cheers for you, you're going to start doing well. So you want Bo on your cheering side. Bo actually cheers for everyone. One of the nicest guys in surfing that you'll ever meet. And I've never met somebody who didn't like Bo.
Here we go. There's Hirokoshi from the drone. I'm getting a little bit dizzy. You're spinning us around here. 5.17 for that wave, that combination, and that puts him from 3rd to 1st place. So that alters the lineup in order. Remember, these 4-man heats, top 2 will advance. And here we go. Hirokoshi taking a look at this wave, AV, and just out of balance. And how hard is it to stand and stay committed on onshore choppy conditions?
Yeah, it's very difficult, and I was joking around with Ibaya Moreno, who is as you know, world champion windsurfer, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna do great because you're great surfing in the wind. She's like, no, when it's windy, I go windsurfing.
Yeah, exactly.
I only surf when it's not winding. So even with people that have experience, and there is our surfer from Greece, Kalakis, and he's going to go another goofy footer. Loving the goofy foot action that we're seeing here today.
Question, AV, are you goofy foot?
No, I just appreciate the goofy foot surfing, and okay, I am
I've
goofy foot.
I've seen you surf. I know the answer to that question. There's our water patrol out there. These are volunteer lifeguards out here. I was having lunch with the father and son combo that was out here today, and very, very dedicated to their nonprofit organization that does a lot of life saving, not only here in cold Hawaii, but up and down the coast here up to Kilmoller.
There you see some great paddle work there, and connecting to the inside. So using the paddle to bunny hop through to the inside section, and he's heading left, looking right. And unfortunately, nothing on offer at the end of that wave, but a nice opening turn. And here, the paddle's on his toe side, and he switches it to his heel side, wraps that cutback back into the whitewater, changes sides once again. So the judges like to see that paddle work. We'll see how they reward that. That turn right there behind the flags was a second maneuver added into his scoring potential for this wave, and was hoping for one more on the inside, but not able to get it.
Well, Hiro Horikoshi trying to excel himself into the second round as his teammate Toshihiro Harada had won heat number 7 in one of the most exciting heats, outpointing Claudio Nica and eliminating him in that heat.
Yeah, so Italy going down, one of their surfers making it on to the next round, one of them not. So they are currently in 5th place for team points, and we're not going to be awarding any medals today in the surfing, but some of the competitors will get knocked out of the competition. And there's our surfer in yellow from the Netherlands, and he's going to be taking this one all the way in, looking for one more maneuver right there, but jumping off on the shoreline and heading back out with 8 minutes to go in heat number 10, round 1.
Well, Horikoshi in the lead right now. There's Jost in the yellow shirt. Let's watch him in the yellow jersey on his forehand. Has the paddle on his toe side, as you said prior to the goofy footer. Nice carving turn with that big board. Gets back around, so redirects using his paddle, still working down the lineup and on the kick out maneuvers. So Jost earlier has a 1.67. On his third wave, he has a 2.13. He's currently in second place. He needs to solidify his scoring to hold down that advancing position as we're halfway through this heat with just about 7.5 minutes remaining.
7.5 minutes to go, and this heat's wide open for second place. Horikoshi, it looks like, has 2 waves that are in the fair to average range. So he has a little bit of a lead with a total heat score of 10. That's a great score if you get that for one wave.
Yeah, that's the maximum you can get for one wave.
And still a pretty good score for the rounds that we've seen today. Very few people have broken into the double digits, and surfer in white having a look right there. And Horikoshi going for the late takeoff, which helped him on that 5.17. So swings it back, cuts it in, hits it off the white water, and just kicks out of that wave.
Well, we saw in the last wave on the kick out, that was Sebastian Gomez. He scored a 4.5 on his last wave. Combo that with his opening ride of a 2.13. Sebastian has now taken second place over Jost from the Netherlands in yellow. So Jost now needs a 4.51, a near average score, to get back into second place. And Nikos from Greece in blue now needs a 4.91. And here we go, Jost up and riding.
Jost looking for that 4.51, and he's got some speed to work with, and slices one off the top, and he's going to connect to the inside. And no maneuvers there, so just the one turn. But that was, I'm going to say, one of his better turns of this heat.
Well, he needs the best score in this heat to get himself out of third into second. 6 minutes remaining. As we see, look at this stance. He looks like a praying mantis getting ready. I mean, he's got that kneel down. He got the knee up. Gomez in position to strike, and there he goes. He sees a wave, rebalances with that paddle. Sometimes that paddle comes in handy for balance when you stand up.
Yeah, it acts as a third point of balance. And Sebastian looking at this wave, and he's going to take it. And one turn right there. This wave is going to double up on the inside. And it looked like those 2 waves were going to connect, but unfortunately they didn't. And that's the waves that will provide the most scoring potential today, are those double ups, where 2 waves become one and increase in size, and most importantly, increase the speed of the surfers. That's what you want to do these maneuvers, to throw spray, to do an air. You need a lot of speed, and then you need to transfer that speed using your paddle as well.
5 minutes remaining. This is the 5-minute mark. Usually on the horn or on the tower, they'll indicate 5 minutes remaining for the surfers. This is kind of like the 2-minute warning in surfing. This is crunch time for these guys because not only do they have to surf and catch waves, but they have to paddle back out to the lineup.
Yeah, and the paddle back out is very difficult on a stand-up. I think, on a short board or a long board, it's a little easier. You just kind of lay there. Not to say that paddling's easy by any means, because it's definitely hard. But trying to stand up through this wind, through these waves, and with the fast interval of the waves, you've got to punch over a bunch of waves before you actually get to the outside. So just paddling out in these conditions is difficult. Just staying out on your board on the outside is very difficult. And you can see the length of the paddle out, the competitor in yellow, that's Jost right there. So he's got to pop through a wave right here. And you want to get into that staggered stance when you pop over the waves. That's a little bit easier. You have a little more balance. Here he's going to pop through another wave on the right-hand side of your screen. So it's not easy to surf, and it's not easy to paddle out. But when you combine all those things, that's what really makes it so exciting. And you see the top competitors able to paddle out very easily.
Well, here we go. Sebastian Gomez from Peru, a very surf-rich country. In fact, Peru was the host of the 2012 and 2013 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships in Miraflores, just outside of Lima. A beautiful place. And let's watch what Sebastian can do here. Not going to be one of his top two waves. And you would think Peru, not a big SUP nation, but back in 2013, they had two of their SUP surfers in the top 5, and one actually won a medal. And in that year, it was a silver medal to Tamil Martino, and Jose Gomez actually placed 5th. So they had two surfers in the SUP surfing year that Sean Pointer won his first gold medal, and he was pretty much the lone guy with him and Colin McPhillips representing the United States in 2013.
Yeah, it was those two guys, Amy Merrill, and one prone guy came out. And here we see Hirinobu on that wave. It's our current heat leader. I'm not sure if that's going to better his score, but we're going to have a look at it again. And he's going for the late takeoff. There's not much room to work with, so he takes off with the white water. Nice paddle transfer cut back right there. Gets the paddle back to his toe side, little check turn, and he's going to hop his way to that finishing maneuver. And he is showing some great variety out there.
Yeah, he sure is. Here goes Jost again. Now he needs a score of a 5.58. He's had his best wave on his last ride of a 2.2. And on the outside, we can see Sebastian Gomez. Here he goes. Nice carving turn, throws the tail. Using that paddle and transition. Here he goes again. And these waves are just so small on the inside. Sometimes they're just not really looking to push that length of ride. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, it's not optimal conditions out there, and I know there are some surfers that might be a little bit frustrated at the conditions, but what I always say is somebody's got to win the heat. Somebody's got to win the event. So you may as well get in the right frame of mind and not think about them being as bad. Think about, hey, I got to go out there and catch two waves better than anyone else out there.
And Mother Nature delivering these small conditions out here, and everybody's competing in the same conditions. It's not like Zane Schweitzer had 15-foot surf like he had over at Cloudbreak, last year. It wasn't 15. It was, it was in that 6 to 10-foot range. But, everybody has to surf in the same conditions.
Same conditions and, same time, 15-minute heats. And same judges, so everything's the same. It's all about how you prepare mentally in order to, finish on top in events like this where the world's best are assembled. And Joe's having a ball out there, just catching wave after wave, and looks like his paddle is caught on his leash, which happens a lot. And that's something that when you really crank a hard turn, that's where you fall because your paddle doesn't extend as like it should.
Well, here's a question for you. Leash or no leash in a competition like this, AV?
I think you'll see a number of competitors you've already seen not wear a leash. So that's one of the downfalls about having a leash, especially with the longer boards. That board in the 8-foot range, so you've got to have a leash that's 8 or 9 feet. And Gomez, Sebastian, on his backside, we've seen him on a number of frontside waves. And going on his first backside wave with 25 seconds left. He's still in advancement position, but he wishes he was getting barreled somewhere. And that wave right there 2 turns using that paddle on the toe side and going for a 3rd turn, actually. So that was a really good wave.
I love the shape of his board, more of a traditional, looks like an old 70s single fin type board shape.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. And he might better his low score, so we're going to wait for that. And that heat is winding down as we saw Hironobu Horikoshi winning that heat from Japan. So both our Japanese competitors winning their heats here today in men's round 1 of SUP surfing.
We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the results of heat number 10 to introduce heat number 11. 2-time gold medalist will be in the water. Sean Pointer, you're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Ko, Hawaii, Denmark. Stay tuned.
Copenhagen is a pretty special city in itself. There's such a strong cultural scene here. Copenhagen is also a gem when it comes to water sports. And that's what's really special about having a world championship here. Like, you're really highlighting that you have all this water to play with. Copenhagen is a city that's full of so much life and energy. Like, you look everywhere and there's people on the water or in the streets laughing and smiling. No matter if you go to the Little Mermaid or you check out the Parliament or you go to some of the cozy little restaurants in New Haven, really there's so much to take in. Not in my wildest dreams would I have thought that we would be coming to Denmark to compete for gold. So if I could come close to winning a gold medal in front of my friends and family, that'd be a dream come true. I've been going to sleep, I've been waking up, I've been dreaming about winning in front of my hometown crowd. And I'm going to do everything I can do to make that dream come true.
And welcome back to the 2017 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, Denmark is the location Dead Man is. Contest grounds for today. Drew with you. Anthony Vela in the booth calling this heat for you live. AV, not a bad heat in the last one.
Yep, fantastic heat in that last one. We saw Japan winning once again. And here's more of a conventional longboard style SUP surfboard. We see our competitor in yellow setting up this heat. We have in red our 2-time champion Sean Pointer from the United States, and he's up and riding right there. In white we have from England Dave Eyre. In yellow from Austria we have Christian Taucher, and in blue Nikolai Nikolov from Bulgaria, as Sean Pointer is ripping this one to the inside.
Sean Pointer, former 2-time gold medalist, didn't medal in Fiji last year. Highly disappointed with it. So he's coming back, definitely wanting to bring back some more hardware here in 2017. Early on in this heat, like we mentioned, Bulgaria making their appearance here at the ISA. So stoked to have one of the many new countries in Bulgaria. I mean, that's phenomenal.
That is absolutely phenomenal. And you see from England, we saw his son surfing earlier, and father-son combination here, and there is Father Dave. His son Blue was surfing in the white jersey, so same color jerseys for the Eyre family. And Sean Pointer, the most decorated SUP surfer at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, with 2 golds, a copper medal, and also a silver medal. He's finaled every single year except for last year. And Sean Pointer wants to get back into that final this year.
And I know when Sean Pointer won his gold medal, I believe he's wearing a red rash guard. So I think that's his lucky color, AV.
That's definitely his lucky color.
But I want to go back to the Bulgarian real quick. Only competitor for his country of Bulgaria, 30 years of age, from Sofia, out there representing his country all alone. So just major accolades to Nikolai for coming out and supporting here the ISA World Championships, as there is the gold medalist on the bottom of your screen in the red, Sean Pointer.
And Sean Pointer is going to be catching a lot of waves. He's going to try to build his heat, and he has to maneuver around another competitor right there, but he does a great job. And Sean does a tremendous job staying low with a great center of balance with a nice wide stance. You see the Zane with a similar wide stance. And no matter what the conditions, Sean knows how to compete. He takes a lot of time studying strategy with his coach Ian Cans as well. And there you see Sean Pointer with a nice cross bow backside turn right there. Then he's going to keep the paddle on his toe side on that second turn, and then use the cross bow again for turn number 3. So showing variety, which the judges love to see, and Sean knows how to compete like we just talked about.
Strong competitor back home in California. You've seen him compete on numerous different platforms and stages, and definitely a winner.
Yep, Sean Pointer, the most decorated SUP surfer, and along with Antoine Del Perro, who's not here this year. They've both made 4 finals, and we've got some scores still waiting to drop. We're waiting for 3 scores from Sean Pointer. You see him with a 0.00 as the judges will look through their scores. We've got a head judge and 5 judges for each heat, and they'll drop the high and low scores and keep and average out the middle 3 scores. And there we see 1 score from Sean Pointer locking in. We're still waiting for 2 other waves of Sean Pointer.
And here's Nikolai from Bulgaria riding this right. Got almost around on that one, Nikolai. He'll get the next one. But I do want to point out Dave Ewer from England, who's in this heat, the 48-year-old. His son competed just moments ago, Blue Ewer, in heat number 6. So little father-son competition going on here in the SUP Surfing World Championship. So Pointer way out in front right now. Well, I shouldn't say way out in front, only with the 3.67. You got the Aussie in second place. And we move on down the line there. So all of our paddlers out there just looking for anything. You talked about it earlier. These guys got to stay active. They just got to look at catching every little single thing they can. We saw it from the Japanese paddler. He pretty much showed us. Catch everything you can, because you don't know if that's going to be a 7-8 point ride or it could be a 2-point ride.
Exactly. And there's Nikolai again up and riding, and he's going to milk this one all the way in. But Sean Pointer had his scores lock in. So Sean with a 4.60 and a 3.93, he's moved into the lead with a total heat score of 8.53, and currently second's up for grabs. And if Dave, who is the father heir, and just ripping on that wave, if he should happen to advance, Blue just missed out. He can always say, hey, son, I went further at the World Championships than you.
Yeah, exactly. So a little bit of bragging rights here. Dave Ewer, a water sports owner back home, loves getting big waves, either windsurfing or SUP, and enjoys competing against his son Blue, who's just 15 years of age. We saw in an earlier heat. So definitely a strong personality in the country of England, and or the Kingdom of England, exposing many people to SUP surfing. So thank you, Dave, for everything that you've done for the sport. As there is the yellow jersey going across the front of your screen right now. That's Christian Toscher.
Let's watch Christian Toscher on this replay. And he's showing some great paddle work and getting to the double up on that one. And then you can see that speed he carried to the bottom. And with that longer board, not able to make that connection. You talked about the shorter boards and the judges liking the quicker turns and the faster turns. And so a pro of being able to catch more waves, the con maybe when you catch the wave, not being able to rip it as hard, which is what's really going to get you the high scores.
And we're going to see some high scores coming up. As I talked to Casper Steinfath just a few moments ago, the local Denmark hero, he said the swell report looks good. Everything should continue to build throughout the day. So we're sitting here at 4:13 p.m. Danish time here in Vancouver. So late afternoon, they're expecting things just to keep building as we look across. Nice camera work shot there. And you can see all those waves just kind of stacking in on each other. AV, making for some pretty interesting conditions out there.
Yeah, it's wave after wave after wave after wave, which is great for the competitors to get a chance to warm up and get a couple waves in the free surfing area. It's also great for the heats. You won't see very many paddle battles. There's plenty of wave, plenty of space to operate. The only people who have it tough are the judges, and of course us in the booth. It's very difficult sitting next to you all day long, Drew.
I'm sorry. I'll do what I can. I brought you guys brownies. You know, I was trying to be a nice guy and just keep everybody happy around here. But, you know, like I said, the brownies, the countrymen here in the kingdom of Denmark have been so kind and so generous no matter where you see them on the streets. And look at this, Sean Pointer up and riding, wraps that one around, tries to kick that one back out. Pointer trying to keep active, trying to keep quick, tops that one off the top. Really, the wave didn't have a lot of energy, but he's doing the best he can with it, AV.
Oh, Sean just ripped that one. And got to give props to Nikolay Nikolov from Bulgaria, who did a great job of pulling out of that wave so as not to get an interference, meaning Sean Pointer had the right of way. He was looking right, but then went left. So Nikolay showing he has some competitive experience, and he's surfing really good. Just needs a 2.85 to move into second place. Currently, Dave Urer is in second with a 2.37 and a 1.97. So there you see him pulling out. That's Nikolay in the blue. Sean Pointer on the second turn right there. And he had a look at the left, but decided to go back right. And then that turn right there, although he didn't have much speed, he was still able to get up and over. And notice how low he gets to the board. That is the secret. When you see people falling, they're just too straight leg. Sean Pointer, Zane Schweitzer, Benoit Carpentier, Kyle Vaz, all those guys nice and low to their boards.
And when you see them throw those big turns, they really extend deep and then suck it back up. So very, very quality technical surfing there by the former two-time gold medalist Sean Pointer from Team USA. And it looks like Austria now falling into fourth position. Christian Toscher, the 35-year-old, needs to do something. He's a former sprint title winner in Vienna in 2017, so he comes from the world of SUP, more maybe flat water oriented out there on the surf here today. Needs to pull something out. But Dave Urer, you know his son's on the beach right now, the young 15-year-old cheering him on right there in white at the center of your screen and trying to paddle back out.
Yeah, and Dave can't rest on his laurels right now. He barely has a little bit of a lead with a total heat score of 4.34. Nikolay just needs a 2.85, and Christian only needs a 2.92. Sean Pointer is going to lock in his highest score of the event, of his heat so far. We're just waiting for the judges to finish tallying Sean Pointer's last ride. So he got in 5 turns on that wave, and although he didn't have the speed component, he did have critical maneuvers, and that's going to enter that wave into the average category for Sean Pointer.
And Pointer scored 5.0, so his fourth wave, his highest wave score of the heat. So Pointer staying very active early on. Seems like he's sort of settling in a little bit, maybe a little more persistent in his wave selection here compared to the other athletes. On the water here with 3:29 left. There is Blue. There's Mikolov. Not going to make anything out of that one. And here's Pointer back up and riding down the line on this ride, trying to carry a little bit of speed. Pull, nice Pointer style. Throwing the back end on that one. Then goes back to the backside, throws it off. So he's going back and forth here. Just snapping off the top, bringing it down the line. Nice speed there. Throws another big turn. So nice snap turns there by Sean Pointer from Team USA, trying to improve on that 4.6 in the earlier heat.
Yeah, Sean's going to definitely improve on that 4.6, and this is his competition savvy right here. He goes right over the double up, extends on the top of the wave there. So he was going right, then goes left with a paddle transfer and a crossbow turn right there, and then comes for one more hit off the top. He was about 10:30 right there, not quite 11 or 12 o'clock, and then he's going to get one more bang right here, and 4 completely different turns for Sean, and had 3 turns on the right, 1 turn on the left, and I'm going to say that is going to be his best wave of the heat so far.
And Christian Toscher from Austria, one simple little maneuver there. I don't know if that's going to help him, but Pointer, that should be a good score for him. And look at this, a 6.23 drops for Sean Pointer on that last wave, and that will improve that 4.60. So Pointer in firm control of this heat. Almost got everybody combos. Pointer's not sitting around, not wasting any time. He's going to go back after it again, but he'll kick out the backside of that one. 151 left AV. Coming up in the next heat, the Hawaiian Mo Freitas. So you don't want to go anywhere. Keep it tuned right here to isaworlds.com. We're only about halfway through all the surfing action here today as we keep you live and informed. It's Bo Hodge, Anthony Vela, Drew Murin calling it for you as we keep things moving right along. Here is Mikolov from Bulgaria, representing his country all by his lonesome. And he's going to ride that one out, trying to move into that second qualifying position.
And I'd love to see him advance for two reasons. One, because that would be cool if a surfer from Bulgaria advanced, but also I don't want Blue to be outdone by his dad. So I want to make sure that Dave gets knocked out. We saw Blue a little bit earlier,
so
and
mean.
his father, Dave, right now. I'm just going for the Grom. Like, sorry, I'm going for the Grom. You're going for the father, I should say. And Sean Pointer having a great heat so far in the lead for this heat, but Sean's going to be putting up his heat score to the other guys. So he's going to be looking at Kyle Vaz's 14.5 and Zane Schweitzer's 14.7. And even we saw Aaron Rowe with an 11.94. So Sean's going to look at everyone's scores and say, okay, I still have some work to do. What waves did I take? What waves did the other guys take that were enabling them to get into the sevens? And Benoit Carpentier as well with the highest single wave score of the day of an 8.17. And Sean with his high score of a 6.23 to go along with a 5. 11.23. That'll put him in the top 7 or 8. And Nikolay Nikolov, he's looking for a score. I think he got it.
I might have got it. It was a simple, nice maneuver there as Pointer catches this one before the end on this ride. Big hit off the top for Pointer. Falls forward. He'll bring it into the beach, and there it is. Your former 2-time gold medalist, Sean Pointer, going to move on here from round number 1. So we'll wait for the scores all to drop. We're all almost official. And right now, I believe my man Dave is going to make it in. So Dave's showing those young bucks how it's done.
Yeah, Dave surfed really, really, really well in that heat, and perhaps inspired by his son, Sean Pointer, being greeted by some American fans down there. And there's Noah Hopper. He's trying to not get wet. Giorgio Gomez still in his wetsuit. He's going to go Grom style all day long and rock the wetsuit, throws the scarf and the beanie on, and that's just Giorgio style right there.
Atta baby. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome. You are in round number 1 of the SUP paddleboard surfing competition here live from Denmark. As we got a little bit of a late start earlier today, the event was on hold due to lack of surf. The event was then moved half a mile to the north and started right on schedule at 1:30 p.m. So we're getting into heat number 12 in case you're following at home with us right now. 4:22 p.m. with plenty of SUP surfing still to come, ladies and gentlemen. And on the water now, this is heat 12. We got the Hawaiian, we got the Swede, we got the Austrian, and another young paddler from Israel all on the water right now. There on your screen is the blue rash guard of that Israeli Mor Maluka. Also, you got the Austrian in yellow, Peter Bartil. You got the Swede in white, Erlich Kirsten, and the Hawaiian Mo Freitas. He'll be wearing the white. Or sorry, my apologies, the red rash guard. So that heat coming up. I'm going to slide on over. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more live from Denmark.
Simply Cola. Helt simpelt. En økologisk cola med kun naturlige ingredienser. Colanød, galangarod, citron. Den smager forfriskende og ikke så sød. Simply Cola. En økologisk cola fra Red Bull.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And here we go. This is a replay last of yellow. This is Peter Barty from Austria in yellow, trying to stay on this wave. He had a couple of maneuvers there. Crossbow finishes trying to surf out of that wave, and he does not. Well, Drew told you the surfers in this heat. There's our surfer from Sweden in white, looking for his first ride. Have still yet to see this man in red from Haleiwa, from the North Shore of Oahu, near where I'm from. This is Mo Freitas, the 20-year-old. He is the silver medalist from last year. And Mo, Drew, how close did Mo get in that final in Fiji with Zane.
You know, Mo was right in there. Him and Zane were back and forth, dropping scores. You know, Mo was fighting some back injuries yet last year. He was really working with massage, trying to loosen him up a little bit. That might have hindered him a little bit. But Zane just all out, just shredded that last final wave and really put on a show. But Mo was right in there. Definitely one of the top contenders for this year to medal here in Denmark.
Mo's had 2 silver medals, one behind Connor in the technical in 2015 in Saliolita, another silver medal last year in Fiji behind Zane. So it seems like when he was going for gold, his teammate beats him out, whether it's Connor or Zane.
And that's been kind of the story of Mo's life throughout all the contests. You know, his big win was in Pacific Paddle Games. He finally broke out from the Connor shadow and won the technical race at PPG just a couple of years ago. And that was a huge win for Mo.
Oh,
then
it's
he got
massive.
Yeah, and then he started fighting injuries. You know, his back started really bugging him, and, you know, he really started to sort of put forth as much energy he could, but you never saw Mo 100%. And I think this year at this World Championship is the strongest that I've ever seen Mo Freitas paddle.
Well, he's had a great summer this year, hasn't he?
He definitely has.
He's been in contention at every race, whether it's been the APP, whether it's been some of the events around the world, and he's come into this event in Denmark as we watch our surfer in blue. This is more from Israel, and already one of our Israeli surfers have advanced on into round number 2. So Israel trying to go 2 for 2 in this round.
Give them credit, you know. Like I said, Rand is kind of the leader, kind of the orchestrator of Team Israel. He's down there cheering on. He's the one recruiting all the folks there from Team Israel. And now he's got a really good team showing up here in Denmark. So, Rand, high fives to you, my friend. Let's take a look.
Danny Hazen in that heat with Zane Schweitzer. So you're seeing the same seating with Hawaii and Israel in the same heat. This is a good carving wave for the opening maneuver. But Danny squeaked in by 0.16 in that heat to go to the second round.
Like we said, Bo, it doesn't matter how much. It just matters if you make it.
That's right. Well, still no waves for the man in red. The silver medalist of last year, Mo Freitas in red. Look at him. He is underwater in his board, and he's still stable.
Yeah, you know, he's got the water up to his board shorts. I mean, that's how deep that board. Mo's always known to surfing, paddling very narrow boards. And you see it out there once again. And also, Mo's known for being very selective in his wave selection. So you're going to see him take his time, try to line one up. A little bit different strategy than we saw from some of the paddlers in past heats.
All right, let's get you updated in this heat. Our leader is the surfer in blue, our Israeli surfer Mor Melaluka. Currently in the lead. He has combination scores of a couple of 2-point rides, a 2.5, 2.97, 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Currently in second place is the surfer from Austria. Peter has a combination scores of a 1.57 and a 1.33. In third right now is Ulrich from Sweden. Surfer in white now needs a 2.04 to go into second place. And for Mo Freitas, wow, Mo Freitas is in fourth place. He only has half a point. He now needs a score of a 2.41, and here goes Mo Freitas with priority on this wave, deeper on the wave. It's a whitewater wave, but he finds the open face. Big carving turn on the forehand, slices it up, and it's just a one maneuver ride. But it at least establishes a wave score for Mo Freitas, because earlier he had just a half a point.
Yeah, you know, like I said, Mo's going to be very selective. He took a look at the 44-year-old Peter Bartel from Austria. He's going to be a little more selective in his waves, but I think that was a good wave for Mo to catch and just start getting his bearings. And, Bo, that's why I'm in Denmark right there.
Are you kidding me?
That's right.
Do they know how cold that water is?
Oh, no, they're not cold. What are you talking about? They are loving life right now. I'm going to step out of the booth. I'll be back at about
No, you're not. You're not leaving me alone again.
Are you sure?
Are they Irish?
Those are my fans, Mo.
Are they part of Team Ireland? That's an ice bath down there. There's people with wetsuits in the water.
I love our production team in the truck.
You mean the local Danes go in the water like that?
You know, who knows who they are? They could be from anywhere, but they are having a blast, and they're out there bouncing around on the waves. And like I said, I should take a 10-minute break and go check and make sure they're okay.
No, you're not.
I should play lifeguard.
You could get fired.
Look, she's drowning. I might go. Oh, we're going to get back to the surfing.
Okay, there we go. Mo Freitas on point. There he goes, slices and dices yet another maneuver, and that's the Mo Freitas we know.
Yeah, that's Mo. Super quick on his feet. Mo's going to be, he's not going to take big carving turns. He's going to be really snappy, really quick, really active. And that'll definitely push Mo back up the ladder.
Well, I tell you, that's more than the 2.41. He could go to first place on that one wave alone. We're still waiting for his second and third wave score, so stand by for Mo Freitas. And here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is Peter, currently in second place, trying to stay on this wave, finds the whitewater section, rebounds off it, and he is off the backside. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
You know, the thing about Peter Bartel is he's got 4 daughters.
Are those his 4 daughters?
Those might be his 4 daughters.
Those are his 4 daughters.
They might be out there cheering for, because he's got 4 daughters. But you have 4 daughters, Bo.
I have 1 daughter.
And
it's just like having 4 daughters.
You know what it's like. So
yes.
Can you imagine having 4? So Peter taking advantage of coming to Denmark, maybe to get away from that situation.
So when Peter is working in the ISA World Championships, his daughters are plunging into the ice bath.
I don't know, but I should go check on them. They look like they need assistance.
Boy, you're just lobbying for this, aren't you?
Well, Bo, there's something about a bikini that drives me wild.
What is it?
A bikini.
Oh, I
the
thought
girl in the bikini.
I was waiting for the punchline.
I know, you might be in the bikini, but I'm about the girl in the bikini. And look at this, still waiting for Mo's scores to drop. We got 666 all across the board.
It's the Russian judge, J6. He is not committing to put in a score.
But so far, 6s across the board, so that is going to push Mo into top.
Well, you can't say that right now because you may influence his scoring.
Oh, good point.
6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Here we go, Mo Freitas on this 4th wave. Let's watch this one. This is the replay. Love the transition there. Redirects on his backhand. I mean, that wave is shin to knee high.
And there you saw that wave. It was only one maneuver wave, as there's one of our kite surfers zipping across. You can see how windy it is.
Now, we should allow kite surfing today.
In the ISAs.
In the ISA for this event. I mean, because he's using his paddle. That's his handle, his bar.
Are you going to call that a paddle, Bo?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's using it in transition. And
he's using it to rip across from right to left of the screen.
That's true. That's true. And he's going to go around that barge.
He's going to jump the jetty.
That's the big pier.
He's going to jump the pedder. He's just going to go straight over the top. Watch this.
Now, Robbie Nash can do that. I doubt he can do that.
Where's our bikini girls? Hey, girls. How you doing?
Well, Daddy is working hard, and you guys are embarrassing him right now.
Bo, it looks like, look at how all the surfers are going over to help him out now. They're like, you girls
Have they been in the water the whole heat?
They have. That's what I'm saying. I think they need assistance. But now look at the audience they have.
Well, there's lifeguards right there on paddleboards right next to them.
Maybe there's the distraction. They got maybe that's part of the other team's distraction. But Peter's like going to bring his bikini team out.
Well, it's definitely your distraction. I know that with 5 minutes remaining in this heat. And Mo Freitas is not in last place, ladies and gentlemen. He has 3 wave scores yet to be entered. And our Russian judge is just refusing to give him a score. Finally, he gives him a 3.5, a 6.0. You influenced him, and a 4.0. So combination scores of a 6, which you announced prior to that score being entered, and a 3.43. Mo Freitas goes from 4th to 1st place.
You know where that judge was? He was down with the bikini girls.
He was probably distracted listening to you. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Heat number 12, round number 1. 4 more heats remaining. And look, all those guys are watching the girls.
Hey, do you blame him, Bo? Do you blame him?
No, I don't.
Exactly. Mo Freitas now in first place, so you saw how valuable that getting back to the surfing.
Look, it's like the dead of winter. Everybody's covered up, and those girls are not.
That's why I should go check on them.
Okay.
They could catch hypothermia.
I'll tell you what. You can go. Where are they? There they are. They're still there.
Oh,
and there's Mo Freitas on spot. Every time we show it, look at that 180, skeg first, trying to ride out of it. He's got the quad set up, the 4 fins set up, and it was just too much. There was too much turbulence and too much distraction for Mo to spin that board back around.
I'll tell you, he almost pulled it off, though, but Mo not wasting any time.
Yeah, well, I was worried about him. The first 5 minutes of this heat, he didn't catch a wave.
He didn't, but that's pretty characteristic, Mo. Last year at Fiji, he was the same way. Took his time, kind of settled in a little bit, kind of watched the ocean. As here comes Peter Bartel on this right, trying to carry some kind of speed. You see him pumping that board, but the wave really not carrying a lot of energy for him.
Well, he's worried about his daughters.
I think you're more caught up with the bikini girls than I am.
No, he's in a wetsuit. The dad's in a wetsuit, and the girls are not.
They're tough here in Denmark. These girls are tough.
They are.
Hey, we're partying later, ladies. Come on down and visit.
Well, you see yellow and blue. Time remaining in this heat, counting down roughly about 3 minutes and exactly at 3 minutes. And there's Mo Freitas from Haleiwa, from the North Shore of Oahu. And you know Mo's getting excited for the new winter surf season hitting the islands this season. And he'll be going out to the outer reefs, out at Avalanche, out on the outside of Velziland, and some of the outer breaks of Oahu, and, of course, going over to Maui. He had a great year on Maui. Him, Zane, Connor, the whole strap crew, they had an excellent year at Peahi at Jaws.
Yeah, going very, very well from him there. But you got to be impressed right now with the Israeli rider. Team Israel might push through 2 SUP surfers
in the second round. As
there's Mo, a lot of power and energy coming on that cutback right there. You see him stand up. He's like, yeah, that's how I do it.
Well, Israel has 2 surfers possibly in the second round in another 3 minutes. We know Ireland doesn't have 2 surfers in the second round.
Just one. My man, James.
Just one.
Hey, by the way, you're buying the beers for that one.
I know.
Don't question me. I know my Irish surfers.
So here we go. Zooming in on our surfers.
Well, it could have been the rescue ski there.
No.
No, we're not zooming in on them.
Here we go. There's Dad. There's the girls.
Get it, Peter.
And he's paddling towards the girls. He's worried about them.
You know, all the surfers are starting to gather around him, so, you know, he's going to become defense dad here in a minute.
Well, he needs a 6.11 just to go to second.
He's got to make his way back out there.
1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
The girls seem to be faring well, though. They're catching some good waves. Next heat, though, should be pretty interesting.
Why do you say that?
Because we got the local boy in there.
Well, you're right about that, but you also got the Frenchman, Pierre.
Pierre's going to be great. Also, Felipe Hernandez.
Yeah, Felipe Hernandez from Sayulita. He is, lowerly ranked, but he has got the repertoire to win this event.
And, this is kind of Felipe, these conditions kind of...
you think so?
I think Felipe can handle these conditions very, very well.
Pretty calm, pretty, dead wind area.
Yeah, but Felipe, you can't put it past the guy. Team Mexico definitely coming here to win.
Okay, there's our 4 paddlers, right? Don't look to the right. Don't look to the right.
There's a whole bunch of paddlers out there.
Okay. Now we're busted. Now see what you did. See what you did. You got Jay in trouble now.
Your wife's going to be upset with you.
Well,
keeping your eye on those bikini girls.
She's still
the whole
sleeping
time.
right now.
She's going to watch the replay.
No,
and
you're the one that wants to go down there.
Has his eyes on those bikini girls the whole
I said
heat.
there's 4 surfers on the screen.
16 seconds left. Oh, it's been a tough one. There's Mo way up on top of the roof there, bringing it on down. So a nice big maneuver there by Mo Freitas from Hawaii, your current heat leader.
And there's the sound of the horn, and you're already 1 foot out the door, Drew.
See you guys later.
Believe it.
I'm going to go check on the bikini girls. Girls, don't worry. I'm coming.
Oh, my God.
Girls, I'm coming to save you.
Swim to England now.
I'll be back.
Straight across the channel because Drew's coming down there. Oh, my God. Well, that wraps up this heat. This was an exciting heat. Heat number 12, dominated by Mo Freitas. To come back next, and we've got one of Denmark's best, Oliver, up against Pierre from France and Philippe from Mexico. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Bye, Drew. Say bye.
Bye, guys.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the medical team here.
I'm doing the lights.
For just 10 euros, you can become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media team.
Hi, my name is Nikolai, and I'm part of the crew at Cold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in Cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer program of this amazing event.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from beautiful cold Hawaii on the western coast of Denmark. Onshore, windy, choppy conditions, but you know what? There are surfable conditions, and we are underway. We were on the hold from 8 o'clock this morning till about 1:30 this afternoon, and we are underway. And this is Felipe Hernandez from Sayulita, Mexico. Earlier in this heat, nice carving turn, redirects to his backhand, rebounds, and goes back on his forehand, not done yet, and bends that blade all the way back on his backhand, and then slashes one more turn, and score still not in, but it's going to be a good solid score for Philippe. Let's introduce our surfers in this heat. And this was an earlier ride from Pierre Rollet from France in red.
Yeah, Pierre Rollet getting his campaign started for heat number 13, and we also saw Benoit Carpentier advance from France. Felipe Hernandez in yellow, and our surfer from Denmark in white, Oliver Hartkop. Felipe Hernandez, the bronze medal winner back in Sayulita in 2015.
Oh, my God.
And we saw him.
They were going hysterical because he was in his home country surfing in a world championship in the final at Sayulita.
Yeah, there's about 5,000 people on the beach there, not even an exaggeration. And about 3,000 of them had Mexico flags. A number of great performances by the Mexican team. And they regrouped with some fundraising. They missed last year. Felipe Hernandez wasn't able to come. I believe one surfer came and surfed in Fiji. I don't think it was Felipe. But here is a replay coming up from our surfer in white. That's Oliver Hartkop from Denmark with a double pump bottom turn right there and sliding the fin. So beautiful turn right there. And I love the double pump bottom turn that enabled him to go up and over, and that's his second wave. So he's got two really good waves. Excuse me, that is our surfer in red. That's Pierre. So Pierre and Oliver and Felipe all with waves ridden so far in the early rounds, just 11 minutes, 30 seconds left.
Well, this is going to be a very contested heat as we see the darting maneuvers from Philippe using that paddle to stay on his board, and the judge is going to love that. There he goes, slicing one more time on the forehand, getting back into position, and another regroup to his backhand, not done yet, and he's manufacturing these maneuvers.
Yeah, and like you said, this heat, we've seen the opening rides already and maybe a couple rides, but this is going to be one of the hardest heats. Even though there's three guys, they're all showing that they know how to surf really well and have competition experience. Also, heat number 16 later has got some top guys that are going to be trying to advance in the top two. As wow, this is just an amazing ride that right here by the surfer from Denmark. That's Oliver, and he's going to make his fourth turn and a fifth turn on his backside. That's one of the longest waves we've seen all day.
Well, this is a local surfer right here. He's surfing in his local break. He lives just up the coast at Kiltmuller, where the windsurfers and the kite surfers hang out. So he's used to these conditions. But this surfer right here, this is Pierre Rollet from France. He's one of the top-ranked surfers. Opened up with a 0.67. He's backed it up with a 4.93. And let's watch Oliver's last ride.
Yeah, first little kind of check turn. He's just repositioning, setting up for this one right here. Boom. Nice turn, and using his paddle, keeping it on the toe side, uses it to pivot off of, and gets two quick turns right there, and then still going and throwing it up for one more turn. And this wave just keeps offering, and he says, yes, I'll take it, and then just slips off right there at the end.
That's going to hurt him because the judges want to see completive ride, but I was looking at his board for Oliver. He has a wide, thick board, but it is very loose and very, very maneuverable.
Yeah, it is, I think, like you said, a little thicker than Felipe's board and then of Pierre's board as well. But it's still got that shortboard shape. It's maybe a little thicker, glassed a little bit heavier to compensate for the lack of surf and the lack of push. So he's using that extra volume to get a little bit more speed.
9 minutes, 26 seconds remaining on standby for scores. You can tell here Oliver Hartkop opened up with a 1.5 and a 3.57. He has a fourth wave score still not in yet. We can tell you that Pierre Rollet from France in red with a 4.93 and a 2.4. And solid scoring from Felipe Hernandez. This is the most competitive heat we've seen all afternoon. A 4.17 and a 3.77, and he's up and riding.
Yeah, and you saw Felipe at the front of his board just waiting for this little chop hop right there. And we saw Felipe do an aerial in the warm-ups earlier on. We watched that aerial on a replay, and he'll look to have a wave like that in his heat. And you can see right there, he's in the front of his board. Then he moves his feet back. He can see the section he wants to hit. and he's like, I'm going to the air. And
he gets
all fins free right there. And
he surfs out of it.
Able to ride out of it.
He surfs out of it.
So.
He dictates the exit of that board. Of that wave when he goes out. Well, check this out, AV. All three surfers, two-wave combinations, all in the 7-point range. A 7.94 for Felipe Hernandez in first. Oliver Hartkoop with a 7.84, 1/10 of a point behind Felipe. He needs a 3.68 to go into first place. And Pierre Rollet, a 7.33. He needs a 2.92. And here we go, Oliver up and riding.
He's looking for that 3.68 to move into first place. And based off of his waves that he had earlier, that's definitely not going to do it. But you can see this heat is tight, and those 7s that are already in the books, those would have advanced in pretty much every other heat.
Oh, they could have won earlier heats. I mean, right now, this is, one of these guys could make quarterfinals, semifinals, and one of these guys is going to be knocked out in round number 1, unfortunately, because we have single elimination competition. Let's watch Pierre Rollet from France on his forehand. Nice carving turn on the open face, but loses his momentum, and on that wave, he is off the wave, and he goes down in a little frustration right there as he gets off. 7 minutes. 20 seconds remaining. A .61 separating first and last place. That's how close this heat is. The most competitive heat so far we've seen out here. Even though there's small competition waves here, but they're contestable.
They're very contestable, and we've seen a number of scores into the good range and even one score going into the excellent range as Oliver continues his assault on these waves at deadmans, and he's got that nice low crouch position, and he's going to look for a bang at the end and unable to. But there's that opening turn right there. That was a nicely timed maneuver, and then instead of just the quick turn, he goes for the cutback, throwing some spray, and he was looking for one more at the end after this turn here, but then the wave kind of died out. So Oliver is going to try and make sure that he remains in advancement position. But France, who is currently the team points leader, they've already had one surfer go through.
New Zealand
They need him, second place.
Yeah, second
France
place.
in second place. And they need Pierre to advance as well in order to keep their hunt for the gold alive.
Well, Benoit has already advanced from heat number 4, so they have won. They're trying to get both their male surfers into round 2, and here he goes. The local surfer from Anglet, France. Excuse me, not local. The local surfer is the white, who has now taken the lead. Oliver on his last wave, a 4.07, moves him from second place into first place. So he has broke that 7.2 wave combination, and now he's moving up. Look at all 4 surfers have a 4-point wave. Now what separates them is their backup wave, their second wave. Oliver has another 4-point ride. Felipe has a 3.77. Pierre has a 2.7. So it's going to come to their secondary wave, their backup wave, on the make it or break it in this heat.
And Denmark, who is in the medal hunt, they saw Christian Andersen, the youngster, advance out of heat number 4. And so they're trying to advance their second surfer in the men's division, and so far he's doing a great job leading the heat. So 2 surfers from Denmark, and here's Felipe Hernandez up and over with a nice speed float right there into that little check turn, and he's setting up for something big here. Wow. And bam, just slides the fins. And you can see when you open your mouth like that, you get extra power. And right there, that was a nice looking wave, and I think he may better his 3.77.
AV, that was a knee-high wave, and he was tearing it apart.
Yes,
tearing it apart.
That's exactly what he did.
That's a wave you see someone boogie board in,
Yep.
And he's slicing and dicing, and he's getting above the lip on that 2 waves ago.
Yes, and you saw him paddling on his stomach for a few strokes, and then he jumped up to his knees. To his feet. The judges will allow a couple strokes just to kind of get your board going. Then you got to jump up, and you see a nice hit to airdrop right there. This is our surfer from Denmark, our current heat leader, and boom, once again, that time drifting the fins a little bit, so showing some variety, and Denmark is absolutely owning this heat right now.
Well, Oliver has really impressed me. He's a local surfer, and you can see local knowledge is paying off. He knows these conditions, throws up the whole back bottom of that board, does it one more time, and then this is generating speed, it generates power, and it gives him the flow to get through that next maneuver.
Yeah, that first maneuver with the airdrop, and then that closing maneuver. So that was a That was an excellent wave. May not go into the excellent scoring range, but for today's conditions, that was an excellent wave. And you see surfers and paddleboarders and racers warming up and continuing to train for the remainder of the event. And that's Oliver. Oliver's looking for a score up and over and a second turn right there, and that's not going to be enough. He'll kick out of that wave.
Well, let me tell you about Oliver as we watch Felipe go off on this wave and actually lands on his chest onto the shoreline, the 21-year-old Oliver. And, yeah, 3 minutes remaining. So Felipe has now taken the lead on his last wave of that 5.47 that we saw. So we're seeing surfers jockeying, and still Pierre Rollet from France in red, only needing a 3.42. That's a below average score to get himself into the top two. So all surfers in that 7-point range. Felipe's found himself in the two-wave combination of a 9.64. Oliver Hartkoop with an 8.34. And Oliver is the 4-time Danish junior surfing champion. And Rollet has now required the score that he needed, a 4.2, gets him into second place. And that puts Oliver, who was leading the whole heat, down to third, needing a 4.87.
Oliver just went from first to second to third. This heat is just an incredible heat right now. And you know Team France is down on the beach cheering because Oliver was sitting in third and he needed a score. So he's moved up to second. Felipe Hernandez with the highest single wave score of the heat so far with just 2 minutes remaining. It's still anyone's ball game, just like you said, a 1.5 basically separating first and third. So one wave from any of these surfers can change the entire heat.
Yeah, 1.26 separating first and last here. And that's the man currently in last and third place right now. Unfortunately, he is needing a score. And look, here he goes. He needs a 4.87 with a minute, 50 seconds remaining. And here goes Pierre Rollet.
Yeah, Pierre Rollet looking at this left. The regular foot surfer, he's kind of looked right again, but he's going to continue with this left, and that's not going to better his situation, so he's going to kick out of that one. Oliver Rollet from France, currently in second place with a minute 30 to go.
Pierre Rollet from France.
Yes, sorry.
Oliver Hartkoop. Let's see. Did Oliver catch a wave when he was paddling? We just don't know because our attention was over to Pierre in red. A minute, 20 seconds remaining. We are in pins and needles. The Danish 4-time junior SUP surfing champion. Also a 4-time junior surfing champion. He's won the Open Division. He was third place at the Nordic Surfing Games, and he is the Danish champion in SUP surfing this year in 2017.
There is the champion on cue, looking for a score, and he looks right, he looks left, decides to go left, and slides the fins on that first turn, and accentuating that second turn, and a little check off the whitewater. I don't believe that was better than his previous two waves, so that's not going to better his low score of a 4.07. So 38 seconds left for Oliver. Get back out there. One more, Oliver.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. You can see Philippe on the inside in that yellow jersey just finishing up his wave. There's Pierre. What a heat here in heat number 13, round number 1. All three surfers. These are surfers who could make semifinals, even finals, and one of them going to be eliminated. And unfortunately, due to the single elimination format here in round number 1.
And here's Felipe Hernandez from Mexico, the heat leader, and he's going to hop his way to this turn right there, and boom, he's going to lay that one back, and he's stoked with that turn. You can see by the mini smile, and he's going to go for the shotgun claim right there. So Felipe Hernandez from Mexico with a 10.60, unofficially winning that heat.
Now we'll still have to wait for the last score for Pierre Rollet. Pierre currently in second. He can improve his position, and he will. So, and we're awaiting last 4 wave scores for Oliver, but they're not going to be into the range that Oliver needs of a 4.87. So we're going to take a break right here. When we come back, we'll have the results of heat number 13 and introduce our surfers for heat number 14. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from cold Hawaii, Denmark. We'll be right back after this.
Simply Cola. Helt simpelt. En økologisk cola med kun naturlige ingredienser. Colanød, galangarod, citron. Den smager forfriskende og ikke så sød. Simply Cola. En økologisk cola fra Red Bull.
Welcome back to the 2017 World SUP and Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. Drew with you, Anthony Vela, in the booth now, calling it for you. Just saw an amazing heat number 13 as Bo and Anthony. Yeah, could have been a final.
Yeah, that heat was stacked right there. Based off the rankings from previous teams' performances in overall, that was by far the best heat of the day. All surfers getting scores in the average range with a couple of pair of fours, and we saw Felipe Hernandez with that 5.43, and it looks like, Drew, the conditions seem to be improving.
Yeah, I would definitely say that after being down on the water. I do see
You were in the water?
Down by the water.
Oh,
My
okay.
apologies. You guys are just like super questioning. You and Bo are like attacking everything I do. My gosh, I go down and I make sure the girls in the bikinis are okay. I get attacked by Bo. I go down by the water to see what the waves. I get attacked by Anthony. I'm going to have to file a protest here in a moment in the announcer's booth. It might be the first ever announcer protest in the history of the ISAs.
All I was asking if you were in the water because I wanted to get the conditions. I went into the water yesterday to check it out. Yeah, I went to check it out yesterday. So we're in heat number 14 of 16 in round number 1. In red, we have Dylan Frick from South Africa. In white, Mariano De Cabo from Argentina. In yellow, Karsten Kermis from Germany. And in blue, Yaroslav Klokov from Russia. Heat number 14, and we've seen the conditions continue to provide here in cold Hawaii, and it's definitely cold. The Hawaiians advanced both of their paddlers, and we just saw the competitor from Denmark, Oliver Hartkop, barely miss out, but proving that the Denmarkians can surf.
Denmarkians.
Yeah, isn't that how you say it?
You can say it however you want, but I think it's called the Danish. But we'll call them the Denmarkians, whatever you want.
We're not talking about breakfast. No, the Kingdom of Denmark and the Danish people.
But by the way, the Danishes here in the morning are fantastic. But yeah, that was an amazing heat. I was just chatting with Eric Benitez back home, and the coach for Team Mexico, and he said Felipe, he's the one that gave me the little bit of insight on Felipe. He said this guy is coming to win it. He's very well skilled, highly technical surfer, and you saw it in that last heat. Definitely one to look out for, and I know Team Mexico is cheering this young man on, so congratulations to him. But Dylan Frick, let's talk about Dylan for a moment. Had maybe not the best performances in the SUP Technical yesterday, AV, but coming out here to surf today.
Yeah, Dylan Frick has been one of the competitors from South Africa that's traveled the world and competed all over. We see in blue right there, that's Yaroslav Klokov from Russia getting his campaign started and ending standing up. That's really shows the judges' control when you finish your heat and pull out of a wave standing. Very difficult to do, especially with these bumpy conditions. As you see our surfer in white, he's looking for a time check, perhaps by waving his hand.
Or he's just trying to keep his balance.
Yep, one of the two. One of the two.
Getting rocked around out there. You see the safety ski up and down, and there is White getting ready to ride again. Mariano from Argentina. No, he's not going to. Took a peek at it. He's going to turn around and paddle back out. But some great surfing still to come with 2 more heats in heat number 1. And then we're going to move on to round number 2. As this is single elimination, as Bo Hodge has been talking about all afternoon. And we take a look at everybody on the water. Still waiting for the first score here from one of these 4 surfers. This clock is still running, and there's Mariano maybe taking a peek out there as he starts making his way from left to right. AV, and now look at him start digging.
And the goofy footer, he sees this left, and he's going to start this wave with some speed, and right away a first turn off the top, and he's going to milk this wave to the inside, continue to hop and paddle, and second turn off the whitewater, showing some paddle work with the paddle transfer that didn't really help as far as function, but it looked cool, and going for the 360 right there.
We're looking at the 360, but he made the best out of that wave. That wave really started to peter out there, but he kept it going, and it actually started to build at the later section and might actually score him some valuable points. Now blue up and riding, Yaroslav from Russia. Oh, getting thrown off the back end of the board there. So Team Russia, good to have them here this year. I think this is their first ISA, if I'm not wrong, competing in here in Denmark. So they brought quite a team with them as well.
So just continuing our talk about Felipe Hernandez, I knew that there was one competitor from Mexico that went to Fiji, and I looked it up, and it was Felipe Rodriguez, not Felipe Hernandez. So the Mexican team last year couldn't send a full team, but one of the surfers said, wait a minute, I get to go surf Cloud Break? I'm going. I'm going. And Felipe Hernandez winning that heat. You know, Eric Benitez is down there stoked for Felipe and the rest of the team. So we'll see Alejandra Brita surfing later on. Wonder why Erica's not surfing. Erica, there's another spot that's open for Team Mexico. Get out there and have a go.
Erica Benitez, a youngster from California, competed for Team USA in the distance.
Team Mexico.
Or sorry, Team Mexico in the distance. My apologies. As we take a look at the South African flag, they're representing their man in the water right now in red, Dylan Frick. As here is yellow up and riding Karsten from Germany. Now he's going to take it right down the line. Not a lot of energy, sort of peters out, so he'll turn that baby and paddle it back out. And looking at the score sheet, it's pretty blank, waiting on a score for the Russian competitor. Still to come in. A good kiting day, though, AV.
It's a great kiting day.
Yeah, as they are all around here in front of the contest site and whatnot. And here's white. Mariano Del Cabo from Argentina getting, he bumped into the front. That one almost got thrown off the front. Now blue looking around. This is the Russian rider, Yaroslav, going to take it right here, AV.
Yeah, looks, fades right, heads left, and maybe should have kept going right. He's going to pull out of that one. You know who kite surfs?
Well, who doesn't kite surf these days? That's a pretty open question.
Barack Obama. Did you see that clip? Barack Obama went. Yeah, he went kite surfing. I'm blanking on the guy's name. Some rich guy that owns an island, Lanai, and went kite surfing.
Oh, cool.
And there's video clips of it as well. So enjoying the post presidency is Barack Obama and from Hawaii. Engaging in all types of water sports. There's a famous picture of him body surfing and really enjoys the water and is a kite surfer now.
Well, right on. Way to make it happen there. Sheesh.
11 minutes, 45
maybe we'll see
seconds.
him cruise by here.
Yeah, maybe we will, and we're finally seeing some scores start to drop almost. Waiting for one more score. It looks like Dylan Frick is going to open up in the lead, and we're still waiting on a 6 o'clock call for the women to possibly be starting the women's round after this heat number 14. We'll have 2 more heats for the men, 15-minute heats. So in approximately 40 minutes or so, the women might be getting their campaign started for the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And right now that is Mariano up and riding, and a nice off the bottom, off the top combination, but maybe a little too aggressive off the top.
Yeah, Mariano just trying to put it all together. Looks good coming off, but just hasn't put the whole sequence together. As we look at the water right now, there is the red rash guard of Dylan Frick from South Africa, the 22-year-old from Cape Town. He's the one to watch out for with the highest wave score so far. And currently in first position, top 2 move on. We're waiting for an updated time. Looks like our time got a little screwed up in this heat, so we'll follow along with that. As there is the blue jersey. That's Yaroslav Klovov from Russia. Everybody just looking for anything they can, as that last heat was pretty exciting. This one shaping up to be very similar to that in some aspects, as if everybody could just start putting it together. There's Dylan starting to paddle his way back out, and now it is Karsten Kearns from Germany taking this right. Coming off the top, you saw the look on his face there, AV.
Right away, mid-turn, he knew he wasn't making that wave, and just the frustration starts to settle in. And, you know, it's a tough thing where you're trying to execute high-quality maneuvers, but sometimes you push it too hard. You'll see guys like Sean Pointer, they have a strategy. They maybe don't start out surfing at 100%. He maybe surfs at 70% to make sure that he completes his turns. And then after he has 2 solid scores, he continues to build on that and maybe gets more and more aggressive. So that's a great part. One great part about this event is just learning from other competitors and learning, hey, I fell on every single turn I did. Maybe I shouldn't try to go as aggressive.
Very good point there. You got to get those 2 scores in the books and then start trying to build on them, as that was the Argentine rider Mariano with the walk-off on the beach. As we take a look at the replay here, AV.
Yep, and there you see using the crossbow technique, and then he'll switch hands once again right there, using the paddle to gain some speed, and kind of just brushes the whitewater right there and pulling out of that wave.
And here's Dylan Frick taking a peek off the top of the whitewater section. Not a lot of speed, trying to carry a little more, catch the back end of this wave. Nice cut back there by Frick. And Frick just going to turn out of this one.
And Dylan's one of the bigger guys on the SUP surfing, in the SUP surfing event. He rides a 7'4", and he's about 7'4". So Dylan Frick somehow able to stay on those small boards, and he's been traveling and competing in many, many surf competitions around the world, and stoked to represent South Africa for, I believe, the third time at the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships.
He has a bronze medal to his liking, the Maui Triple Crown as well, so very talented stand-up paddler. As we take a look at the contest site, just a half a mile up the beach from us right now. If you go outside, you can kind of see it from where we're at. All the cameramen are still here trying to shoot across, as there is yellow. Karsten Kermes from Germany needs to make his way back out, as now he is back on top. And the scoring, as the scores start to fall in, we're still waiting for some scores now for Dylan Frick. This will obviously change, but we'll get those up on the screen for you as soon as we can. But looks like we got Del Cabo with 4 wave scores. Frick's got 3 locked in, and Kozlov has 4. So all these paddlers with 3 to 4 waves in this heat number 14, round number 1.
And as soon as we get Dylan Frick's second score to lock in, he's going to retake the lead. But currently Yaroslav in 4th place, looking for a 2.31 to move into advancement position. Here's Dylan Frick, just a quick up and out. Currently in 3rd place is Mariano De Cabo. Mariano needs only a 1.68. And right now you see Mariano up and riding, looking for that 1.68, and that may or may not do it. But Dylan Frick with a 3.67, just a single wave score, in fact, take over the lead, which will bump Karsten into 2nd place again once we get another score locked in for our surfer in red from South Africa, Dylan Frick. And he's turning and burning once again. And here comes Dylan, surfing just to the right of the screen, and there he is. You can see him building speed, and he just pulls out of that one. So when you take off, you really don't know what's going to happen. You can kind of guess, but for the most part today, it's a lot of guesswork, and yet and still the top SUP surfers, the top guys are all advancing. We saw Kyle Vaz advance. We saw Jeffrey Spencer advance. We saw Leonard Nika advance. Benoit Carpentier. All of these are previous heat winners. Zane Schweitzer, heat winner. The one surprise I would say was Heat 6, Giorgio Gomez getting 2nd place in that heat. We saw Aaron Rowe win, but both surfers having a pretty high heat score. And here is yellow.
Karsten Kermes from Germany taking a peek at that one, not really doing much with it. And, you know, you're talking about Dylan Frick, spends a lot of time on the water, obviously. Carries a bronze medal, won the Maui event there, but spends a lot of time motocross. Him in endurocross, like he spends a lot of time on a dirt bike going across the deserts in South Africa. So here he is, right in front of your screen. Nice cut back there by Frick, taking her down the line. Wave kind of peters out. He'll paddle out and stick with one maneuver, and now he's trying to improve. And he's still got scores dropping from wave number 2. So we got a lot of scores still to input and get updated here, as Frick now with 6 waves in this heat.
So just under 5 minutes remaining in heat number 14. We're still in round 1, the men's SUP surfing at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in cold Hawaii. We've seen some champions crowned in the sprint racing and also in the distance racing. And we are now in the SUP surfing portion. Yesterday we had the technical heats for paddleboard and for SUP, and that exciting repecharge round.
Oh man, that was a big repecharge round. 40-something dudes all in the repecharge as Dylan Frick takes a peek at this one down the right. Oh, he'll dive off the backside there. 4:14 in this one. That repecharge heat yesterday in the SUP technical. In case you missed any of the action, go to isaworlds.com, sort through. They have video updates, they got result updates, they got everything on the website in case you missed the action yesterday. And truly exciting SUP racing action, as that course and the conditions here in Denmark did not disappoint.
Yeah, and if you're watching us on the web, go ahead and take a picture wherever you're watching and show us with your feet up and your cup of coffee if it's in the morning, or a beer if it's at night, or a Bloody Mary if it's in the morning. And make sure you send us a tweet, hashtag ISA Worlds, and don't forget to tag ISA Surfing as well. And we'll go ahead and give you a shout out if you send us a tweet. So we love letting you guys know that we are thankful that you're watching, because if you didn't watch, then there'd be no use for me and Drew and Bo and on floor as well. And my girlfriend Michelle's at home watching, and Dave Bainey's checking out Giorgio Gomez. We watched Sean Pointer advancing his heat. So we've got 2 heats remaining. And looking forward to the next one with young Finn Spencer.
Yeah, definitely. This young man, also from Canada. You saw his brother compete earlier. And now the young man. He put on a show last year in Fiji. Going to be back on the water once again. Is Frick trying to make some early work here? Late work, sorry, in the round. 250 left. A couple little snap turns there for Frick. He'll step off the back of the board. But Finn Spencer, this young man, his dad traveled with him to Fiji last year. And this little tiny guy just out there shredding it up.
Yeah, it's going to be head high for Finn. It's he's 13 years old. He won the Canadian national titles, beating his brother Jeffrey. But we've got a heat update. Currently, Dylan Frick in the lead with a 3.67 to go along with a 4.23 total heat score of 7.90. In second place, bumping out Karsten Kermis, is Dylan Frick. Bumped out Karsten Kermis. Karsten needs a 5.41 to move into first place. Currently in third is Mariano Del Cabo, needing a 2.71 to move into second place. And Mariano just avoiding an interference call right there, noticing that Karsten had the right-of-way, but that wave is not going to be the score that Karsten needs to move into first place. But he's also trying to just hold off Mariano as well, playing a little defense right there. So Mariano needs a 2.71, and the guy that he's trying to beat is currently on the beach. So he's got a little bit of time, to 1 minute 30 seconds to try and get a 2.71.
All right, coming down to the final 90 seconds, as AV says. Well, again, we want to thank everybody for watching. Thank all the folks here, all the Danes here in Denmark, for taking care of us the whole entire time and tolerating all of our mispronunciations. As you see Dylan Frick on red right now. Nice turn back, snap back there, and now making his way left. So sticking with just a single maneuver as we fall under a minute to go.
Hey, just saying, giving a shout out to Mel Weeks, watching from Alaska.
Oh, what part of Alaska?
Along with Larry Ellison. He's from Anchorage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so hanging out at work right now and making all of his other work compatriots watch us and watch the surfing action here, as we see Blue looking for a 3.27 and a nice float. If he can get another maneuver and just falls off on his heel side with 30 seconds left. Mariano still looking for a 2.71, and Dylan Frick with a 4.4 and a 3.67 in the lead. And Mariano, there he is in the final seconds, trying to get the score.
All right, Mariano. He's about due to put one entirely together here, taking it down the left-hand side, down to the beach, runs out of real estate. Oh, Mariano. He's been so close all heat. You know, he's been so close all heat. So that heat is done. And we'll move on to the final 2 heats here in round number 1. Unfortunately, that one will not count, as all of our surfers going to bring it into the beach. So you're watching the 2017 World SUP, our ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in Denmark. More from cold Hawaii coming up right after this.
In 1912, the Hawaiian father of modern-day surfing, Duke Kahanamoku, expressed a dream that his beloved surfing could one day become an Olympic sport. As the world governing body of surfing recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the ISA made pursuing the Duke's dream part of its mission.
In August 2016, the ISA made the dream come true, successfully gliding to include surfing in the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Since 1964, the ISA has been working to create a better world through surfing by crowning world champions, awarding scholarships, instructor certification courses, adaptive surfing championships, and spreading the sport to all continents through their 101 member nations and counting. The ISA will continue to use surfing to change the world, one surfer at a time through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships on the blustery coast of the west coast of Denmark. We're in a place called Vorpor, better known as Cold Hawaii. And there's the teams cheering back on to their surfers coming out of the water. And congratulations to our surfers in the red jersey from South Africa, Dylan Frick, and Carsten from Germany in the yellow jersey. Looks like they have advanced on through. We're still waiting for final other scores to be entered in, and we're going to get underway with heat number 15, round number 1. 2 more heats remaining in this round, and it is official, Drew. It is exactly. How'd you know what I was going to say? Please let me say it before you interrupt me. We're going to have 10 heats of round 1 of the women, and that'll put us a half hour after sunset.
Hey, don't get me wrong. We were here till 8:15 last night.
Well, we're going to be here till 8:30 tonight.
We're the only 24-hour broadcasting
and the sun will set at 8:04.
Now, if we were up north, this time of year, it would be normal. Like in Alaska, you can run 24 hours a day.
That's just not humanly possible by my agent.
Oh, come on, Bo Hodge.
And you're my agent.
The legendary Bo Hodge can talk for 24 hours straight,
you represent
guaranteed.
Me and Annabelle.
Well, shoot then. I need to work on my my
negotiation skills.
Commission structure. I got to work on that with you.
Well, here we go. There's our 4 surfers. They're waiting for the horn. They're waiting for the final tally of this heat, and it looks like all scores are now in, and once the horn blows, we'll get underway with the surfing here in heat number 15. Now let's introduce our surfers in this heat. Guillermo Carrasito from Spain will be in red. Finn Spencer. I can't wait to see Finn out here at Cold Hawaii from Canada in white. We got Kai Nicholas Steimer from Germany in yellow, and in the blue jersey, Sergei Shubin from Russia. And here we go. We are underway, and up and riding is our Russian surfer in blue.
Yeah, we just had a Russian surfer in the last heat perform very, very well. So Team Russia, very well represented here in Denmark this year. Lots of flags flying, lots of support. So I know they're stoked.
There we go. There's Kai Nicholas Steimer from Germany. Germany already advancing one of their other surfers earlier in this round from the last heat. And it looks like it is official from the last heat. Yes, Carson Kermis has advanced on through. And here we go. Young Finn Spencer darting his way through and kicking out his board. So Finn, Kai, and Sergei already with their first wave ridden. And here we go. This is Guillermo.
Not wasting any time whatsoever, Bo Hodge. All these surfers they saw, it's like catch as many as you can. It's a free-for-all out there. As Finn Spencer looks like, taking a look at him on screen right now, looks like he put on some size this year.
Well, yeah, he's gone from 4'2" to about 5 foot.
Yeah, so I was just saying, that's some size. I mean, last year, these waves would have been double overhead for Finn Spencer from Canada. But this year, really had a growth spurt and definitely put on a little more muscle mass than we've seen on him in the past.
And here we go, surfer in blue. This is a Russian surfer. Knee-high wave coming through, trying to slide the tail, trying to hold that maneuver, and cannot do it. So that will be the second scoring wave. So the judges are playing catch-up here. There's 2 waves for blue, 2 waves for yellow. There's still to score waves of red and white. And I thought that board was going to hit him in the head.
Boy, it's windy out there, as you can see. And
it blew off Finn off his board.
No.
It didn't blow a fin off his board. It blew Finn off the board.
Oh, Finn. Oh, I thought you were talking about the fin off the board. No, that's just not possible. But no, there's little Finn Spencer from Canada, the 13-year-old going from right to left on your screen. Put on a show last year. We've been talking about it all along. Him and Fiji at Cloud Break. This young kid just out there ripping with the big boys and just really made a name for himself.
Well, here goes Guillermo from Spain, darting back on his backhand. Go to his forehand, back to the backhand. And for the regular foot rider, still making his way through and all the way standing up onto the beach.
He took that one right into the bikini model standing on there. He's like, Watch this, ladies, huh?
They have left the water like an hour ago.
I made sure they're okay.
Did you?
They're currently at my hotel, getting warm.
Do you live upstairs or downstairs?
You would know. You live in the same house.
Okay. As our 4 paddlers paddling back out, 12 minutes remaining. Scores now starting to come in, and we have not locked in. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8 scores to catch up. That's why you see a bunch of zeros right there, because the judges are playing fast and furious here. 11:52 remaining. And here we go on the inside. This will be Surfer in White. This is Finn Spencer.
That's right, Finn Spencer from Canada. Very avid snow skier, also on the water, so multi-dimensional. You see Finn kind of getting caught up in the white water there. He's going to try to hop on top one more, earn as many points as he can, jump off that one. So the young 13-year-old trying to move on once again, competing in another ISA event here. And I know Dad's super stoked for his 2 sons to be at this level, Bo.
Yeah, see, Finn placed equal 16th last year in Fiji at the SUP surfing for the ISAs.
And he was in some pretty intense heat. He had Jose Gomez in one of his heats. I mean, this big, gnarly dude. And surfed right against him. He was not intimidated whatsoever.
11 minutes remaining, still waiting for scores to lock in. We're having a problem with one of our judges entering in all of his scores for all 4 of these surfers. So 11 minutes remaining on the clock. We're still waiting for 2 scores for Guillermo Carancito. We're waiting for 2 scores for Finn Spencer in Canada in white. 3 scores for Kai Nicholas Steimer. And here we go. The score's starting to drop in. A 5.33 for Guillermo in red. A 4.17 for Finn Spencer in white. Guillermo on his backup wave bolsters it with a 5.67. He's in first. Spencer's in second. A couple of 1-point rides from Kai Nicholas Steimer in yellow. He has a 1.43 and a 1.33. And for Sergey in Russia in the blue jersey, he has a 2.0, 2.1. And here goes Sergey up and riding on his 3rd wave.
Sergey on a little bigger board than everybody else. Taking a couple paddle strokes there, looking out the back, not really making much of it, so he'll dive off. And there is your heat leader. As things, yellow getting after it there, Bo.
Yeah, yellow on the inside, the goofy footer starting to perform well. He's got a couple of 1-point rides, still waiting for a wave. Here's your heat leader in red, Guillermo, throwing the nose of the board with a good forehand maneuver, trying to get back up on the open face. Those are the scoring areas, and slices up another forehand. Here he goes, and he'll go right up, standing up on shore.
Now, do you get extra points for the runoff on the beach?
No, but you complete your ride successfully.
That's like a mega completed ride, you know?
You think so?
Yeah, why not? Running off on the beach, waving to the fans. I mean, it's sexy.
Boy, you just think these guys are rock stars or something.
They are rock stars. What are you talking about? All these subs. There's a world championship, Bo.
Okay, I agree with that. You've got 1 point there. Still waiting for scores coming in. 3rd wave score for Guillermo. This is going to be a solid wave score. Can he replace his 5.33, his low wave? And we see Kai Nicholas Steimer. He has his best wave at a 2.17. And for Sergey, a 1.67. And for Guillermo, that wave he rode all the way to the beach and jumped off on, a non-keeper wave at a 4.43, not one of his top 2.
Bummer. That's okay. He's got it. Good start so far, though. 1 more heat still to come.
No. We got 11 more heats to go.
In round number 1.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
In round number 1, Trevor Tunnington, the Kiwi, who we saw compete in the sprints earlier, very strong paddler, very good surfer coming up.
And who else?
Then you got Luis Diniz from Brazil, Hector Gonzalez from Mexico, and I'm hearing amazing things coming out of this Hector Gonzalez kid. They're saying, watch out. They're saying he likes the small stuff. He'll be not afraid to get in the air, and he gets in the air easily and quick. I saw some video of him just yesterday, so that's going to be one to watch out for coming up, as well as Paul Balinski from Poland.
What do you know about Powell?
Not a lot, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
What do you know about Paul?
Powell.
What do you know about Powell?
I know he's from Poland.
Well, you've done your research.
And I know he'll be in the blue jersey. And if you do your research, there's no information on the bio sheet.
That's why you're a legend, Bo.
I'm not a legend.
Legendary Bo Hodge.
I'm not a legend. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Our surfer from Spain in first, Canada in second. Finn Spencer just completed his last ride. He's already registered a 4.17 and a 2.7. He only needs a score of a 6.84. Only needs a 6.84 to go to first. But right now he's comfortably in second because Kai Nicholas Steimer in third needs a 4.71 to go to second. And Sergey from Russia in blue needs a 4.88 to go to second place.
The ladies coming up. If you're tuned in, you want to watch the ladies, we will be doing those as well. So the ladies heats, a lot of talented surfers in those heats coming up, as well as there is your leader in this heat, the red rash guard of Guillermo Carrasito from Spain. What's he doing there, Bo? Just getting a little low, taking a little rest?
Well, he's trying to keep his stability on his board. He's crunching down on his board because his board is a semi-floaty, semi-sinker. So in that position, he can really see the surf coming. And here we go, the surfer in yellow. This is Kai Nicholas Steimer on his backhand. Slicing right through the wave. That was a nice ending turn. And can Kai hold it? Yes, he does. So he surfs out of that maneuver, and we'll be on standby for scores coming up. 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from cold Hawaii, Denmark, the beautiful rustic coastline of the west coast of Denmark. And this being brought to you by the organization committee together with the Sports Denmark event and the wonderful city of Copenhagen, presenting the World Championship in partnership with the municipalities of Copenhagen and Tistel. And the following sponsors we like to thank, Mia Tang and FIA Partner 2 and Spark Azama 2. Thank you so much. Our great production crew of CPH Live doing all the great producing work here on the beach. And we also like to thank our media partners, including Vibrus Magazine, Surfos Magazine, SUP Club, Stand Up Journal, The Outdoor Journal, and SUP the Mag. And who's up and riding?
There's my man, Finn Spencer, the young teenager, taking this right. 2 big hits off the top. Finn not backing down. Nice cut back there. As Finn's going to now take it still right again, kick back out. So not a bad score for Finn. We'll see the scores come in. That should definitely improve him from that 2.7, Bo.
So he's your guy. I thought you were the Irish team. Now you're jumped ship and gone to Team Canada?
I'm not anybody's team. I just, he's the youngest guy competing in the SUP surfing. And so you got to, you definitely want to recognize that.
So you're part Irish and part Canadian.
Oh, Bo. I just love SUP surfing. I love this event, and I'm so excited to be here.
Can you see Canada from Lake Tahoe?
No.
You can't.
I don't know how you could. You think you can?
Well,
see
Sarah
Canada
Palin can see Russia from Alaska.
Here's Yellow up and riding back to the action as he does a big layback there and goes down. Oh, man.
Well, let's see. Kai Nicholas Steimer from Germany finishing up his wave. Here we go. This is a Russian surfer. He's right in between the mix right here, and he falls off his board. So 4 minutes remaining. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I do speak good Canadian, though.
Oh,
how about that?
See, that I knew. I didn't have to ask that. But if Sarah Palin can see Russia from Alaska, I thought you could see Canada from Tahoe.
No, unfortunately not. Not the last time I checked. But Lake Tahoe is a very beautiful place. I'm glad to be. That's my home. And
well, I've been there a few times, and every time I'm there, I call you.
But I'm always gone.
You're always gone.
Traveling around.
Yeah, I know.
The temperatures are very similar here to cold Hawaii, though.
Yes.
I mean, it's very similar. Everybody else was complaining it was so cold around here. I'm like, no. I mean, in Tahoe, we carry a puffy with us wherever I go, and I'm in shorts and flippies.
I know. You're in shorts and a tank top, and I'm in 6 layers and a hoodie. And do you like my new cap?
I like that. Handmade, handcrafted right here.
Handmade, yeah.
In Horapore. So, Finn Spencer looks in good position here to move on with his brother. So we might see the brothers going against each other in upcoming heats.
2 Canadians in the second round. So we have 60 men, and this is going to be the breakdown. We're going to have round 1, round 2, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals for the men.
Then
what?
We got more?
Yeah, we got the women.
Exactly. So we got a lot of surfing still to come. You guys at home better you better hydrate.
Well, here we go. Finn Spencer.
Get it, Finn.
In that beautiful Hurley suit. He looks like Julian Wilson. Here he goes off the top, through the bottom, and he's not done yet. One more forehand maneuver. And I believe he has an outrigger paddle.
It might be an outrigger.
It's got to be an outrigger, pal.
Let's watch that. I mean, it was like slow-mo. Did you see Finn in slow-mo? He was ripping it up.
No, that was at real speed.
Slowed it down.
He has enough control, Finn, on his fins to go that slow.
No, he does.
Yes.
Very big stud. You see the rash guard, he can almost, it's like a bodysuit for him. He has it all tied up. But I'm so impressed with
this. But
he's
halfway under the water right now.
No, that's just him standing up.
I know, but he's standing up with his board under the water.
Bo, I guarantee if you snowboarded with that kid, he would just turn you into dust.
Oh, he would shred me.
Yeah, I guarantee you. He would be so far left behind, you wouldn't even know you were still a Whistler.
He would be down the hill when I'm getting off the chairlift.
Exactly. That's how that kid is. Very talented.
So tell me about Whistler. I know you've been up there. That's his hometown.
Well, Whistler Blackcomb, unfortunately, was bought out by Vail Resorts. So now it's going to change a lot. So it'll be interesting what happens with that. So Vail Resorts now the new owner of Whistler Blackcomb up in Canada, but one of the most amazing settings, one of the most amazing ski and snowboarding mountains in the world, I would say. I mean, conditions, some of the best powder days I've ever had up there. Here's Red, our leader, taking a look here, Bo.
Yeah, Guillermo just tearing apart that opening wave, but that was just a one-maneuver ride with 1 minute, 11 seconds remaining. Our Spanish surfer out in the lead, our Canadian surfer, and here we go. Kai Nicholas Steimer up and riding.
Come on, Kai. He's got to make some work here to move into that qualifying position, or else he's going to be going back home. And Kai just kind of riding this one down. Come on, Kai, we need you to do something. He looked like he sort of squatted down and pushed something there, and now he's gone.
Where'd he go?
He disappeared.
Where'd he go?
He disappeared.
There he is.
There he is. He didn't disappear.
40 seconds remaining.
Looks like the 24-year-old, though, is going to move on from Spain. Only been surfing about 5 years, so
he's been surfing 5 years, and he's that good?
That's what it says in his bio.
I've been surfing 8 times that long, and I'm not that good.
Yeah. Bo, but, you know, there's still time. You're only, how old are you now? 67, 80? What are you now? 84?
Yeah, close to that. Thank you.
You don't look a day over 90. Just so you know.
Thank you. Again, thank you. More compliments. Just keep them coming.
Hey, you took some shots at me earlier.
I didn't take some shots at you. I was complimenting you.
Our producer just came into the booth and had to.
We're working till 9. Jay just said we're working till 9. Thank you.
Now we're in trouble. Hey,
okay.
Producer Jay, we want to thank Producer Jay for keeping it light and keeping it exciting. And, I mean, that guy, like I said, I mean, he started out with not a gray hair on his body, and now he's just full of grays after trying to put this whole production together.
Can you please sign off from this heat? Can you please take us to break?
We'll be right back.
Thank you very much.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the medical team here.
I'm doing the lights.
For just €10, you can become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media team.
Hi, my name is Nikolai, and I'm part of the crew at Copencold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in Cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer program of this amazing event.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with AV Anthony Vela, and welcome to our final heat, round 1 of the men. And guess what, AV? The women are going to hit the water 2 heats from right now. So we have this heat number 15, heat number 16, and then the women. We're going to try to complete the whole round. We just may get through the first 10 heats. It all depends how far past sunset we get to.
Yeah, it depends on how much sun, how much light we can see, or how many cars we bring over the dunes to shine their headlights into the surf.
That might be cool. Here we go. Opening ride for our surfer in white from Brazil. This is Luiz Diniz.
And that's one of the most aggressive turns that we've seen all day long. Luis is one of the new names to SUP surfing, only been surfing for a couple of years, but he absolutely rips on a shortboard and on a SUP. He's got a repertoire that includes a number of different grabs in his aerial game.
I tell you, it looks like he's on a 7-foot board or even smaller.
Yeah, it's 7'2", and he is just taking the stand-up world by storm, and I'm sure he's going to be rewarded with that beautiful turn right there. That was the most spray that we've seen on a rail turn so far today.
Are you calling 2 Brazilians in the final this year?
I am calling at least 1 Brazilian in the final, and which will be Brazil's first ever medal in surfing, in SUP surfing. Vinicius Martins has won a medal, and we saw earlier in this event the surfer from Brazil, Artur, with a bronze medal in the sprint. But Brazil's still looking for their first ever surfing medal at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Yeah, of course. They have suitcases of medals in the World Juniors. You know, Gabriel Mendina has won a junior ISA World title. Felipe Toledo has won an ISA World title. And more recently, some of the other juniors we've seen, Samuel Pupo, he was competing last year at the World Junior Surfing Championships in the Azores, and he's already surfed in some of the WCT events as a wild card this past year.
Wow, that is definitely some lineage, and a big surfing country of Brazil. And this heat right here is stacked. Here we see Trevor Tunnington. He was the MVP caddy yesterday. Trevor Tunnington not able to execute multiple maneuvers on that wave, and this is again for valuable points. We're going for the overall team championship, and there are 3 really good surfers. There's 4 surfers in this heat. Paweł Bielinski, our surfer from Poland, maybe with not the same experience as the other surfers, but Hector Gonzalez from Mexico. Papas is a very talented surfer, and Papas is
welcome to the 2017, as AV just unplugged our scoring computer. Thank you very much. I'm Bo Hodge along with Anthony Villa. Welcome to the 2017 ISA. See us. All you had to do was put down the laptop. I know
so they could see us.
You were breaking everything, and the scoring guy would have come in and rebooted it all up, so we helped save them. Welcome. Blustery conditions. Look, I've got a steep snow cap that I've never owned in my life before. It's so cold over here, and that's why they call it cold Hawaii. I'm from Hawaii, and this is nothing like Hawaii.
But you are.
I'm cold.
You're a cold Hawaiian.
I'm cold Hawaiian. I'm not even Hawaiian. I'm a howling at that. But I've been living in Hawaii for all my life. But let me tell you, this place is so beautiful, so magical. Even on a cold day like this, I'm an avid athlete in the water, whatever you can do. I'm watching the windsurfers out here just drooling. This is why they call it cold Hawaii, because the windsurfers, Robbie Nash, Bjorn Dunkerbeck, the world champions back in the 80s, and all the other professional windsurfers came here in the 80s. They found that there was ramps, there was areas to really windsurf out here, and the community has taken them all in, and now SUP surfing has started to invade cold Hawaii and all the other ocean sports out here. Kite surfing, we've seen some kite surfers out here, and now the World Championship of SUP and Paddleboard is here, and look at these conditions. I mean, people are just enjoying themselves here.
Yep, every single person that I've talked to is having a wonderful time, first in Copenhagen where we were, and then the team picked up, the team meaning all of us and the teams picked up everything. We moved here to Vopur to run the racing in the surf and the surfing, of course, and then today we were scheduled to start right out here, right behind us, and due to the lack of swell, which you can see, completely picked up and moved mostly everything over to bring you guys at home all of the surfing action. So guys and gals were working hard this morning to get all the equipment moved, to get the cameras moved, to get the cords all the way down there, shuttles to take the athletes down, and CPH Live and the ISA production crew doing a fantastic job. It's an honor to be part of this webcast.
Well, it's great to have you, AV, and you're doing a great job. And two, this is about 4 or 5 day contest of the SUP surfing, but you know what? There's a lack of swell. If you look on your map and take your Geography 101 and go to your atlas or go to your smartphone and just Google Denmark, and you'll see the coast, and you'll see that the only area of swell angle that Denmark can take is a northwest, so they can't get a south, they can't get an east, they can't get a southwest. northwest. They can only, because we're blocked by the continent, we're blocked by England, and thus only a northwest angle, and we're only going to have one swell later today, peaking tonight, and declining through tomorrow. So we have 14 hours of surfing for only single elimination surfing, and we're going to get a good 6-7 hours in today, meaning another 7-8 hours. They may even increase the time for tomorrow in the later rounds of this, and it'll be wrapped up by tomorrow, and that'll just leave us with the technical finals for both male and female in the SUP, our relays, and our closing ceremony for the rest of the week.
Yes, and you saw a 360 attempt right there by Trevor Tunnington. But yeah, you ran down the schedule right there, and we're just going to bang through with as much surfing as we can to try and maximize the conditions and give the athletes an opportunity to showcase their skills in the best conditions that we are presented with. And currently right now we saw Luis Diniz blowing that turn up, and he earned a 6.0 for that one turn. So that's the highest score for one single maneuver that we've seen today.
And I love that the judges are giving those scores out, because they're informing the surfers and other surfers, hey, if you do a maneuver that wows us, that really goes off the charts, controlled, radical, and in control, and go above, beyond, we're going to reward you with that. Here we go, surfer in red. This is our Kiwi surfer, Trevor Tunnington. He competed yesterday in the technical, and he's behind the flag. I can't see him. There he is.
Yeah, he competed as a handler. So he was a board handler for the technical race yesterday.
Well, he did a great job.
He did a fantastic job, and he was looking for props, so we're giving him props.
Yep.
And his energy down there helped boost Team New Zealand, the current team leaders. And Trevor Tunnington, here's a replay right there of Papas from Sayulita, Mexico. And Papas is going to take this right. He's going to avoid that section right there. The wave kind of dies out, and you see him. He's like, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué las olas?
Why did I take this wave?
So just want to give a shout-out real quick. We see Caroline Kunzel. She sent us a tweet. She's watching from home. And also Martin, I don't know where you're from, but he or she has her feet kicked up saying, chilling out watching surfing beats working. And, of course, Renee Hoyer Nielsen from California, who also has some family that's here in Denmark. She's saying, getting ready for work in Berkeley. Thanks for the great coverage. Well, thank you guys for watching. And here's Trevor Tunnington, Bo.
Wow, look at that tail slide. He really accents that board and that maneuver, and especially using his paddle to pull off that tail.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And last one, Daryl Smart, loving the commentary from Canada, guys. Cold Hawaii looks a lot like Lake Erie right about now.
Okay. I was looking for some comparison, So this is not the mistake on the lake, right?
Yeah, tell us how these conditions compare to your home break.
Yeah.
That's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it. So we saw Luis Diniz get a wave that we're still waiting for a score to lock in, but Trevor Tunnington throwing some spray on that last one.
Wasn't it in the last month that Zane Schweitzer was in Lake Michigan or one of the Great Lakes surfing just recently?
Yeah, Zane did a whole East Coast tour. He's been doing a lot of foil clinics as well as SUP surfing clinics. So he was somewhere out there. It's hard to keep up with Zane because he's doing all his in Zane and clinics. And you can see Luis is looking for a scoring update. And I hope the competitors know that these judges are doing the very best that they can. There's so many waves happening, and they want to make sure that they don't just lock in any score. They want to lock in the correct score.
Correct, and you're so correct on that. Denise is currently in first, our Brazilian in white. Here we go. This is our Mexican surfer. This is Gonzalez, currently in third place.
Yeah, and here comes Hector Gonzalez. Papas, he's going to, that wave not quite offering him a section to do these maneuvers right here. We see Luis going down as well.
Okay, Luis has a 6.0, and he's backed it up with a 3.23. That is not a good backup wave to have, so you know he wants to improve on that. Currently in second place is our Kiwi surfer, Trevor Tunnington from New Zealand. He has a 4 and a 3.5. He's on screen right now. He now needs a score of a 5.24 to go to first place. In third, on the bubble of elimination, is Hector Gonzalez from Sayulita, Mexico. Our Mexican surfer has a 1.6 and a 2.77, and Hector usually doesn't carry scores like that. He now needs a 4.74 to go into second place, and I'm not seeing blue on the outside. Do you?
Yeah, I'm not seeing blue either, so perhaps
Our Polish surfer, Powell, is not out there.
And the poor Mexican surfers, I feel bad for the Mexican surfers. Both of them are in the two hardest heats of the day. We saw Felipe Hernandez winning that very difficult heat that included Oliver Hartcup from Denmark and also Pierre Rollet, who advanced. That heat was the toughest heat, the closest heat of the day so far. And this heat with Trevor Tunnington, Hector Gonzalez, and Luis Diniz is equally as difficult, as all three of these SUP surfers have the potential to make scores in the good to excellent range.
Well, time ticking away, 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. I'm Bo Hodge along with Anthony Vela. We've got on floor, on the beach, doing some great interview works down on the northern side. And we also have Drew Marin popping in every now and then. And what are you seeing out there?
So it's just amazing. Some of these surfers are using boards that are very small, and you talked about Finn Spencer. He was up to his knees standing on his board. So these boards, they're sinking so low, they're literally underwater while these surfers remain standing. And you see Luis right there. He's not sitting on his board. He's standing and kneeling. Trevor Tunnington from New Zealand.
Yeah, nice carving turn on his forehand. Goes on the backside of the wave. The wave just kind of faded out on him, so he couldn't continue. Tunnington currently in second place. You can see the Kiwi flag. You see the Swedish flag and the Brazilian flags out there. And it's great to see all the camaraderie of all these nations. 42 nations have converged here in Denmark for the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard World Championships.
And here's Papas. Here's Hector Gonzalez. He's looking for a 6.17. And he's going to need to have the highest score of the heat, and that definitely was not it. So Hector, it looks like he might just be over it and paddling in. And Luis is the opposite of that right now. He's got some exciting moves, and he's surfing with a lot of energy right now. And he seems to be in tune with the conditions and hopping his way in for this last maneuver right here. He passes Hector Gonzalez on the way, and he's going to take this one right to the sand.
And his board does a 360 spinner right into the wind. 1 minute remaining, and he looks on point. He does look like he can make his way to the finals. So we're going to have 5 rounds of competition for men. This is round number 1, our final heat, heat number 16. We have the round of 48 coming up next for the men, and then they'll have quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the final 4. But really, coming up next will be heat 1, round 1 of our Wahinis, our women. They'll be going out in the water right here. What's the local break they call this? Dead Man's?
Dead Man's. The women are heading to Dead Man's, and I'm really looking forward to watching the women. The level of SUP surfing on the female side has improved dramatically thanks to leaders like Izzy Gomez, Candace Appleby, also Shakira Westhorpe, Ibaya Moreno, Caroline Anjabou, who's not here this year but has been here in the past. So these ladies have stepped up. Aline Arisaka. Now, with the inclusion of an additional competitor for each country, there will be 2 women competing for each country and making this one of the largest female SUP surfing competitions ever.
Yeah, around the world. And there they go. They're the ladies. They're paddling out. We can see paddling out in that next heat.
That's Gabriela Stamfat from Brazil. And, man, that last name is difficult to say. I'm just going to call her Gabby.
Let's call her Gabby. Gabby will be getting ready, and something tells me she might be as talented as Luis.
Yeah, the Brazilians, they brought a fantastic team this year, and you see a lot of them doing multiple disciplines. We saw Caio Vaz doing the technical race and advancing into the finals as we round up the men's division. That's finishes heat number 16.
So as we see the Wahinis pass through the lineup, that tells us that heat number 16 and round number 1 of the men have wrapped up. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we return, the first 10 heats of the round 1 coming up next. Stay tuned. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live at isaworlds.com.
Blåvand, nærmere betegnet Hvidbjerg Strand. Byen, hvor de få indbyggere har formået at skabe et hyggeligt sted med atmosfære. Der er ideelle muligheder for familier, der er ideelle muligheder for windsurfing, og der er ideelle muligheder for at se og opleve en masse ting, mens man er her. Vi er en del windsurfere, som er kommet her igennem 25 år, og som kunne se et kæmpe potentiale for stand-up-paddling i blåvand. Vandet er forholdsvis roligt, selvom vi er ved den jyske vestkyst. Dette giver folk en fed oplevelse, på trods af, at det er første gang, de prøver det. Jeg hedder Lars Bjerregaard, jeg er windsurfer og stand-up paddler.
And the girls, we are back live. And heat number 1 of 12 heats, the women's opening round. Setting up this heat for you in red, we have from Australia, that is Hannah Finley-Jones. And in white, that's Sophie Simonson from Sweden. And in yellow, that's Gabriella from Brazil. So 3 women, 2 will advance into the second round. And the women action has started. Drew, welcome back.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, good to be back. Some exciting men's action there. Congratulations to all the folks moving on to round number 2. And now we get there with the ladies. So the ladies got to see what the guys were going through. They probably talked to some of their teammates, maybe getting a little bit of advice moving into this early rounds here.
Yeah, you definitely want to talk to your teammates and get a feel of, you know, kind of like, hey, which ones were connecting, which ones weren't. And you know what the guys are going to say? I don't know. I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, get out
I just
there
tried
and do
to
it.
go on everything, and some of them connected and some of them didn't. But you can see, just like in any event, that the cream rises to the top, and we saw a number of the top seeds winning their heats and advancing just like they do each and every time they go out there. So in that first round, no real major upsets. We did see our competitor from Denmark not go through, and that was a fantastic heat, unfortunately, barely missing out. But other than that, everyone else who possibly was ranked higher based on previous experience, moving on into the second round.
Yeah, exciting second round still to come. We got a lot of surfing coming up as it is 5:51 p.m. here in Denmark. And we're just getting underway with the 12 heats of women's SUP surfing. Oh, baby. AV, you need a Red Bull?
I wish I drank Red Bull. I never started drinking it.
Coffee?
But I think this is the time that I will try one. And here is and here is our surfer in yellow from Brazil. That's Gabriella, and she had a nice backside turn right there. But since there's a lot of Red Bull flowing around, and you know Casper's here, I may as well just try one.
You might as well.
Okay.
We might have to result to a direct injection of Red Bull right in the old arm vein, you know, just give it to me hard. As Brazil taking the first wave there. Brazil's team's been just been phenomenal this year. Vinny Martins yesterday makes it into the SUP technical final through the repo heat, so he had to go all the way. As here's the young lady in red. That's Hannah Finley-Jones from Australia making her way across.
Yeah, Hannah Finley-Jones, she was second place at the Australian Nationals. First place was Shaq. We're going to be seeing the Shaq attack later on today. And I was watching Shakira warming up and surfing the one day, and you can see there are waves. This Sophie's got to ditch her board and dive off because that wave had a little bit of power. So we're still waiting for this. We're watching the swell continue to fill in, and I think in a couple of heats we're going to see some waves reaching the waist to chest high range.
That'll be nice.
That'd be very nice.
If you're Finn Spencer, that's a 3.5 footer. So if you're not, we could see that. But the swell is expected to pick up here in Denmark. Casper showed me kind of how they go to their surf reports. The different surf reports are reporting different things. But you're right, AV. The swell is supposed to pick up a little bit. So you should see some pretty exciting surfing action still to come later on this evening. And we'll call it evening because we will be here till evening. And the clouds, you see the overcast skies here in Denmark. Not a very warm day. We did see some... It is the evening. I'm being corrected. Yes, it is the evening. And we're going to be going into the late evening here at SUP Surfing, so you don't want to turn away. If you're just joining us here on ISAWorlds.com, we want to welcome you to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. You're in heat number 1 of the ladies' SUP Paddleboard Surfing event here. And if you missed any of the men's past heats, go to the website, look at all the past results. They are all updated as we speak. Also, follow us on all of our social channels, Twitter, Instagram, and more at ISA Surfing, as Ben and Sean and the rest of the boys just doing amazing camera work there, posting some fantastic shots. Evan keeping you updated on those social channels. As here is White up and skating along.
Sophie Simonson going off the top, and she's trying to get her campaign started. With the current update, we saw that first wave by Gabriella comes in at a 5.67, so she's setting the bar for the women's surfing, and that's what the judges will have to kind of do is reassess the conditions, and set by that first wave of Gabriella, that sets the stage for the rest of the heats for the judges. That was a very good rail turn that we saw from Gabriella, and the judges say, okay, that's what the ladies are capable of. Leave some room for the competitors who are going to maybe get in 2 or 3 or 4 maneuvers. We saw the competitor from Denmark with that 5-turn wave earlier today, as we're getting down to 8 minutes left. In second place, Hannah Finley-Jones with a 3.10 and a 2.5, and Sophie with a 1.83 and just a throwaway 0.9. So she needs a 3.78. First and second are in play, and Gabriella only has 1 wave so far, and it's the highest scoring wave of the heat, and she's in first.
Oh, definitely. Nice wave score for Gabriella there. And you talk about the judges. We got judges from all over the world judging this contest here. They've been here all week. They're very savvy. A lot of them multiple different ISA World Championships under their belt, so they definitely know what to expect and are talented in that aspect.
Yeah, so in each heat there's 5 judges and a head judge. The head judge will look for interferences and look for paddling interferences and kind of oversee all the scores in case something's way too high or way too low. We're watching Hannah Finley-Jones from Australia. She's going to take off on this wave, and with a little dishpan turn right there. I call it a dishpan because it's not really a rail turn that's just kind of like spins around like a dish, a flat turn.
Yeah.
But continuing on, so 5 judges. The high and low scores get dropped, and then they average the 3 scores in the middle, and those are the scores that you will see on screen. Now, we have the super scoring system. We get to see the scores as each judge locks them in, so that's kind of cool.
And like we were talking about earlier, Gabriella only with 1 wave score. You got Hannah with 5. Sophie only scoring 2 waves so far, so a lot of work still to be done by these young ladies as we get after it here in heat number 1. 6:34 left. There is a look at Hannah Finley-Jones.
Yeah, there's a saying in contest surfing: you need 2 8s, not 8 2s.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're seeing right now in this heat, as Gabriella with just the 1 wave, but it is a 5.67, and that single wave is higher than all of Sophie's scores combined, just about.
We spent some time in Brazil many different times, and they surf a lot of shore break there, so who knows if that's playing a role here in Gabriella, as she really persistent on her wave selection, as it looks like Hannah turns on this one, maybe taking it down to the left.
And the regular footer going left, she's on her backside, and she's going to go off the bottom, and just a mid-face turn right there. She needed to really get that board up and over the whitewater to earn more points, but she's stoked. She's like, hey, I'm surfing in Denmark.
That's right. Not a lot of people get to say that. I know you, who've been all over the world, never surfed in Denmark before.
I haven't, and I'm a little bit scared of the cold, to be honest.
Oh.
I had the opportunity when I was out on the water on Lincoln Dews board yesterday. There was a couple of waves coming through, but I was a little bit too scared. It's too cold.
You're scared? Oh, are you okay, Anthony?
I'm just kidding. I'm going to surf. I'm going to go body surf, too.
We got Bo Hodge. I know Bo's kind of an older 29-year-old, but he's all bundled up with a beanie on and 75 different layers.
I thought you said he was 67. No. And Maddie Schweitzer brought some foil boards, so we're just trying to look for some skis to take us around. Maybe when we have a lay day, the volunteer lifeguards can be volunteer jet skis. And Maddie's like, bro, we got the foils. Let's go. So I think we're going to make it happen. So you'll see definitely some carnage. Bo said he's going to have a go.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be in full hockey gear, like a hockey goalie, just to make sure that I'm able to continue work because I can't let you guys have all the fun on your own.
So you're going to wear hockey gear over your full 3-4 or something like that?
No wetsuit. Going Speedo.
No wetsuit. Oh, going Speedo. Okay, yes. So more traditional AV style.
Yes.
Is it the leopard one or the zebra Speedo?
So current update in our heat right now, Sophie Simonson from Sweden in third place with a total heat score of 2.73. She's looking for a 4.28 in order to move into second. And here we see Gabriella taking off on her, what we're going to call the third wave, but just a low-scoring second wave, probably just a quick in and out. And this wave not really giving her any room to maneuver, but she's going to jump off, and she's in the lead with just under 4 minutes to go.
Gabby, though, that's definitely going to improve that 0.8 earlier score. A couple quick little flat turns. And now let's take a look at what you missed. If you missed earlier, here's what you were missing. We moved the event site a half a mile up the shore to the north, and this was the men's heats, AV.
There was Leonard Nika, and this is actually from the warm-up. That's Felipe Hernandez boosting the biggest air, and he claimed it right there. If you claim the warm-up, and here we see Kai Bates from Australia. Excuse me, that's a Danish kid. That is Christian from Denmark, who just missed out on advancing. Excuse me, he advanced. It was the second Danish competitor that was unable to advance. And there is Zane Schweitzer.
Zane Schweitzer, yeah, from Hawaii, just ripping up his heat. Definitely had the highest heat score of round number one. So Zane Schweitzer, the defending gold medalist, back here in Denmark to defend once again, stands up there. And look at this. He just sees another little opening and ended up making a couple more maneuvers.
And how's this wave right here? Beautiful looking right. And bam, just showing some spray. And you can see he's looking left, looking right, trying to figure out where this wave is going so I can finish it off with a bang just like that.
And the action continued as we saw some pretty incredible scores get thrown down. But Benoit Carpentier with the highest wave score of round number one.
And Benoit Carpentier from France. We saw two competitors from Japan advancing, and here is one of them. That is Toshihiro. And Toshihiro paddling his way into advancement. So Team Japan in the top 10 so far. They're 9th place overall in the team standings, and they advanced both of their surfers, and both of them winning. And this was the heat we're talking about. This is that wave from the Danish competitor Oliver Hartkop, and this is one of the best waves that we saw all day. And unfortunately for him, he didn't have a backup score. That's the heat winner from that heat, Felipe Hernandez.
Yeah, Felipe Hernandez carried a lot of steam, a lot of power, a lot of speed. You see him throw water all the way down the line, and just a huge smile on his face as he's a very active, very passionate surfer.
And here's the other, that's the Brazilian right there. How's that turn?
Nice
that was
turn.
The most crisp, precise turn that we saw. And he got a 6.0 for that one maneuver. That was the highest single maneuver score that we saw all day. And just think if he gets a little bit more room to operate. He's the unknown Brazilian. We all know Caio Vaz, the two-time APP World Tour champion. Caio Vaz and Luis both trying to make it into the final. Bo asked earlier, could there be two Brazilians in the final?
Well, I think that's a very interesting point. I mean, the Brazilians, and then you got the Team Mexico with Hector Gonzalez. You saw him in the last heat putting on a show as well. So a couple of new surfers to this year's ISA that can really sort of light things up for you. As we're down to the final 35 seconds here, and it looks like it will be Gabby from Brazil. Unless something shakes down here, she'll be moving on, and Hannah trying to hold off.
So we got about 20 seconds remaining in this heat, and the next heat, we're going to see, we saw Jasmine Smith in the paddleboard competition winning her heat. The younger sister, Stella Smith, and they've got both of their grandparents here watching from New Zealand. So both sets of grandparents, mom's parents, dad's parents. I don't think the parents are here. but they're for sure at home watching. And we're going to be looking at Stella Smith from New Zealand, Lise Richard from Canada, and Vahinura Ichner from Tahiti, who perhaps is, no, she is the one Tahitian that's here. So she will be surfing. And we're finishing up heat number 1.
So congratulations to the top 2. You got the yellow jersey right there. That is Gabriella from Brazil. She will move on, as well as Hannah Finlay from Australia. They will be moving on. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Sophie from Sweden, but I'm sure she had a great experience here, and she'll stick around and cheer on the rest of her teammates. We're going to take a quick break here from Denmark, and then when we come back, we got heat number 2 of the ladies going to be on the water. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and we're going to leave you at that shot right there. We'll be back.
Okay, so now we are in heat number 2 in the water. We have in red, attention, Stella Smith from New Zealand. In white, we have Lise Richard from Canada. And in yellow, we have Vahinura Ichner from Tahiti.
Velkommen til Kantrup. Vi er i Nordhavnen på Göteborg Plads i Københavns Havn. Der er meget vand i København, og det er let tilgængeligt. Det er super fedt det der med både at kunne være i det urbane miljø og samtidig få en naturoplevelse. Når man er på SUP i København, så får man en helt nyt billede af sin by. Københavns Havn er jo en erhvervshavn, men vi oplever, at de også er ved at åbne op for forskellige rekreative aktiviteter, som for eksempel SUP. SUP i København er stadigvæk en relativt ny sport, men vi er efterhånden ved at være rigtig mange, som dyrker det. For mig er SUP det sociale sammen med andre udøvere, nogle smukke naturoplevelser, og så har det været rigtig godt i forhold til min egen genoptræning. Jeg hedder Anne, og jeg er SUP'er.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships in the beautiful rustic western coast of Denmark. We're in a place known Cold Hawaii. That's right, it's called Cold Hawaii Varpur, and we are in heat number 2, round number 1, and let's introduce our surfers out in the water. The young 15-year-old Stella Smith from New Zealand will be in red. From Canada, Lise Richards in white, and from Tahiti in the yellow jersey, Vahinura Ichner, and she's actually a resident here in Kiltmoller, but was born in Tahiti and still has dual passports, so she is representing her home country, and that is great to see. So a 3-lady heat, top 2 will advance on into the second round, and we are underway. And welcome to the International Surfing Association, the ISA, teaching the world and spreading the love of world through surfing. The ISA not only does international world championship surfing events, but they hold clinics and teach judges and surfing instruction and water safety, and they also promote other things around the world by certifying surfing nations. They just brought in their 103rd surfing nation, Samoa, into the ISA, but more proudly than anything that Fernando Aguirre and the whole ISA staff does is they give out scholarships to junior surfers around the world. They have given out over $250,000 to over 300 young junior athletes to help pursue their surfing dream in whatever sport, whether it's adaptive surfing, bodyboarding, kneeboarding, longboarding, SUP surfing, paddleboarding, SUP racing, and even regular surfing. So it is a true honor to be a part of the ISA, and it is great to have the ISA here in Denmark, and it's great to have you here, Drew.
I'll tell you, Bo, I'm really excited to have you back in the booth. We got a pretty good trio here. We got Anthony Vela from California, myself from California, you from Hawaii, where I heard you grew up in, what was it, North Carolina?
I was born in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Never lived there.
Never lived there. Just born and then shipped out in a UPS box.
Yep. I was not suitable for that. I'm island grown.
Gotcha. Been in Hawaii all 45 years.
Probably more.
Okay. As we talked about, Heat 2.
Well, there we go, surfer in white. This is our surfer from Tahiti. Looks like she had a late check-in call.
Yeah, I wonder what she was doing.
Well, now she's going to get back out in the water, and she has down her 15-minute heat down to a 10-minute heat.
If anybody can do it, it's the Tahitians. They don't need a lot of time. All they need is 2 waves. That's all you need is 2 waves, Bo.
That's correct. But right now she's behind the 8 ball because this young 15-year-old Stella Smith is in the lead. Combination rides of a 5.67 and a 0.67.
Stella was such a sweetheart. She was in the chicane cheering on her sister yesterday in the SUP technical. We had a chance to interview her, and she's antsy. She's like, yeah, I'm so excited for my sister, but I want to get out. I want to ride for my team and show Team New Zealand what it's all about. So that's a very vibrant young lady right there on the paddling back out.
So there in the white, there's our Tahitian representative, a local resident here in Kiltmoller, and she is behind right now by 4 minutes in this heat. So she needs only a 2.14. So you're right, Drew. She's not too far behind. She only needs a 2.14 to get, because out of this 3-lady heat, top 2 will advance on into the next round, round number 2.
And then after round number 2, don't worry, we got 10 more rounds for you.
10 more rounds.
We're going to keep just firing them at you, one after another. And this women's SUP surfing. And conditions out there don't seem to be changing all that much. We heard it might be getting a little bigger as we go on into the late evening here. 6:09 p.m. in Denmark right now, as we are 9 hours ahead of the Pacific coast, as there's a young Tahitian on her way out right now, having a little trouble with these bumpy conditions. You see her there getting really sideways, but Yellow up and riding. Come on, young lady, and she'll fall off the backside of that one, Bo.
Yeah, that's actually our Tahitian in yellow. I miscorrected. Richards is paddling out in the white jersey. She's already had a 1.23 and a 0.9, so our Canadian surfer in control in second place, a 2-wave combination of a 2.13, so that's my error. I apologize for that. But Ichner is now paddling out in yellow, still without a wave. She needs a 2.14 or better. And there we go. There's our Canadian surfer, Richard. And she's from Halifax in Nova Scotia.
Yes, the Nova Scotia. We saw her fellow countrymen competing in the last men's heats, the 2 brothers, Jeffrey and Finn, both moving on. So Team Canada got to be stoked with what's going on right now within the ISA World Championships here in Denmark.
You can see the kite surfers on the outside. We've seen occasional wind surfers on the outside, and all types of people. And of course, you've been eyeballing all these fishing boats on the beach.
I love fishing, and it's kind of cool because I got a fishing show. I get to travel around the world, but this is definitely a unique opportunity to explore the Danes here in Denmark and how they do their things and how they take a tractor and just ram a boat and push it into the water. Back home, we use trailers. No, they just use a tractor. They just drag those things around the beach. And
what is the most popular fish here in the northern Atlantic off the Danish shores?
That's a good question. I do not know that answer. I've seen a lot of salmon. We've had a lot of amazing fish, served at dinner here.
And there's a fish market right up here where the locals buy the fresh fish of the catch of the day.
Yeah, and they have like smoked eel. They just take the whole eel and smoke the whole entire thing. I mean, I stopped in there today. It was phenomenal, the amount of fish here, but a really cool history and heritage here.
And they have live lobsters.
You see those babies?
Yes.
I wanted to buy one as a pet.
No, we can take it home.
I don't think we can do that. TSA frowns upon that.
No, not home. I mean, cook it for dinner tonight.
Oh, well, we should do that for sure. We should buy a couple.
Yeah, okay.
And the big tanks there.
6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Smith in first, Richards in second. Ichner from Tahiti in third, needing a 2.14. And there on your screen is the young 15-year-old Stella Smith. And she's keeping good balance in this very choppy, turbulent conditions out in the lineup.
Yeah, last year at Cloudbreak, we saw very windy, choppy conditions like this, we're making it difficult for these stand-up paddlers. We're seeing the same thing this year as Stella Smith, currently in the standings, New Zealand, the #1 points leader for the gold medal this year. Very early, though, in the contest week. So Stella definitely being looked at as her team to help out with that medal count as she goes down on that wave right there. Got a little sideways as we come under 6 minutes. And here she is, the yellow jersey, trying to catch that one, but no. Miss Itchner from Tahiti trying to make some kind of work, trying to make something happen here. All she needs is a couple of points there, Bo.
Vahina Ura Itchner. So she's got a Tahitian first name and probably a Danish last name.
Is that what it is? She's got a Danish last name?
Yeah. Kale from Mexico. I mean, he's actually Finnish. Did you know that? One of our Spanish announcers. He's almost done, too.
He's almost done?
He's almost done, and we are far from done.
No, we got a long way still to go.
Yeah.
The Spanish announcing team is now in our tin can here, checking us out. Well, I don't know what they're doing in here, but we'll find out. We'll keep you informed of everything that's going on. Go to isaworlds.com in case you missed any of the action. Here comes Stella with a nice maneuver there, Bo.
Yeah, good forehand maneuver. I love the way she uses her paddle and her transitions there. We're going to see a replay of this, and this is a great wave for Stella. Watch the takeoff. Here she goes, paddles into the wave, and now the judges will deem this a wave because she's now riding the wave without her paddle, accents that maneuver, and then throws it off the white water.
Single maneuver, but threw some pretty good spray on that one. So Stella looking in prime condition to move on to the second round here, as there is the white rash guard of Lisa Richard from Canada trying to make something happen here.
Kale wants you to read this.
Okay, we'll get back to that here in just a moment.
4 minutes remaining. Heat number 2, round number 1, the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are in the SUP surfing portion of our competition. SUP surfing today, Wednesday, SUP surfing tomorrow, Thursday, and we will conclude both men and women SUP surfing for this competition by day's end tomorrow.
And the day's end means midnight.
No, actually tomorrow we have about 7 hours of competition.
Well, see, we got till midnight to get all that 7 hours in.
And word is we're going to start at 7 in the morning.
I heard 6:30, but that's just me.
No, we have to be here at 6:30.
Okay.
But we start at 7 a.m.
Come on, young lady. Let's see, this is Lisa Richards from Canada trying to catch one there. As Lisa going to let that one pass, and there's Stella from New Zealand making her way back out. Getting bounced around, and I just got this handed to me here. Lisa Richards from Canada. I'm told she lives waste-free. She actually makes her own toothpaste, deodorants, and such. So she doesn't like the zinc and all that stuff. She doesn't like all those toxins. Congratulations to her.
She sounds like she's, a throwback 60s hippie type.
Well, I don't think they even made their own. They just didn't wear any of that kind of stuff or even brush their teeth. They just kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at least she pushed forth the effort to, grind the stuff up and make her own.
See, I'm learning so much from you, Drew.
I am a scientist. I do got a master's degree in biology.
Are you a professor?
I am. I teach cell biology. If you ever want to take my class, it's very entertaining. Some people will call it somewhat unprofessional.
Yeah, I would totally agree to that.
I'm just joking.
2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. There's our heat leader, our Kiwi surfer, our Canadian surfer currently in second place. And no waves ridden for our Tahitian surfer. And she's the local girl here, Vahina Ura Itchner, in yellow, still waiting for her first wave.
She's going to catch a wave here, Bo. Come on now, girl. You got this.
If she catches a wave, a 2.14 or better, she'll go from third to second to possibly, well, I doubt she can go to first, but 2.14 or better, get her in that advancing spot. And there she is right now. And she's having some troubling tying conditions here in these choppy conditions. Here we go, our Canadian surfer. This is Lisa Richards.
Yeah, Lisa Richards having trouble catching up to those waves. Keeps falling off the back there. You see her really pull a couple of good paddle strokes, trying to catch it as that one's going to catch up from under her. And come on, young lady, you got this. We got Itchner from Tahiti. Looking at something here. Here comes a little bump. Let's see if she can catch it. Now she's sideways. That's not good. And carrying it down the line. I was hoping that was going to be the one, Bo.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Heat number 2, round number 1, 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're on the beautiful western coast of Denmark. It took a 6.5-hour bus ride from Copenhagen to get here, and it was well worth every minute of that bus ride.
How would you know you were asleep the entire bus ride, snoring? I thought it was the diesel engine, but no, it was just Bo Hodge.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was like, man, we lose a muffler back there or something? No, just Bo. But that was a pretty amazing bridge we drove over. You
didn't wake me up.
Yeah, it was like 27 miles long. This huge bridge.
Are you kidding me?
It was phenomenal. I'm sorry you missed it. It was really cool. I got a picture of it. I'll show you.
You're kind of bumming me out right now.
20 seconds. Come on, young lady. We we're all cheering for Itchner from Tahiti, trying to catch one wave. And here's a Canadian now, Bo. Bo coming down, trying to make her way right. Now left, and now in the whitewater.
Well, she's going to advance to the second round. Her performance good enough here. And unfortunately for our Tahitian surfer, she'll be eliminated in this heat. And there's the sound of the horn that wraps up heat number 2, round number 1 of the women's first round conditions. Stay tuned. Coming up next, we got Mariko Strickland-Lum representing Hawaii coming up in heat number 3. And we'll take a short commercial break. When we come back, you'll be watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard World Championships live from cold Hawaii, Denmark. Stay tuned.
Let's go now to the girls of the next heat. Number 3, below the girls.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the medical team here.
I'm doing the lights.
For just €10, you can become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media team.
Hi, my name is Nikolai, and I'm part of the crew at Cold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer program of this amazing event.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're on the western coast of Denmark, known as Cold Hawaii at Varpor. And it's a beautiful day of surfing competition. In fact, we have migrated about a kilometer, maybe just short of a K, up the beach, about a half mile to a surf zone known as Dead Man's. I bet the fishermen did not have good tyings at Dead Man's, and thus the name, because all surf spot has a name for a reason, right, AV?
Yes, 100%. And who knows what happened? We're going to make up some folklore as we go through this event. We're going to set up heat number 3. In red, we have Mariko Strickland-Lum from Hawaii. In white, Natalia de la Lama. In yellow, Andrea Mayer. And our surfer in blue, Jocelyn Alibi from
El Salvador.
And you see that is Natalia in white. She's having a good time. And again, it's like, yes, I'm surfing in Denmark.
And she has to run up the beach because the current is really pulling down there.
Yeah, the current's really starting to go from south to north. And she's doing the runaround. Very smart move. For the competitors to avoid having to paddle upwind, which is very tiring, and you don't make a lot of ground. Yeah, upwind and up current.
So in the water, Mariko Strickland-Lum from Kapa'a, Kauai. Her favorite surf spot, Hanalei, on the north shore of Kauai, one of the famed big wave surf spots in the world. And of course, a lot of great surfers have come out of Kauai. Kaipo Hakias, 2-time Triple Crown champion, Andy and Bruce Irons, And, of course, many other great surfers from Kauai. And Mariko very proud to represent Kauai. Here we go, a surfer. This is in yellow from the Czech Republic, Mayor, in one of the brand new nations that the ISA is welcoming here at the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And we have grown this event from last year from 27 nations in Fiji to 42 nations here in Denmark. And next year, the location is undetermined. The ISA will be announcing their schedule after the turn of the year, and who knows, we could have over 50 competitive countries at the 2018 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
That would be fantastic, and can you imagine the camaraderie, the parties, and the fun that will be had wherever the location is for the next year's 2018 running of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
Well, each ISA event, whether it's the World Surfing Games, the World Junior Games, which is coming up in 3 weeks in Japan, Vissla is sponsoring that one, the World Adaptive Surfing Championships coming up the end of November 30th into December 2nd down at La Jolla. Every ISA Surfing Championships has an Aloha Party. And you know the Aloha Party. You come to Hawaii a lot, AV.
I cannot wait for the Aloha Party as we see Natalia up and riding. I brought several Aloha shirts to wear to the Aloha Party. I actually make my own Aloha shirts, Bo.
Do you?
I do.
How cool is that?
Yeah, I learned how to sew, and so I actually make my own shirts. So a number of the shirts that you'll see me wearing, I handmade with my little sewing machine. Bought some fabrics from Hawaii. I go to downtown LA and buy fabrics. So the Hawaiian culture and the Hawaiian dress, especially the Aloha shirt, it's always been appealing to me. And I'm going to start selling them. So I'll send you one. What size are you?
Large. Your favorite size.
No, I cannot fit a large. Extra large.
Poor Anthony has all large shirts in his goodie bag here at the ISA, and he can't wear a single one of them.
But I did manage to swindle in an XL, and I swindled this XL jacket as well. So I have 2 pieces of uniform that I get to wear. Luckily, we have a washer and dryer, and we've got some scores locked in.
Yeah, Mariko Strickland-Lum, she's finding it hard. She's there in the red, and right in between, we got our main camera looking through one of the big boats, and those are the ties and the flags that they're going through. And here we go. There's our heat leader right now. This is Natalia Della Lama, and she's from Argentina, and she's battling the balancing act on the outside. She has a good keeper wave of a 3.83, and she has a backup wave of a 1.5. She's currently in the lead. For Mariko, she only needs just less than a half a point to get out of that last place position.
Yeah, and Mariko will get the score. She's an experienced surfer. She's been runner-up at the U.S. Open of SUP in Huntington Beach. She's also competed on the World Tour for the APP World Tour for many events.
And she's currently number 5 in this year's SUP Surfing women's division on the APP World Tour with a great showing at Sunset Beach.
Yep, just the one event run so far this year. And the women actually got to surf at Sunset, which was awesome. You see Natalia searching for a wave right there. And Mariko was a Division I soccer player at San Diego State University, so she's obviously has that balance and that leg strength, and she's been doing a lot of foiling. I follow her on Instagram, and she is a fantastic representative for female surfing, and it's great to see Mariko here representing Hawaii.
Yeah, and watch out. She's co-commentated with me in the past, and she has an eye of taking one of our seats here at one of the ISA events in the future.
Yes, and I've heard her announce, and I'm glad that she is competing because she is a very good announcer, very well spoken. She's got a degree in kinesiology, and just saying kinesiology, you got to be smart. So to study it and have a degree in it, she's very smart, very well educated. She knows the surf as well. And she charges on some really big days over in Kauai and has the respect of the locals that will help egg her into waves like, go, Mariko.
Yeah, well, you know, speaking of women surfing and speaking of big waves, as we watch our competitors here in the heat number 3, they just announced this week, Betty DiPolito has announced that there will be a women's-only big wave contest at Waimea Bay coming up this year.
Yeah, I know Bonsai Betty, she'll be stoked about that. Been working on it for years as Mariko is up and riding on that right. Maybe the left looked a little bit like it had more to offer, but Mariko, she's going to continue with this one, make it over the double up, and she's setting up for this turn right here. and that's going to give her some points. She's going to continue down with this wave, a second turn for Mariko. So a long wave to set up that one turn. That will give her a score that will better her 0.63 for sure.
Well, she'll definitely get out of fourth place. She can even move as high as second place on that maneuver from the combination of maneuvers on that last wave. A time ticking down, 6 minutes, 50 seconds. But back to that big announcement this week is so exciting. And now that the women's surfing has elevated themselves to have a women's only event at Waimea Bay, it's going to be in the early season of the winter, right before the Eddy has their holding period. So it'll be October through November, so a great chance for the Wahinis to show them their skills. And we've seen the women surfing at Pe'ahi on Jaws last year.
Yeah, and that was fantastic. And with everything that Paige Alms has been doing over there and a number of other competitors, we've seen Andrea Moeller just surfing every major swell. Bethany Hamilton charging, and KK, charging at Chopu. And also, an underrated surfer who really is at home at Waimea is Jamila Starr. Jamila, with her son named Waimea after the wave, and she loves going left at Waimea. So Jamila will be excited as well. But right now, we're here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Not quite as big as it's going to be for that event, but these competitors are still, somebody is still going to be crowned a champion.
Well, we can see Mariko Strickland-Lund paddling back out, and sure enough, she goes from fourth to second place on that last wave score of a 4.17. She only needs a 1.84 to take the lead. That puts Mayer in yellow down to third place, needing a 4.18 to regain second place. And Jocelyn Alibi from El Salvador in the blue jersey needs a 3.81. So this heat has been totally turned upside down by Mariko on her last wave. So getting knocked down on the paddle back out, and she's on the outside. And this is the 5-minute warning. This is kind of like the 2-minute warning in surfing, where the surfers now need that one final wave to get them over the hump.
Yeah, and Mariko with that low score of a 0.63, all she needs to do is basically catch another wave and do one turn, and she'll score higher than that 0.6. That's probably just a wave that she caught and then pulled out of. So Mariko taking a little bit of time to get settled into this heat right here for her, but I know the Hawaiian team is going to be excited. They're currently sitting in fourth place. And a funny story, I was going to get some tea from our refreshment area and ran into Zane Schweitzer, who we saw posting the highest heat score of the day. He was actually doing a foil downwinder, because the women were going to be running first. And we're going to watch Natalia right now on this wave, our surfer in white. I'll get back to the story in a second. Boom! As she rebounds off the white water. So Maddie had to go and get Zane and like, bro, they're running the men first. So Zane quickly switches from foil mode into SUP surf contest mode and still goes out and wins his heat.
Amazing. He is truly amazing. 3 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Heat number 3, round number 1. This is the first round, a total of 12 heats. We will almost get to the end of this round. We'll get to the first 10 heats of this round. So another 7 heats remaining until sunset, and we'll round out this and then continue with the women tomorrow. And then we'll have round 2 of the men. We'll have 5 total rounds of men. So round 1 of the men has been concluded. We'll have round 2, quarterfinals, semifinals of the men, and final 4. And then we'll wrap up the women's also tomorrow. So we'll be crowning world champions here at Cold Hawaii this time tomorrow.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see how that plays out for the overall team points. So far, we see that New Zealand way out in front. New Zealand and France way out in front. They've got about 5,000 total points. So New Zealand with 5,443 points. France with 5,403. They're just 40 points behind New Zealand. Australia in third with 5,116 points. And those are the only 3 teams that have reached that 5,000 points with just 2, 4, 6, 8 scores actually. Or 8 scoring events with the 2 men's, 2 women's, distance races and sprint races, as well as prone. And right now, this is a close heat we have with just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. And heat number 3 for the women's opening round the SUP surfing.
And speaking of different disciplines and windsurfing and kite surfing, we have a windsurfing world champion coming up in the next heat. That's Ivala Ruano from Spain, and she's been medaling in SUP surfing here at the ISA World Championships for many years. She's won multiple medals, but she has not won the gold yet. And you know she wants to add a world championship gold medal from the ISA as we watch Mariko Strickland Love from Kauai up and riding, tags it off the whitewater, redirects onto her backhand, and not able to make that last connection. So Lama in first, Lum in second, Alibi in third, Mayer in fourth. Mayer needs a 4.18. Alibi now needs a 3.81 with 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and Ibaya Moreno, she believe has 8 world titles in windsurfing. Her and her sister, the Moreno twins.
The twins.
They've got about 24 titles between the two of them. And Ibaya, with her windsurfing background, she charges. She does some of the most critical turns that I've ever seen at Sunset Beach and all over the world. Ibaya is one of my favorite surfers. She's got such good style. And if there's a closeout section, she's going to bash it every time. She never has section avoidance, and she never is a lip dodger.
Well, I tell you, that's probably her windsurfing background, because usually windsurfing gives you that extra gear to go into those hard, challenging areas. So that's probably elevated her game. And don't count her out and don't go anywhere, because she's one of the top women SUP surfers in the world, and she's coming up in the next heat. And behind her in heat number 5, we're going to have the defending world champion Shakira Westor, who's not only won a gold medal for Australia in SUP surfing, but also in SUP technical too.
Yeah, Shakira is the one of the most multi-talented females in the entire history of the ISA, and Shaq we'll see coming up later on in heat number 5. And there is
Argentina,
and they are stoked.
Yeah, they know that Lama has won this heat, and they are celebrating. And you gotta love, this is the spirit of the ISA World Championships down here.
And you know what else? We're seeing this excuse me, on screen right now, but we also saw the Czech Republic. Somebody from the Czech Republic was in the water holding the flag for the entire heat, taking on the cold. Nothing can stop the fans here in cold Hawaii.
Amazing. There's the sound of the horn that rounds out heat number 3. Round number 1, unofficially, Lama and Lum will advance on into round number 2. We'll take a short commercial break. Stick around. We've got more exciting action here from cold Hawaii, Denmark. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live at isaworlds.com.
Velkommen til Kantrum. Vi er i Hornbæk på stranden øst for molen. Forholdene i Hornbæk er fantastiske til stand-up paddling. Vi har fladt vand, vi har bølger, og vi har downwind forhold. Vi har det hele. Hornbæk Bådeklub er rammen for al vores vandaktivitet. Vi har cirka 30 medlemmer i vores SUP-afdeling, og vi vil gerne have flere. For mig er det at komme ud på vandet en fantastisk oplevelse. Det er super god core-træning, og du har det fantastisk bagefter. Jeg hedder Flemming, og jeg stand-up paddler.
And welcome back to the 2017 World SUP and Paddleboarding Championships. There is a shot of it at current time here in cold Hawaii, Denmark, 6:36 p.m. And we are still running contests here because we love SUP surfing as much as Team Ireland and Team Argentina. They are stoked as one of their surfers has just made it on to the next round. Drew with you and Anthony Vela in the box right now. We got Bo Hodge taking a break, catching his breath, the legendary Bo Hodge. We got Ann Flores down on the water. Hopefully we'll be able to go back down to her as AV conditions. The winds have definitely picked up.
Yep, it's windy, it's cold, it's a perfect day for a surf contest, and somebody's got to make it through the heat, so might as well be you. And that's exactly what Natalia is thinking right there. Winning that heat, she is stoked. Everyone behind her is excited, and no one's staying home. They just bundled up and made their way to the beach. saw Laura Clayton. She's like, I'm wearing 6 jackets right now, and I'm on my way to go cheer on Mariko. And she showed me, look, 1, 2, 3, 6 jackets, and she was still cold.
Is that Bo Hodge going by in that windsurfer?
That he was going too slow. Bo would have been ripping airs and flying by.
Good point.
So let's set up this heat number 4 in red from Spain, Ibaya Moreno, and in white, that's Sumi Kanai from Japan. And our competitor in yellow from Germany, that's Noelani Sach. And from Venezuela in blue is Edimar Luque. And there's our 4 surfers getting ready for this heat. And wait till you viewers at home see Ibaya Moreno. And I know Brett Van Diest is watching back home while he's working. He's got the computer on the ISAWorlds.com, ISAWorlds.com, and then he's got his work computer doing his work.
Oh, yeah, guaranteed he's tuned into this heat because Spain, Japan, Germany, Venezuela, they're all going to be charging it for you here once again as we are in Heat 4 of the Women's SUP Surf event, Heat 4 of 12. So we have many more heats still to come, ladies and gentlemen, so don't turn that dial. Keep it tuned to ISAWorlds.com. And I'll tell you, it's been a fun day. If you missed any of the action, go to the website right now. We have updated results and all the video and photos from all of our photographers and videographers capturing all this content for you, keeping you informed of what's going on here in Denmark. And I just saw one of our photographers, Ben Reed, over there, as him and Sean have been switching off the whole entire week. And you should see the shots they're going to put up for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So you're for sure log on to their Facebook page, International Surfing Association, jump on their Instagram, go to their Twitter, and follow it because you're going to see some pretty amazing art photographs and videos from those individuals. But if we take a look at the contest grounds right now, it is a little bumpy and choppy out there as we're waiting for our first wave score here in Heat 4. AV, enjoying the day here in Denmark, eh?
Definitely having a great time, especially on my off heats when I get to listen to you and Bo just having a fantastic time. But back to what you were saying about all the wonderful photos, I want to add in that the ISA is giving you guys these photos for free. You can go on the website, you can download them. They've got them, labeled by person and by country. All they're asking is that you make sure and give photo credit to ISA/Reed if Ben Reed took those, and it says it right there on the photo. And also to Sean Evans as well. So those are the 2 photographers. So just, if you're going to use a photo, the least that you can do, because these are professional photos. If you were to pay these guys for those photos, you couldn't afford it, first of all.
Yeah.
And make sure that you also hashtag ISA Worlds, hashtag Denmark, hashtag Cold Hawaii, and of course, follow Drew Murin Productions.
It's at ISA Surfing on Instagram. If you're on Snapchat, ISA_surfing, and Twitter at ISA Surfing. And we would like to give a special thank you to all the sponsors once again for making this possible. The organizing committee, together with the Sport Event Denmark and wonderful Copenhagen, presents this World Championship in partnership with many municipalities of Copenhagen and Thistad. And the following sponsors: Min Atan, also Fi I Partner 2, and Sparkassen 2. So thank you to all them for keeping us going here. AV, you having too much fun over there?
Everything's going just fine, just fine, Drew, just fine. I'm just waiting for the action to start in this heat. We are, 5 minutes into this heat, and there is possibly our first ridden wave coming up by Noelani Sach from Germany. And it was kind of a wave. It didn't really break. And here is our Japanese competitor just pulling out of that one. And Ibaya Moreno, she's smiling. She's going to kick out right there from the Canary Islands. She's like, hey, did you guys see that or what? So there's some sort of... They're like, yeah, we saw it. Go catch another one.
Hey, you got unlimited waves, young lady. Get it. And here's Blue right now making her way. Edimar Luque from Venezuela. Oh, nice little trying to make something happen here, riding this one out. Jumping up and down, and she'll take this one to the end. And now paddle her way back through the whitewater there. Heat 4, as we keep all the action live for you here from Denmark. And AV, just so you know, they are setting up the tent. You guys were talking about the post party. The tent is now set up here on the contest site. So this big giant tent, they actually have a wood-fired hot tub moving on in. No joke. You might even catch a photo of it at ISA Surfing because they got a giant wood-fired hot tub. They got everything going in up top there. So,
how many people can fit in that hot tub?
Well, it depends. It depends. I think a hot tub that size back in college, I could put like 27 people in.
A wood-fire hot tub. Wow, we've seen everything here in Denmark except the reindeer. Yeah, wood-fire, like Chicken Joe in Surf's Up, where they're cooking him and he's sitting in the wood-fired hot tub. But they were cutting up carrots. And there's Ibaya Moreno.
Get it,
and
Ibaya.
She's got some room to work with. And just a couple little off the tops. No real double ups on offer for her to get some speed and go top to bottom. But Ibaya, she's a seasoned competitor. And we have a score locked in for blue, Edimar Luque from Venezuela. She's got a 2.5. And Ibaya Moreno is going to eclipse that score with the wave that she just rode. And Sume from Japan, she's on her way in white, trying to open up her scoring account, start building her house. And here she is. And she takes one off the top and stays nice and low. She almost didn't ride out of that one, but she stayed low, rode out of that one, and then fell at the end. But that's going to be a good score for her.
Yeah, nice job by the Japanese rider. As Ibaya from Spain scoring a 3.67. As we take a look at the replay, AV, look at her pull into this little pocket.
Yeah, that's Sumi right there from Japan, and she's regular foot with her left foot in front. And she sets up for that turn and then has to get low and put pressure on that front foot, which allows her to make sure that she completes that maneuver. You can do the best maneuver in the world, and if you do not ride out of it, then you get no score. Like that Kelly Slater air at Trestles a couple years ago where he did the most amazing air but kind of fell off, landed on his stomach, pulled it off, but got a 1.67.
Oh, bummer.
Super bummer.
And
but it was still one of the most replayed Instagram videos ever because it was incredible. And speaking of incredible, the lineup in this heat right now, Ibaya Moreno currently in the lead. You see two surfers on back-to-back waves right there.
Kind of some exciting action. You got Luque from Venezuela out in front, riding into the sand. And just behind her, the yellow rash guard of Noelani from Germany, and now red back up and riding.
And here's Ibaya, and this wave not really, and she's like,
bummed.
Yeah, she is hoping for something better. So with all of her windsurfing background, you know, yesterday I was talking to her, she says, oh, it's going to be windy. I'm like, yeah, you're good in the wind. She's like, yeah, I'm good windsurfing in the wind. But when it's windy, I don't sup, I windsurf. But she is supping today in the wind, and she's trying to earn her way. She's on her way, hopefully, to making it directly into the finals. We saw earlier in the women's round, Gabriela from Brazil winning that first heat with Hannah Finley-Jones advancing. Then we saw the youngster, Stella Smith, living up to expectations. It's hard when you're 15 and people are saying, yep, you're really good. And she proved that she was really good, winning her heat behind, just in front of Lise Richard from Canada, who makes her own toothpaste and deodorant. And she picked up about 30 bottles off the ground, the sand yesterday, people throwing their trash. She's really into maintaining a happy and healthy world. And we saw in Heat 3, Natalia de la Lama winning over Mariko Strickland-Lum.
And more paddlers still to come, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 5, our next heat, about ready to get underway. Two amazing SUP surfers in this one. You got Shakira Westrop from defending gold medalist Team Australia, and then Aline Arisaka from Team Brazil. Those two coming up in Heat 5, so don't turn that down. Keep it tuned here.
I got it.
We're tuned in here. We're ready to roll for that Heat number 5 coming up later, and Heat number 4 currently in the water. So it is about 6:45 here in cold Hawaii.
And we're waiting for some scores to drop right now from our judges. We'll get those to you as soon as they come in. And then a lot of people tuned in from all over the world watching this heat right here, Heat 4. As there's the Spaniard going down right in front in the white. That is our Japanese competitor still making their way back out, trying to make their way into the next round. Top 2 move on, AV.
Yeah, in current heat situation, in 4th place with just one wave ridden is Noelani Sach from Germany with a 2.0. In third place is Sumi Kanai from Japan with a total heat score of 3.60. She's looking for a 2.21 to move into advancement. And in second place, currently holding that advancement position, is Edimar Luque. Edimar with a 2.5 and a low score of 2.47, which she's going to try to better, hopefully, with her next ride. And Ibaya Moreno, currently in the lead with a 6.57 total heat score. She's got a 3.67, and she's trying to better a 2.9.
A lot of work still to be done. You're seeing a lot of kite surfing going on around the contest site, which conditions are absolutely perfect for kiting right now. I saw some videos online from the Columbia River Gorge just a little bit ago. They're unfortunately experiencing some wildfires right now. We do want to give a shout to some of our Floridians that are tuned in, currently facing Hurricane Irma, I believe it is named, as it's starting to make its way towards the Florida coast. So our thoughts and prayers are with y'all, and be safe. Get out of there. Don't risk it. You can always replace all those personal belongings, but lives you cannot. So our thoughts going out to all those Floridians, as there's the yellow jersey right there of Nolani from Germany, trying to make something happen here with only 2 wave scores at 2.89. She needs to jump on that one, but right now it's nothing but Ibaya out in front right now in the red with 2:28 left, AV.
Yeah, Ibaya Moreno, there's a few female surfers that are pushing to perhaps land aerials. There's never really been a female SUP surfer to land an air on video. Maybe some have done it or have been close. Ibaya is definitely one of those girls who, with her windsurfing, is used to doing aerials. So she knows, she knows which waves to look for, which ramps to look for, and how to execute that. Izzy Gomez, obviously one of the top SUP surfers. She's boosted some airs, but has yet to have one on video for everyone to see. And this conditions right here, there's a little bit more surf. This is perfect for airs because that onshore wind helps keep the board above the lip. And we've seen in the shortboarding, a number of women are doing airs in contests. So Ibaya Moreno is, long story, is one of the most progressive SUP surfers out there in the world.
So you're saying follow her on Instagram?
Yep, I follow the Moreno twins. Her and her sister have a combined Instagram account. They are very close, and I've always wondered why her sister doesn't. Her name's Dide. I wonder why she doesn't SUP surf. She's like, I'll just let you have that.
That's your sport. Yeah. I'll support you in it.
So just winding down with 1 minute left in heat number 4. And we're going to run until it is dark. We're going to get in as much as we can. And we're going to keep bringing you guys at home all of the action. And all the fans, all the teammates, they're still on the water. They've been here all day long.
We ran till 8:15 p.m. yesterday in SUP Technical, and we're not afraid to push it past that mark here again tonight as we watch the SUP surfing events here in Denmark. As round number 1 for the men in the books. Now we're in round number 1 for the ladies with the final 23 seconds right now.
And there's Sume in white. She's looking for a score to move from 3rd to 1st, but she's currently stuck on the inside. As you see, Nolani Sach making her way out. With this increased wind, it's actually getting a little tough to paddle out. Even though the waves are small, they're coming in fast and furious.
Oh, here she is, though, turning on that one. Nolani Sach trying to make something happen and maybe moving up the ladder. Her nice little glide turn there, and she's just going to jump off the board. And ladies and gentlemen, the horn sounds, and that's going to do it. But it's all that young lady right there, AV.
Yeah, Ibaya taking command of that heat. And we're going to wait for Nolani's score to lock in. She only needs a 2.98 in order to advance into 2nd place, but we're watching the judges lock them in. It's not going to be enough. So Ibaya Moreno in 1st, Edimar Luque from Venezuela in 2nd place, both advancing into round number 2.
All right, 2 amazing paddlers coming up on heat number 5 of the women's SUP surfing here from cold Hawaii, Denmark. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this.
In 1912, the legendary Duke Kahanamoku, the Hawaiian father of modern-day surfing, won an Olympic gold medal in swimming at the Stockholm Games. Standing atop the podium, the Duke expressed a dream that his beloved surfing could one day become an Olympic sport. As the world governing body of surfing recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association made pursuing the Duke's dream part of its mission, spreading the joy of surfing around the globe and putting the sport on the world's greatest sporting stage. More than a century after Duke's dream was born and more than 2 decades of arduous work led by ISA President Fernando Aguirre, in August of 2016, the ISA made the Olympic dream come true, successfully lobbying to include surfing in the Tokyo 2020 Games. Hailed as a game-changing moment for the sport of surfing by President Aguirre, surfing would now get the chance to introduce its high-performance, youthful energy to a global audience at the Olympics.
The ocean doesn't discriminate. It doesn't matter your gender, your age, your social, economic status, race, religion. It doesn't matter. Out there, we're all surfers.
Getting this inside uniform and bam!
Since 1964, the ISA has been working tirelessly to create a better world through surfing by crowning world champions in all surfing disciplines.
He has finally heard he has won the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games
and developing the sport globally on a grassroots level. The ISA awards scholarships to more than 300 young boys and girls in need, creates the proper development pathway through instructor certification courses, makes the sport more accessible to surfers with physical challenges, and spreads the sport to all continents of the globe through their 101 member nations and counting.
Big snap.
Surfing has the power to make a positive impact in the lives of all, and the ISA will continue to use the sport to change the world one surfer at a time through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships on the western coast of Denmark. We're in a place known as Cold Hawaii. And for someone from Hawaii, I am freezing.
Oh, Bo. You know, it could be worse. It could be snowing. I mean, come on. This is not bad.
Didn't you see me take a picture on Instagram with snow next to me yesterday?
No, I didn't actually.
I'll show it to you.
I'll have to. Did you Photoshop that in or what?
No, I did not. It was actually the ice from the fish market.
Oh, okay.
They were dumping. I was pretending it was snow.
Well, in Hawaii, that's close enough.
We don't get to see snow. Yes. It snows on Mauna Kea. It snows on Mauna Loa.
I was actually there on Mauna Kea one week when it snowed. It was pretty fascinating how you guys do get quite a bit of snow up there.
Yeah. It snows every year. Haleakala can get some snow over on Maui.
Exciting.
But there is your, as we're looking at, is our Brazilian competitor paddling back out into the lineup. We're looking at Adeline Adadesca from Brazil. We got Lynn Bernbo from Sweden in white, and our defending gold medal champion from last year from Australia, Shakira Westorp from Australia. She'll be in the red jersey. Right now, Shakira has locked in a 6.83 and has taken the commanding lead already in the first opening minutes, and there is Shaq right now, as she is known. She is a firefighter. She fights fires.
Okay, well, we'll get to it eventually.
Yeah,
she fights fires.
That's a tongue twister for me. But she lives in Surfer's Paradise. So a former lifesaver, now fighting fires over Surfer's Paradise. A 2-time gold medal winner individually in the SUP Technical at Nicaragua in 2014. And 2016, she won the SUP Surfing. That's just truly amazing.
And I do have to add on that she's a board glasser. As one of her fellow athletes. Board came in, wrinkled. She helped.
Job well done.
2 in the morning.
I'm qualified.
Yep, sanded
There's
it down,
Shaq.
threw some glass on it, got it back up and running. So.
She won a silver medal in the distance race in Nicaragua in the lakes races over there. It was so hot, and it was amazing. Shaq almost pulled off the double-double gold in 2014.
Shakira Restorp. You're going to hear that name a lot, ladies and gentlemen, so don't just you're gonna hear her all through the finals. She put on a tremendous performance last year in Fiji, going right into the finals, like you said, and ended up taking it. So one of the top competitors here you're seeing in the water. Now, Aline Arisaka from Brazil, another strong competitor for Team Brazil. Brazil definitely brought the heavies this year, as Arisaka, a great surfer, surfs the shore break back home a lot, so she's going to be one to watch out for in this heat as well.
Well, heat number 5, we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more heats remaining after this before day's end. They're going to try to get all the way through heat number 10 of this round. There's actually 12 heats in round 1, so the final 2 heats will be the first couple of heats tomorrow. And we're getting word right now, Drew, that we're going to start as early as possibly 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to take advantage of the conditions and of the swell that is still rolling in, and it's actually peaking later on tonight. So unfortunately, we're going to miss the best waves of the swell that'll be breaking through the night, and unable to take advantage of that.
Unfortunate, but we would do it if we could. But it is 7 p.m. here, and the cameras are showing it a lot lighter than it really is, as we got overcast skies. The wind is whipping probably, I would guess, somewhere between 11 and 15 meters per second, as we are, like you said, in heat number 5 as Westorp goes diving off the side of that board right there.
Explain that. Wind is whipping 11 meters per second?
That's what they told me.
What does that mean? Usually it's knots or miles per hour.
Meters per second.
Meters per second. I've never heard that term. Is that because we're with the metric system over here?
Yeah, we're in the metric system.
Okay.
We'll call it the metric system.
Okay. Well, I'm used to knots and miles per hour, and it is gnarly out there, and I'm just drooling because I want to get one of these windsurf boards and go offshore.
How many knots at a mile per hour, Bo?
Well, it could be, let's see.
How many miles an hour in a knot?
30 mile an hour wind is about 24 to 26 knots.
Okay. Just a test.
Okay.
Keep it going. There's Arisaka right there from Brazil. Already got 2 wave scores in, 4.0 and a 1.33. So that'll put her in second position and in good chance to move on. And look at Westorp. 6.83, that first wave, absolutely phenomenal for her. Backs it up with a 3.33.
And I tell you what, she's in the best shape of her life. I've seen her compete at these ISA events year in and year out. I missed her last year winning that gold medal at Cloudbreak. That must have been amazing. Describe her final at Cloudbreak last year, Drew.
Oh, the women's final was phenomenal. You had some great SUP surfers in there. You had Izzy Gomez. You had a lot of other young ladies that were trying to put the pressure on. But Westorp surfed so well all the way through the contest, from heat to heat. She was on top. And, there was no looking back for her. It was just her year at Cloudbreak.
You had Brisa Malaga from Peru, right? And you had Caroline Aguibad from France, and they've done well in past ISA events. And, Izzy Gomez, the year before, she won the gold medal, and she was going for back-to-back golds, right, last year?
And I do have to say, Izzy Gomez caught the wave of the event last year.
Yeah, she was describing it to me on the sidewalk earlier this morning, how she did a full face plant and spread out on after she had tore apart the wave, and then she wiped out right on the reef.
Yeah, just ripped the face out of that wave, and then came in a full-on swan dive. And afterwards we saw her, she goes, that might have been the biggest wave I've ever caught in my entire life.
Did she break her board?
I believe she did. I believe the board was broken half at the end of that contest. As Arisaka from Brazil paddling her way back out. Very happy young lady trying to make a turn here. As you see her board underwater there, she's having a little struggle trying to stay upright as conditions are very, very bumpy out there, ladies and gentlemen. And there is the white rash guard of the young lady from Sweden, Lynn Brembo. As she goes down, so all these girls kind of sitting on their boards, they might just stay in a seated position and look for the right opportunity to jump up and try to turn on one of these waves, as we saw last year in Fiji, as a lot of these competitors were getting bumped around so much, they just kind of try to find a position, wait, and then jump up and try to paddle into that wave. So we'll see if they use that same strategy this year. Bo.
I just got corrected. You were calling it 11 meters, right? Per what?
Second.
Per second. Okay, I was calling it 24 knots, right? He brought the conversion. It's 23 knots. I was off by a knot.
So both of us were right.
Yes.
We're two very smart people.
Well, I feel bad. I was just 1 knot off.
Well, you can't be off by 1 knot.
I am 1 knot off.
You are more than 1 knot off.
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah. Bo Hodge, Drew of the U, keeping you entertained here as we go into this women's heat number 5.
Ooh, that hurt.
Yeah, she's been having trouble breaking her way back out there.
That clipped her right in the shin. And, the conditions out there, they can get into the prone position, but they must be in the standing position to catch and paddle into the wave, correct?
Yeah, definitely. Have to be standing, have to be paddling out. Unless it is an unsafe condition is the only chance. And here is Arisaka from Brazil jumping up on this one, Bo.
Oh!
And not having a chance for the wave to form before going down. I know she's bummed with that one.
Okay, there's Shakira. She's paddling back out. She has improved her wave count. She has caught her 4th wave. She has elevated that 3.33. That is now discarded because she has scored a 4.1 on her last wave. She is now in the double-digit zone of a 10.93 under 2-wave combo of a 6.83 and a 4.1. So our Swedish surfer, Team Sweden, is cheering loud and proud for Lynn Bernbo. With 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, Lynn has a 0.43 and a 1.43. Lynn now needs a wave of a 3.91 as we see Alan right out through the lineup there trying to get through the whitewater section. And yes, we are live from Vorpor, Denmark, better known as Cold Hawaii on the west coast of Denmark. And we are getting through this heat, and then coming up, it'll be heat number 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 before day's end. And we're actually going to go past sunset. Do you realize that?
Not for the first time.
Oh, no, definitely not.
This is the ISAs. There's no holding back, Bo Hodge.
There were standards set in Biarritz, France at the World Surfing Games that'll blow your mind. There's the kite surfers.
They're having a blast. They'll be surfing. They'll be out there kite surfing until probably midnight.
No. They'll come in. They need dinner.
Oh, they've already had dinner, man. There's Shaq.
I've never seen Shaq in a wetsuit.
Team Australia.
Seriously?
Well, it's Denmark. It's cold Hawaii.
Okay.
I mean, come on. It's 7:15 at night. Give her some credit there, Bo. I mean, are you calling her out? Are you calling her a sissy?
Come on, it's not 7:15. It's 7:04.
Well, I set my watch a little bit ahead.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Surfer in white. This is Lynn from Sweden.
Come on, Lynn.
She just couldn't get over that hump.
Bummer. Rooting for her.
1 minute, 50 seconds remaining.
It looks like Aline Arisaka from Brazil will move on. And, you see the wind just whip that board behind her.
Girls got to be careful. That board can come back and possibly knock her out.
And that board, a very small board for Aline, as she's having trouble staying on top of it.
Well, a lot of these boards are those lightweight composites, those sandwich compressed, right?
Yeah, correct. You heard AV give you a good explanation of that composite type material.
And there's heat number 6. They're paddling out because their heat will start in a minute. And there's our defending gold medal champion on her forehand. Nice carving turn. She'll redirect, bounce it off the whitewater. And still in the open face, she's still carving up maneuvers. And that will be a victory lap for Shaq and coming in for Team Australia.
That should improve that 4-1 there on wave number 4 as we get under 1 minute. Look at Shaq up on top there, carrying a lot of speed. Nice little turn there, throwing a little bit of water. Shaq stoked with that one. Bouncing it off the whitewater, like you said, once again, and riding that on. And I think you're right, Bo Hodge. I mean, she's looking absolutely fantastic, and you called her in the best shape she's ever been in.
Yeah, and she's I think she's really taken SUP surfing. She's pretty much laid to rest her racing and her technical and her distance career, even though she still trains in that in Surfer's Paradise. But still, she is taken as a world champion in SUP surfing, and she's really specialized into it. And that's what she really loves to do, a lot of these athletes, crossover athletes, they have their favorites and they have, their training. But, some SUP surfers are better SUP racers and some SUP racers are better SUP surfers.
Very true. Two totally different sports.
And still with seconds remaining in the heat, she's still paddling back out.
Oh, yeah, she's a competitor. She's just loving life. You know, if she wasn't competing right now, she'd probably be out there SUP surfing just for fun, Bo.
Well, the sound of the horn rounds out heat number 5, round number 1 of the women's SUP surfing division. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll have the official results of this heat and introduce our next heat number 6. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard World Championships live from cold Hawaii and Denmark. And we'll take a short commercial break. You're watching us live at ISAWorlds.com.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the medical team here.
I'm doing the lights.
For just €10, you can become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media team.
Hi, my name is Nikolai, and I'm part of the crew at Copencold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer program of this amazing event.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're on the western coast of Denmark, known as Vapur here in Denmark, and is better known as cold Hawaii, and it is bone chilling. It is in the low 50s, maybe the high 40s in Fahrenheit. So I believe in centigrade, we're dipping down to maybe, I don't know, 13, 14, 15 degrees. And we've got a highlight package of all the day's surfing action from the men into the women. So just the women, because we saw the men earlier.
Yeah, we saw a great highlight package from the men, and now we're going to check out the first 5 heats of the women as we prepare for heat number 6. There you see the flags of Canada and England, and there was Stella Smith, the surfer who won heat number 2 from New Zealand. And right there, up and riding, you can see doing the Huntington hop and just jumping off, so showing you how difficult the conditions was. And that's Natalia de la Lama from Argentina winning her heat.
Oh, there was a big celebration when she came back from her heat into the water, and there was our Japanese competitor, that was Sumi Kane.
And Sumi Kane just missing out on advancing, but that turn right there was one that we talked about, showing great balance, staying nice and low to her board. And you can see all the white water. There's plenty of waves, and there, right there is Shaq, who just went on that heat and straight off the bottom, off the top, into a nice spraying turn there. And Shakira just throwing it up, a little backside foam climb, and another turn right there, and she'll just jump off the back of her board. And now we are back to live action.
Yeah, let's introduce our surfers here in heat number 6, round number 1 of the first round of the SUP surfing for women. We have Lucy Te Moana Nui from New Zealand. I want to make sure I say that right, in the red jersey. We have your good friend, Jenna Flickman, from Canada, from Edmonton in the white jersey, and from Ireland, Sarah Gannon will be in the yellow jersey, and in the blue jersey, it'll be Joanna Ibrahim from Wales. And here we go, up and riding in white. This is Jenna Flickman.
Yeah, Jenna Flickman from Canada. She's been spending a lot of time in Dana Point and San Clemente, and her surfing's come a long way. I've been working with her for about 5 years on the racing and surfing side, and this past year she's really taken her SUP surfing seriously, going out in any conditions. She's gone out in these conditions when nobody else is out at San Onofre or Linda Lane or San Clemente Pier. Jenna Flickman's out there because there's no waves where she's from.
Well, she's a specialist in distance and technical and surfing. What is she best at?
I would say that she enjoys SUP surfing, as most of these ladies do, more than the racing aspect. But she's a really good sprinter. She made the finals for the sprint competition and finished in 8th place after she fell. And right up and riding right now is our surfer in red. That's Lusite Moana Nui, and she rides that one all the way to the beach. So she's going to open up her heat with a score. And Jenna Flinkman, we saw her ride a wave. So far, 3 surfers catching waves. Sarah Gannon from Ireland caught a wave a little bit, excuse me, a little bit earlier, as we are just finishing about 4.5 minutes of this 15-minute heat. So normally 20-minute heats, we're now going to 15-minute heats. Normally we'd be surfing right out in front of the contest site, but we're adapting just like these surfers have to, so we move the venue. Normally we wouldn't be working these 14-hour days, but we're adapting just like the surfers have to, just like the producers have to. And there you see an interesting tactic right there.
Yeah, instead of carrying the board through the wind, she's just dragging it by the leash. Hopefully she doesn't bust a fin. That's Te Moana Nui from New Zealand. She's from Christchurch, a beautiful place, and she is currently in the lead right now. The 34-year-old has opened up with a 2.83, and she'll be paddling back out and going back out with 9.5 minutes remaining in her heat.
And we saw our surfer in yellow on her way back out, Sarah Gannon, and she was diving under waves, grabbing her leash. I would just like to, as a lifeguard, I think you can agree with me here that that's not the smartest thing to do when you're paddling out through the surf. You want to do like Jenna's doing. Keep your board facing out through the ocean. Use your hands on top of the board to pop it through. Or if you're just going to let it drag, look behind you. Make sure nobody's behind you. But if you're going to hold the leash with your hands and it gets ripped out, that's where I've seen people cut their hands and even have fingers ripped off if the leash should happen to wrap around your finger.
Well, too, if the nose or the tail catches the wind in windy conditions like this, that board can come back and hit you.
Yep. So several reasons why. Maybe that's not the best tactic while paddling out. And I want to also make something clear. We're joking about the long work days, but I also want to talk about how fun it is and what an honor it is to be representing the athletes, the competitors, working for the ISA at this World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, getting a chance to work with professionals like you and like Drew and on floor. And, you know, I've been spending time in the Spanish-speaking booth over there and learning from those guys. I speak a little Spanish, but it's great to hear the announcing both in English and in Spanish. So we're trying to make light of the situation, but we're really enjoying ourselves here, if you can't tell.
Well, AV, it's an honor to have you as a former competitor and a former race director and a current race director of many of these SUP events and coach and trainer of a lot of these athletes. It's great to have your knowledge up here at the webcast also.
Well, thank you so much.
8 minutes remaining, and you're welcome so much. And we can tell you in this heat, this is Lucy in red. She's in the lead with a 2.83. Jenna Flickman now in second place with a 1.83. We can tell you Sarah Gannon from Ireland with a 1.33 score, so small wave scores. So very much each and every wave can change the conditions and the lineup. And these girls are really battling the windy conditions. And I think the wind has really started to pick up even longer. And in fact, looking at the wind direction, the winds are starting to come more onshore than side shore than from earlier.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing breaking waves behind us for the first time all day. And with the increased wind, the swell period, the period in between waves has increased, I would say, tenfold. The ladies having it much tougher than the men, which a lot of times in surfing contests, it's just the way it is. But they're doing a great job of navigating through the surf, and you can see how difficult it is just to paddle out.
Yeah, just to get through the impact zone, just to get out to the surf area. So these ladies are being challenged, and it's great to be here in Denmark. The first time that Europe has hosted a ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championship. We've been in South America. We've been in Central America. This event has even gone to Nicaragua, from Peru to Mexico to Central America, down to South America and Fiji last year, and now into Europe next year. I mean, Fernando has really proven that ISA SUP will go anywhere and everywhere to prove, whether it's some rivers and lakes on the beaches, that a stand-up surfing event can be held in any type of body of water.
Yes, and that's the beauty of stand-up paddling and why it is so attractive to so many people around the world. You can do it in flat water. You can do it downriver. You can do it downwind. You can do it upwind. A lot of people like to train upwind and feel nice and strong. And there is the camaraderie No shoes, in the wind, but there to support his teammate.
And the teammates and the coaches and the captains, they'll use their flags. And if I fly it to the right, if I fly it to the left, if I stand it up high, if I shake it, those are communication signs to the athletes of how, what, or maybe, information the athlete needs out in the water.
Yeah, that's a great point, Bo. It's the surfers in the water can use their coaches to help them navigate which way to go. You saw the coaches can also help with running up the beach as well to help the competitors transition from one area to another. And you see the ocean just playing havoc on this heat. 3 girls stuck on the inside. Boards are flying everywhere. But look at the way Jenna Flinkman is in control of her board. That's how you do it paddling out through the surf, especially when you're in a crowded lineup with short boarders and long boarders. That's showing everyone that, hey, us SUP surfers, we know what we're doing. We can control our boards. And Jenna Flinkman doing a great job right there in control.
Well, she's currently in second place and negotiating to get back out in the lineup. 5 minutes remaining into this heat. And the ISA, the International Surfing Body, is the world governing authority recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the IOC, for the sport of surfing and all other wave riding activities. And the ISA mission is to create a better world through surfing. And how do they do that? Well, the ISA holds annual World Surfing Championships like the World SUP and Paddleboard, like the World Adaptive Surfing Championships coming up in La Jolla at the end of the year. In 3 weeks, the ISA will be in Japan getting ready for the Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And earlier this year, the ISA was in France for the World Surfing Games. So not only does the ISA do that, but they also hold developing surfing nations around the world. They have a record of 103, just recognizing their more recent surfing nation of Samoa. They also lobby and direct the surfing for the Olympics and develop programs and certifications for surfing instructing and judging and adaptive surfing programs and international surf schools around the world, and award yearly scholarships to undeserved athletes under the age of 18 and award those scholarships over $250,000 to over 300 athletes in the history of the ISA. And I think that's the biggest thing that the ISA does year in and year out.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And through the course of this webcast, through this week, you've been talking about some of the recipients of those scholarships, and it's just fantastic. And that's a lot of money, and that money goes to help humans, to help people pursue their dreams, and we all need help. And it's great that the ISA does that, and it is just incredible what they're doing for the sport of surfing and for humanity. These girls right here, and I just want to say to all the athletes who competed today, you guys had it tough, but you made it happen. And this heat especially, it looks like the wind's turned on, the swell's picked up just a little bit, and it is so consistent out there. They're having trouble just making it back out. They've been paddling out for about 8 minutes right now, trying to get out. Jenna's looking for a score. And I think there's a couple more scores to lock in that we haven't seen, because Jenna got the one wave, and then we saw her on the shore trying to make her way back out currently, and that was not from this wave. So I could be wrong. I have been many a times before, but we'll see what happens in the remaining 2 minutes left of this heat.
Yeah, coming up in our next heat number 7, we're going to see the young Hawaiian from Maui, Annie Reichart. We're going to see from Argentina, Axa Sanchez. We're going to see the Mexican Alejandro Brito. And we're going to see the surfer from Wales, Carrie Baker. So they're getting ready for their heat coming up in the next heat, and they're anxious, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, they've been waiting all day, and they're like, am I going to run today? Am I going to not go today? Are they going to continue on? So trying to run as many heats as we can today. And Carrie Baker will be following up her fellow countrywoman, and Joanna Ibrahim, who's in this heat right now, also from Wales, and Annie Reichart. She'll be trying to follow in Mariko Strickland-Lum's footsteps and making it through to round number 2 for Team Hawaii. Aisha Sanchez from Argentina. And Alejandra Brito, we saw her in the SUP technical. She was unable to make it out of the rapid charge round, and the girls aren't going to make it back out for another wave. So they've literally been paddling out for over 10 minutes and not able to make it out. Not because of their ability, but because the ocean, this is a day where you would say, I'm going back home and having coffee.
Yeah, this was like a WSL QS event. They would say this is maybe uncontestable conditions at times because of the wind, and there's not one normal break because it's just breaking everywhere. Here where waves are merging into each other, current is rising, and, you know, is crisscrossing, and these ladies are having a hard time out there. So and you can see the windsurfers and the kite surfers. That's telling you that, you know, the surfing portion is very difficult. And you see our leader right now. This is Lucy coming in on the inside, and she is currently from New Zealand, from Christchurch, and she's exhausted. Look at her, 20 seconds remaining, and that wraps up her heat. And she's getting some kind words from Team New Zealand, and even these girls still trying to paddle back out with seconds remaining in this heat.
That was a smart move by her because, and now we're going to see some of these scores lock in. That was a smart move because the heat's winding down, so even though she wasn't all the way out the back, she just turned around, caught a wave in to add one more score, and we're going to see scores locking in, and Jenna Flinkman is like, what just happened to me right there? Did I just go out at Piahi? Wow.
And there's the sound of the horn that rounds out this heat number 6, round number 1. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, heats number 7, 8, 9, and 10 on deck. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from cold Hawaii, Denmark. You're watching it live on ISAWorlds.com.
På Sydlangeland. Vi er i Bagenkop Havn, hvor vi altid har stille vand, også selvom det blæser. Noget af det, vi er glade for her på Langeland, det er vores kystlinje på godt og vel 100 km med gode sandstrande, som lægger op til stand-up paddling. Vi har oprettet en forening, som hedder Shores, med henblik på at udbrede stand-up paddling og andre vandsportsaktiviteter på Langeland med speciel fokus på børn og unge. Vi elsker, at når det er stille vand, så er det nærmest meditativt at komme ud, og når det blæser, så kan man virkelig komme ud og prøve kræfter med naturen. Jeg hedder Ulrik, og jeg er SUP'er.
And welcome back to the 2017 World ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're going to keep the energy high, ladies and gentlemen, because everybody is working hard and has been since about 1:30 this afternoon, Denmark time, to keep it action rolling for you live here today. And I'll tell you, it has not disappointed. We've had some great stand-up paddle surfing for you, and now we're getting into the evening time. Literally the evening time. What is the official time here? It is 7:24 p.m. in Denmark. People still stacked up on the sand, cheering on their upcoming SUP surfers in the water. Who do we got, AV?
We have currently in heat number 7, representing Hawaii, Annie Reichardt from the island of Maui, and in white, representing Argentina, Aisha Sanchez. Representing Mexico, our competitor in yellow, Alejandra Brito. And our final competitor wearing blue, Carrie Baker from Wales.
Wales, a brand new country competing in the ISAs this year, so we're so excited to have them. Beautiful flags flying everywhere. You can always know where they're at.
Yes, and you can see Annie Reichardt, our surfer, in red, and she's from Maui. They have a term called Maui glass, and this is exactly Maui glass, meaning that it's windy, but it's always windy in Maui, so that's glassy for them. So Annie Reichardt will be used to this, and she charges. She surfs big waves, and she will definitely catch a few waves and show what sort of surfing women can do, even in these very tough and trying conditions, as you see Annie Reichardt on screen right now.
Annie Reichardt turned to pull. You saw a lot of sloppy conditions, a lot of people comparing it to like a washing machine out there, just shaking people up. The last heat, they couldn't even make it back out. And unfortunately, that's how the heat closed. But Annie looking way over her left-hand shoulder there. And I think the tough part is, AV, is you don't know which bump you want to catch there.
Yeah, you definitely don't know what bump you're going to catch. It's like a washing machine on top of one of those mechanical bulls on the top of one of those earthquake machines that replicate earthquakes. So that's what it's like out there.
That's interesting. That makes it fairly exciting. So washing machine with a mechanical bull with an earthquake machine. That sounds like a fun time.
Yes, definitely.
And at 7:30 at night.
So Annie Reichart from the island of Maui, she competed in every single SUP event so far. She did the distance race, earning herself a 12th place, which is a great finish for Annie, mostly enjoying the downwind conditions and the surf style conditions and type of racing, but doing a great job in Copenhagen. Annie also competed in the sprint race, making the final in that as well. And she made her way into the final of the technical race. And now here she is in heat number 7, the opening round for the women. So Annie Reichart, and she must have heard me talking about her because she's getting her campaign started. And she's setting up that bottom turn and a nice turn, kind of a mid-face turn. But you want to make sure you ride out of all of your turns. So it was more of a safe turn for Annie. But in these conditions, that's a great wave.
Yeah, definitely for the 16-year-old out of Maui. What was funny about that is the wave started to form, and then it was like another wave came in from the other side, from the north side there, and started right here. You see her come down the line, and she starts nice little bottom turn there, and then all of a sudden another wave comes and hits her from the backside, pushes her back the other way. So they're coming from all directions.
All directions, and there you see a larger board for our surfer in white. That is Aisha Sanchez from Argentina. And maybe a smart move right now. For the men, it didn't really work out because there was a lot more space in between waves, and the guys on the boards that were shorter were ripping. But on the women's side, perhaps maybe the longer board. Aisha, she's using some strategy. We'll see how that works out for her.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing I really have to give Annie Reichart a lot of credit for is she's constantly giving her parents shout-outs. I mean, her parents support her so much and have helped her through this sport as she's up and paddling right on your screen, right in front of you. And she's not afraid to say, you know, I really appreciate my parents for all their support throughout my entire life. I mean, she did this big, amazing trip to Cambodia and Thailand with her family, took an inflatable SUP, paddled around all over down there. So that's really a cool thing is she's very family-oriented. And her family does so much with her, and you got to give it to their parents because, you know, like I always say, a lot of these quality individuals come from good stock, and Annie Reichart definitely has that good stock.
Yeah, definitely, and her father, Chris, takes a lot of pictures of her and video. These days, in order to improve, you have to be able to watch yourself on video with photos to figure out, you know, what your foot placement was, why you fell, or why you executed a certain turn. And her mom, Melissa, travels with her to most of the events that she goes to. Annie Reichart's won some big events. 2015 in Santa Cruz, she was in a final with Fiona Wilde and Izzy Gomez. And you know who won that? Annie Reichart.
Yeah.
So she's beaten Izzy before. One of the few competitors in the whole world that has beaten Izzy Gomez. And Annie Reichart, she was getting pushed down with the current, so she decides to catch a wave in. So that's not going to be a scoring wave. But they're constantly, you see them looking behind their shoulder all the time. She's like, you know what, this is not the area that I want to be. I'm going to paddle in and move over. And there's Coach Maddie Schweitzer helping her.
He better be yelling extremely loud because that wind is blowing right into his face. And what he just said went behind him about 120 yards. And she's only about 30 meters away from him. So it looks like Maddie Schweitzer is going to pull her out of the water.
And run her down. And Alejandra Brito is going to do the same thing. You see her dragging her board. Danny Ching is not going to be stoked. She's dragging her 404 around. But unless she makes it through the heat.
Yeah, well, we still got 7:44 left in this heat, and they only need 2 to move on. Annie Reichardt's the second young lady to score, and with a nice wave score, that one we spoke about earlier, a 5.33, and then the young lady with the blue rash guard,
Carrie Baker
scoring a 1 flat, so the only 2 paddlers still pick that board up and haul it. Come on, young lady. Oh, man, that is so hard to watch, isn't it?
She had a ding on the bottom. She's standing her ding right there.
Is that what it is? Sandblasting the ding, taking the paint off so it goes faster? What? I don't know. But if you look at the horizon here, as we look out the back side of our booth here, it looks like there's a little break in the weather. It's been kind of cloudy and overcast the entire day, and we're looking at the surf report and numerous different reports coming in at this time. We don't know what kind of conditions we can expect for tomorrow's contest.
I stopped looking at the forecast. I'm like, whatever it is, it's going to be, and I'll be there. You know what I'm really happy about and really thankful for? That it's not raining today.
Yeah, well, it rained this morning.
It rained this morning, yes. But for all those fans that are over there watching in the cold, and I don't want to jinx it for tomorrow, but thank you, Mother Nature, for keeping the rain away from cold Hawaii for most of the day. This morning when the contest was off, it was raining, and we've had to ride our bikes through the rain. It's been fun biking around Copenhagen, biking around cold Hawaii, and I was thinking about it this morning. I've ridden a bike for 6 straight days, and that's been a long time since I've done that.
Well, my rear end tells me I've been riding a bike for 6 straight days. I'll tell you that right now, because people see me walking, they're like, "You okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been riding a bike for 6 straight days." Those bike seats aren't as soft as they used to be. So, but it has been fun. I do feel myself maybe losing a few ounces, but putting it back on with all this fine Danish cuisine.
Yes, and the bread is just so delicious.
Oh, man.
You go to the market and there's bread and it's warm. How can you not eat warm bread? And then you got to have another piece and another piece. So we got to get on a fitness program when we get back.
Trust me, I bought a loaf of bread the other day. Actually, I bought 2, and before I could make it back to the place we were staying, I already eaten a loaf on the bike.
Yeah, you said you were bringing 2 loaves back.
Argentina trying to make some work there of that small little bump. So Argentina, I'll tell you, a very fun group here. The Argentines are constantly celebrating, cheering each other on, and trying to make some work there is Annie Reichert from Hawaii, the young 16-year-old. I know everybody's watching from back home, cheering her on.
And just watching what she's doing right there, how she's standing in waist-deep water so that she can anchor herself to the sand, and she's keeping her control over board. And then she's waiting for an opening. So she's looking at the surf, waiting for an opening. You saw that she saw an opening there, jumped on her board, and she's going to paddle as fast as she can to try and squeak through during the little window as the ocean opens up a little bit for her. And how's that set?
Oh, man, it's a good-looking set. I was going to say, you just talk about windows. I don't see many windows opening up out there. I was like, that is a really small window. But that's the Argentine young lady right there on your screen. Axia Sanchez trying to paddle her way back out. There's the window you talked about, so she'll bump up and down. You see the size of the little bumps there getting bigger as you saw her almost disappear. And there is the young lady in yellow on your screen. That is Alejandra Brito from Mexico. I know her team coach is at home watching her right now. He messaged us on Facebook just a few moments ago and just giving his team all the support he possibly can from being so far away. But, boy, it is rocking and rolling out there, AV.
3 minutes, 53 seconds remaining in this heat, and Annie Reichert with just 1 wave ridden, but it was a quality wave. She earned a 5.33. That would be an average wave on the official scoring criteria. But for today, I'm going to put that into the excellent range.
That would be in the extremely excellent range. And you know what? Hey, 1 wave could take home the heat for it.
Yep, so far it has, and only one competitor, Carrie Baker, with 2 waves, but she's got a 1.0 and a 0.27.
Here's Axia taking a peek here. Axia, oh, and that wave just comes out from underneath her, swoops the board right when she was looking left.
But is that sunlight that's starting
That's
to
what I
shimmer?
said. It's starting to clear up.
It is starting to clear up.
Yeah.
And we saw that last heat, the girls taking 10, 11 minutes to paddle out in a 15-minute heat. And I'm going to say Alejandra is not going to make it out to ride a wave. So she's going to go through this heat a little bit frustrated. But you know what? That's what is going to make you into a champion. You know, that which you're just going to get stronger from this event. You're going to learn from this event. You're going to go home. You're going to paddle and go surf when it's windy so that you can train for moments like this.
That's why it's a world championship. We're looking for the paddler that can paddle the best of any conditions. And that live shot, we're bringing it to you live here from Denmark. CPH live crew making it happen for you. And boy, oh boy, we got so many compliments on the webcast this year. So if you've been watching from back home, your quality is just there today. And we want to thank them, all the folks in the truck. We've been talking about it all week. They haven't been out of the truck. They've been locked in there like a can of tuna with little food, little water. And we're not going to let them out until this contest is over.
And Aisha Sanchez, just with 2 minutes left, she catches her second wave, and that's going to push her above Carrie Baker. So Aisha could be moving in, and here's Annie Reichardt, and she's got a nice-looking wave. Look at this thing with some room for her to work, and that's her third turn right there. She's going to milk this into the inside, and Annie you only need 2 waves, and she got 2 waves, and they were both waves that had sections, so what a beautiful sunset it's going to be.
Yeah, take a look at Annie Reichardt going right here. You see that wave starting to form. Takes a little maneuver off the top, drops back down, takes a couple paddle strokes to kind of gain a little more speed. But, hey, she's already sitting with a 5.33, so that'll jump in combination with that one. And she will be tough to beat in this heat.
Go ahead, sorry about that.
As we look forward to the next heat, we got 4 more, including 2 South Africans and 2 Italians. So it is basically South Africa versus Italy in this upcoming heat number 8 as we hit about a little after 7:30 p.m. here in cold Hawaii, Denmark. But you're right, the sun's out, the windsurfers in the back. Look at that landscape, absolutely stunning.
Wow.
You're going to catch those on Instagram later.
Score for Annie Reichardt coming in at a 3.93, so that furthers her lead. And Aisha Sanchez from Argentina earning a 2.07, so she moves into second place. And after this heat, Drew, if it's okay with you, I'm out of here, and I'm going to go take a picture of the sunset and just enjoy the beauty out there.
Is that how it's going to work? I tried to get off the webcast a little earlier and go rescue some people, and you guys said no. So, no, it's going to be a pretty amazing sunset, definitely. But, you could go on to the ISA Surfing. Go to @ISA Surfing. I'm sure Ben Reed and Sean are going to be catching some phenomenal photos and posting them on Instagram. So if you are not able to be here, as there is the yellow rash guard of that young lady making her way back in, that is Alejandra Brito from Mexico. And the Argentines are going crazy down there.
Yep, Natalia de la Lama won heat number 3, and now Aisha Sanchez making it through. So 2 Argentinian surfers advancing in the first half of the draw for the women. So congratulations to Argentina. And yes, the webcast and the ability to watch the replay has been awesome for the fans at home and also for the athletes. A number of them are coming up to us and saying the things that we said that were good, and also, hey, why didn't you say this about me? Hey, why did you say this about me? I said, because I didn't know that about you.
Exactly. Let us know. Keep us informed. And now we're going into women's round 1, heat 8. Ladies and gentlemen, like we said, South Africa versus Italy. You got Tasman Foster from South Africa. You got Cara Doyle from South Africa. Alicia Fulseri from Italy. And Katarina Stetna, also from Italy. That battle coming up right here on ISAWorlds.com. Keep it here. Don't go away.
This year, the 2017 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships is taking place in Denmark. The local host nonprofit organization called the Friends of Cold Hawaii are participating in the event with over 200 members strong.
I'm Morten, and I'm doing the event side production.
My name is Matthias, and I'm volunteering for the medical team here.
I'm doing the lights.
For just €10, you can become a member of the Friends of Cold Hawaii and support this great cause. Go to copencoldhawaii.com for more information.
Hi, my name is Ole. I'm part of the media team.
Hi, my name is Nikolai, and I'm part of the crew at Cold Hawaii.
If you join before September 11th, you get entered into a raffle where you have a chance to win one of 5 one-week stays here in cold Hawaii. So become a member and support the volunteer program of this amazing event.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are winding down our final 3 heats of the day. First day of SUP surfing competition here at the place known as Cold Hawaii, and I could put a stamp on that since I live in Hawaii.
And this is the late night edition. I think we should call this the late night after hours edition.
After hours,
yeah.
The late show.
Yeah,
are we David Letterman this?
Yeah, it's 7:45.
You dare to go there?
It's the late edition, the late show.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're having a little
still
fun.
have 3 more heats. We have just about an hour to go.
And, Argentina is going to be celebrating all night long, guaranteed.
Argentina has 2 women in the second round.
That's right.
And they are going to celebrate big time tomorrow. But big time tomorrow could be winning gold medal tomorrow.
How fascinating would that be? And if Argentina won a gold medal, we've seen them party just to make the qualifiers. This town would be turned upside down and never be the same.
You know how windy it is outside? I took a walk over the Big Pier.
127,000 miles an hour.
No. We've already discussed that. We're not going back there. It has blown down the speakers.
It's blown down the speakers.
That's why you're hearing the reverb, because the speakers are in the sand right now. It has blown down the gate to get out of here. We are trapped in here. I had to hold the gate up for our producer, Jay, to get out with his bicycle. He's gone already.
Jay's gone. He's like, it's my bedtime. I've been here for 6 straight days, 24 hours a day. Thanks for waiting for us, Jay. But, Bo, you know what we're going to get to witness here tonight? That amazing landscape you're seeing right there.
Okay, there we go. Let's introduce our surfers here in heat number 8, round number 1 of the women's SUP surfing division of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. 2 South Africans, 2 Italians when you were promoting that. Why is that happening in this? Because of the seating. You got the bottom half of the seating of number 12 and number 13 in this heat, and in the other side of number 36 and number 37. And that means nothing to the audience, but I'm just reading the numbers on my grid.
I was going to say, yep. That's what that means.
So Tasman Forrest from South Africa, she'll be in the red jersey. And in the white jersey, fellow South African Kara Doyle will be in the white jersey. And in the yellow jersey, it'll be Alyssa Feliceri from Italy, and in the blue jersey it'll be Caterina Stenta from Italy. So top 2 surfers will advance on through into round number 2. A total of 5 rounds will conclude through today and tomorrow for the women. 43 women, and we're going to work our way down to the final 4.
And definitely, ladies and gentlemen, keep it tuned to ISAWorlds.com for all the updates for tomorrow's contest. Make sure you follow us on social medias, because Evan and the crew will keep you updated on when the contest will start or not start, depending on weather conditions.
Well, we're going tomorrow.
Well, we might not go right on time is what I'm saying.
No, we're going right on time. We're going at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we might go at 7:05.
That's true, but we're definitely be going tomorrow.
We're going. We're going somewhere is where we're going, huh, Bo Hodge?
Well, let's get you updated in this heat. We can tell you right now there have been no waves scored on our computer screen.
Yeah, still waiting for that first wave score. As we saw a lot of trouble. These young ladies battling it, trying to get out, push through all these bumps as waves coming from all different directions. You see that young lady just deciding to bail off the board and getting sucked underneath that one. As all the flags still flying, though, nobody's leaving the contest grounds.
No. They're cheering on.
This is going.
And here we go, paddling in red. This is Forster from South Africa, and she's up and running on the forehand. Big carving turn off the whitewater section. She stays with this wave. Can she make another maneuver on the inside? She sees another scoring possibility, but she just couldn't continue the ride on the inside. So stand by for scores. Last of yellow, last of red.
Foster taking home the first wave score there, as you're seeing how much trouble these young ladies trying to get out through these big, sloppy, breaking rollers coming into this shore break. Foster, though, waiting for her score from South Africa. The Italians, though, Team Italy, a full team this year, and done very, very well so far. So hopefully they can push something through into the next round here in the SUP surfing event, Bo.
Tasman Foster registering a 3.67. We can tell you that Alyssa in yellow from Italy, one of our 2 Italian surfers in this heat, has scored a 1.17. She is a 20-year-old. She has been surfing half of her life, and she's from Live Omo, and she not only SUP surfs, but she windsurfs, she body surfs, longboard, skating, snowboarding, ski, Ski cross, is that a sport?
Oh, man, ski cross is absolutely exciting.
What is ski cross?
So it was actually developed in Lake Tahoe, kind of where I come from. It actually takes a derivative of a snowboard cross. They put you in these gates. There's 4 athletes that are locked in these gates. They pop the gates, and you go down through these undulations and big banking turns, and you try to make it to the bottom. Usually most courses are under, around 2.5 minutes, but it's fast, it's furious, it's elbow to elbow, and these athletes just charge down the hill.
Oh, I've seen that on the Olympics.
Yeah, probably. And they've had a lot of different places.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it, I don't know, you just haven't lived.
Well, I can only last 3 or 4 days in Lake Tahoe before I get frozen and snowbite, and I got to go back home to Hawaii.
Snowbite?
Is that what they call it?
That snowbite is awful.
Is it?
It's called frostbite.
Oh, frostbite.
But, you call it whatever you want.
Okay.
You're from Hawaii.
I'm from Hawaii. We don't have these terms over there.
So we'll call a sunburn a sunbite.
You can. I won't.
Oh, man. Look at the sunset, Bo.
It is glary.
It's
we can
amazing.
barely see our surfers. I'm sure the judges are finding that sunset.
We saw that last year, the glare on the water with the sun in Fiji. It was hard for the judges to judge the event because of where the sun was setting and the backlit conditions. And now we're seeing similar type conditions here in Denmark. But that is absolutely stunning. Hopefully AV catches a couple photos for us so we can see it.
Well, first he's got to push through the tent, and he's got to get through the row of speakers that have blown down. And here we go, our surfer in white. This is one of our South African surfers. She's coming in. She's having some difficulty. There's some concern on her face. Let's see.
She might just be making her way back up.
And go upwind here.
Yeah, she probably got pushed down far.
She's fighting that current. You can see the windsurfers outside. And there's the glare from the sun setting.
And she'll
and there's
push her
Team
way.
South Africa with 2 surfers in this heat. Team Italy also with 2 surfers, and there's only been 2 waves ridden at this time.
Foster, the only, with that 3.67 so far. Got to give her credit out there charging at the 34-year-old from Cape Town.
Well, both these South African surfers hail from Cape Town. Both Tasman and Kara.
And it looks like she has numerous SUP contests under her belt. Also took part in the World Championships in 2013 and won the South African champs in both 2013 and 2015s in SUP. So a lot of contest experience under her belt. As we take a live shot there of the contest ground. You see those flags just absolutely whipping that one, just about touching the ground.
That's where we are.
We're locked in a shipping container, thank goodness.
Yeah, but it does have a window. I've never seen a shipping container with a window.
They have some amazing stuff here in Denmark.
And look at the dunes. Look at the sun hitting those dunes. It's magical out here.
It is a pretty magical place. So South Africa and Italy, those 2 countries kind of battling it out here.
Well, the top 2 surfers will go into the second round. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Foster, the only one to really put up a decent score of 3.67. Everybody else having a little challenge getting out there, Bo. You see.
That's Katarina from Italy in blue. She's been battling that impact zone. Lots of current, a lot of crosswind, a lot of wind, a lot of waves battling out there. 4.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Coming up in our next heat, we're going to see surfers from France, from England, from Denmark, a very competitive heat. Justine Dupont, ranked number 48 on the World Qualifying Series, a former World Championship touring surfer. She has given up a 6-star WQS event to come here to Denmark to compete for her country and represent France at the World ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Yeah. Shows you what the World Championships are all about. I mean, you give up that type of an event to come here to compete. The ISAs are starting to really take hold around the world, and they're starting to attract all the top athletes, and that's exciting.
Well,
that's
France,
what it should be.
Earlier this year, back in May, hosted the World Surfing Games. They brought WCT surfers both on the male and the female end. They brought Jeremy Flores. They brought Joanne Deroux on the male side. And from the female side, they had Joanne DeFay and Paulina Doe, who are both on the WCT. And all 4 of those surfers are getting ready for a call for a possible go later today at the Trussell's Pro down in San Clemente, California.
Yeah, I see some promo for that event coming out. It could be an exciting one again. We've had some good contests there at Trestles.
Yeah, well, Jordy Smith heading into that event, leading in the men's, and he's the defending champion down there. So speaking of South Africa, I'm sure our South African audience are tuning in to possibility of watching Jordy go for his first world title. And Jordy is a former ISA World Junior Champion.
So cool. So cool to see the camera blown out there by the sunset.
I thought they had found gold.
Yeah, no, it's the sunset.
Oh.
And you can see the conditions. Look at the tops of those waves getting just blown across.
Tell me that's not gold.
That's gorgeous. That sunset, absolutely gorgeous. It's gorgeous, better and more so in real life. As Anthony Velo, our co-commentary, out there with his camera, should be getting some amazing shots.
Well, he's got a waterproof backpack, and this thing is about like 4 feet tall, and it's amazing how much things he can get in there.
He carries it all with him.
Seriously, we went to the grocery store, and we had a wagon full of stuff, and they all fit in there. It was amazing. 2 minutes remaining, counting down. We are in heat number 8 with still 2 more heats to be run after sunset. After those heats.
After sunset.
I'm serious. After sunset.
That's why
you're seeing the sunset during this heat.
It's the after-hours show here at the ISAs. Heat 9, Heat 10, 3 surfers in each heat. Plus, coming up, Annette Karsing from Denmark.
Yeah, Annette's been competing for Team Denmark here at the ISA World Subs for about, I think, 4 or 5 years.
And, you know, if anybody's surfed Dead Man's After Dark, it's her.
Now, why do you say that?
Because she's the local girl. I'm saying there's a good chance if anybody's...
It doesn't mean that she surfs After Dark.
I said, if anybody has, it's a good chance it's her. It's a good chance it's her.
Can you say 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining?
No, because it's 1 minute, 14 seconds remaining.
Well, it was 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining.
Jeez, Bo. Oh, man, it's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. I want to apologize to everybody back home. As we try to keep you informed, we try to keep you going here, and unfortunately, we got a wave score coming in for Cara Doyle from South Africa.
No, that's Tasman Foster. And Cara Doyle, you're correct. But I think Foster's wave is the one you really want to read.
Well, I'm just saying, we got one in for her. We got another one coming in for Foster, so Foster has those 2 waves. As we approach the 37-second mark. Can you say 35?
I can say 5.17 for Foster and a 0. Well, you wanted to say Doyle's wave, so I'll let you do that.
Yeah, Doyle got a .50, so she scored a wave in this heat, so you got to give it to her.
And then, how about our Italian surfer? Her wave just came in.
Mm-hmm.
A 1.8 with 20 seconds remaining. So right now we have surfer in red in first, surfer in blue in second. So that means 1 South African in the lead. Our Italian surfer in blue, that's Catarina. She's in second place. Alyssa now in third, needing a 0.64. And for Cara Doyle now needing a 1.34. And there is the sound of the horn rounding out heat number 8, round number 1.
That's it. So it looks like they split. South Africa and Italy will push a surfer into the next round.
So unfortunately for these countries, they got at least 1 surfer through to the second round. There was a chance one country was going to get both surfers in, and one country was eliminated both surfers.
But that wasn't the case.
Exactly. And there goes my stopwatch. And we're going to sign off for this heat. But guess what? 2 more exciting heats remaining in today's competition. You're watching the 2017 ISA World SUP Paddleboard World Championships at ISAWorlds.com. Stay tuned.
Velkommen til Kandrum. Vi er i Løkken i Nordjylland i Vendsyssel. Det gode ved Løkken er de lave bundforhold, sandbunden og molen, der giver læ på nordsiden. Det gode ved stand-up-paddling er, at det ikke er lige så krævende som almindelig surfing. Når der er fladt vand, kan vi have alle aldersgrupper med ud. Vi mener, at Vesterhavet kan bruges til meget mere end at fiske i. Vandet ved Løkken er nogle gange barskt og nogle gange roligt, og når vandet er som i dag, så sopper vi. Vi er i gang med at lave en surfklub, så vi kan give de unge mennesker i byen og nærmiljøet de oplevelser, som jeg selv elsker og holder rigtig meget af. Jeg hedder Kasper, og jeg er SUP-surfer.
Welcome back to the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're down to the final two heats of day number 4 competition. Welcome to cold Hawaii, Denmark. And look at that stunning golden sunset here on the shores of Vapur, better known as cold Hawaii, Denmark. I'm Bo Hodge, along with AV, better known as Anthony Vela. And we've got Drew, and we've got On Floor, and we've got our Spanish announcing team. They're in another container just about I would say, 50 meters away from us?
Yeah, they're very close to us, and that is one of the most beautiful sunsets, literally, that I have ever seen, and it looks even more beautiful. Actually, I can't decide if it's more beautiful in front of us or behind us, but it is changing colors, and that's what happens when you have weather. Weather brings waves, and weather brings sunsets like this, and look at the beautiful beach of Vapur here in cold Hawaii, Denmark, as we set up heat number 9.
Heat number 9. This is a very explosive heat, a 3-lady heat. Top 2 will advance on through, and you're seeing Justine Dupont from France. She is from the Bordeaux area, from the southwest of France. And, of course, she's a former WCT, WSL surfer, one of the best in the world, currently ranked number 48 on the QS Series this year. And she's already won 2 events on the World Surf League, one in shortboarding. She won back in Spain, in Portugal back in April, a 1,000 QS event. And she also won in Cornwall, England at Bristol Beach in August, a world longboard event. So she's not only competing on the WQS shortboard, she's competing longboard, and she's one of the best stand-up SUP surfers that France has.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching her compete. I've never watched her compete in stand-up paddle surfing. She's also a great body surfer, a multidiscipline athlete, and you know, she spends a lot of time in the pool training as well, and she really is kind of that new age of athlete that does everything, that's not afraid to get in the pool and swim laps. Anything that's going to help her surf in big waves, which helps your small wave surfing, she'll do it.
And she competed at Piahi last year at the WSL Piahi Pro, the big wave event on Maui. She was in the final there, competing there against the best women surfers in the world. So she's breaking barriers.
Yeah, and I think the women are wondering if this heat has, in fact, started. You see Justine Dupont, and maybe they've called off the heat. Well, she's looking to see what's going on. She just made a hand gesture, and it looks like she's turning around.
Well, the judges may have called it because of the sunset.
Yeah.
The glare, the clarity, you know, sometimes they can definitely see the surfers, but if they can't determine if they have a red jersey, a white jersey, a blue jersey, it does have consequences in the scoring. So I knew this would play a factor. They were definitely wanting to get through Heat 10, but with the sun, this is a side view from the main tower looking up north,
right.
So you're not seeing the glare. But some of the other camera views that are looking straight out in the surf, it is so hazy, and that golden glow of the sunset is a hindrance for the judges, and that I knew that would play a factor. And you can see the darkness here as the sun is just about moments away from setting. So I believe you're right, AV. I think possibly they have called off this heat, and we're trying to get communication to our director to find out if that is true, because they have walkie-talkies down to the judges in the competition area.
Yeah, and we saw, I believe, 2 of our judges walking on the right-hand side of that screen, and there's our mobile office there.
Yeah, and usually they'll have flags on, off, 5 minutes.
So we saw that longboarder taken off a little bit closer to the rocks, to the small pier, and it looks like they're moving the competition area, perhaps going to a more protected area. So they're going to be running this heat. They're just moving it down a little bit to allow the surfers access to better waves.
So you're saying this heat is on standby, and we're gonna wait more time.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Woohoo! Woo! So I might go and check out the sunset even more.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not leaving me alone.
And Bo, I was on the big pier right there, and there are some lefts that are coming off the pier that are not these ones on the inside, but close to the pier, and they're nice, long, longboardy style lefts.
Well, here's the glare I'm talking about. So if they move any far down left, they're going to be right into that glare.
Yeah, that's a great point. Looks like maybe they're going the opposite direction.
Maybe they're going up north?
Up the beach. It looks like they are going north. So
they are going north.
To an area that's not more protected, but will have better view for the judges. So just like you said, they're moving away from the sun, not necessarily so the surfers are in a better area, but just simply so the judges can differentiate the colored jerseys and give the correct scores to the correct surfers.
Well, you see the surfers are heading back out, so we have not started heat number 9, round number 1. Still one more heat to be run after this. A total of 12 heats make up this first round. 43 women in the SUP surfing. This is a record of the 42 nation, 286 athletes. This is a camera view looking down at the competition area. You can see far to the right, just above the competitors' tents, is the module of the judges and the athletes and the teams that are, and you can see the blue ISA flags. That is the competition zone.
Yes.
So they have moved that up north of the beach.
Yeah, and the poor girls surfing in the seat, they had to come in just to be told, hey, go back out there. We're just moving down a little bit. But you know what? They're going to just do whatever they're told to do, and by the race director, by the surf director. And you see they're making their way back out, and just really incredible the versatility and the adaptability of the judging crew, of the announcing crew, of the production crew, of the athletes, of the volunteers, of everyone, because we all just want to make this an awesome event, and that's what's happening.
We told you about Justine DuPont. Let's tell you about our other surfers in this heat. Tina Beersford from England, she'll be in the white jersey. Annette Karsing, as you mentioned earlier, from Denmark in the yellow jersey. So a 3-lady heat, top 2 advancing on into the second round. And all second round and quarterfinal third round heats, AV, will be 3-lady heats. So these ladies surfing in this 3-lady heats, the advancing surfers will find the same format coming up in the next 2 rounds.
Well, that's great to be able to surf in a 3-person heat where 2 advance, and then that will change going into the round after that. But this next round, if you can make it through the difficult first round, you're going to get put in a second round where, just like you said, 3 surfers and 2 advance, and then we'll go into the 4-person format after that. But
okay, there's Tina. She's looking back as the heat started. She's trying to get information from the officials on the shoreline area, as they're still relocating them up a little bit north of the beach from the previous competition. And you can see, they can see a lot better from this camera angle looking to the right, but if they pan over to the left, you'll see in that glare, and you see the windsurfer coming off the small jetty, small pier. So they have officially postponed the rest of the event. We just got word. The event.
So yes, they haven't canceled the event. They've postponed,
yes,
and have canceled the surfing for the remainder of the day. So it looks like
the surfers are still paddling out.
Yeah, they're trying to get clarification, because with that wind, you can't hear, and they're getting, pounded. It looks like White, that is Tina Beresford from England, she's heard the news. Justine DuPont looking behind in red, and looks like she's heard the news. She's communicating with the other competitors, and it looks like we're done for the day. I'm really sad about that. I was hoping to get a chance to run this heat and watch Justine DuPont, Tina, and Annette Karsing from Denmark. And, of course, heat number 10 was looking forward to that one as well. The U.S. surfers, they're going to have to wait till tomorrow, as is Brisa Malaga, Joanne Bennett, and Maria Stepetnik from Russia. Yuka Horikoshi from Japan. She's going to be one of our top surfers as well. So it looks like we are done for the day. And look at that sunset right now. And I did jinx us because it's starting to rain. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, that's going to wrap us up for day number 4 competition. We had a full round of round number 1 of the men's 16 heats. We completed that. We moved on into round number 1 of the women's SUP surfing division. We got through heats 1 through 8, so heats 9 through 12 will be our first heats coming up tomorrow morning, and it looks like we have a 7 a.m. start local time here in Denmark. So for all of us here at the CPH Live crew producing this event, you are watching the 2017 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Tune in tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. We'll have the concluding rounds of the women here in round 1. We'll move into rounds 2, 3, 4, quarters, semis, and finals, both of the SUP surfing for men and women tomorrow, and we'll be crowning gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals in both the SUP surfing divisions for both the male and female. For all of us here, I'm Bo Hodge, along with Anthony Vela, for Drew Marin, and for Alan Floor, and the whole staff here at the International Surfing Association. We bid you a fond aloha, and we'll see you early tomorrow morning for another day here at ISAWorlds.com. Aloha.